Happy Monday, everyone. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Finally, I am so thankful I didn't have to postpone this because I don't know what it is and why our lawn people apparently think the lawn at my apartment complex needs to be mowed and weed whacked every fucking day. It takes them hours to finish. I think they finally just finished the weed whacking. It's so loud and so damn fucking annoying. I'm just cranky today, so I'm sorry. Too lazy to get up and close my windows to block out some of the noise. But it's like when it's every fucking day, I don't know why it needs to be mowed like this and weed whacked like this every single fucking day. Anyways. Hey, Kristen. And Maylin, of course, is here. Thank you so much, sweetie, for all the links posted. We are getting into, sorry, that's my minute rant today. Just explains why I may get a little extra ornery while watching this ridiculous Judson Welcher testimony. I'm already cranky. So sorry. But today we are getting back into Karen Read Trail 2. Alessi. Oh yeah, I go on rants almost daily. Today it was a short one, just to explain why I'm cranky. It's just, I get obviously why the lawn needs to be mowed and weed whacked. But why every fucking day that it doesn't rain? He was out there yesterday, hours upon hours listening to that bullshit loud ass noise. And then this morning started again. And he just finished 3 hours fucking later. I've been listening to the fucking mower and weed whacking noise outside my window for almost 3 hours now. This is 2 days in a row. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Not daily, weekly, maybe even 2 times a week. Especially when you get the rain that we've been having and everything is just now starting to grow out of control. Twice a week is fine. But definitely not 2 days in a row. And not more than 2 times. What the fuck? It's like, especially for me, who's up all night and then tries to sleep in the morning and then maybe get a nap in before I can stream in the afternoon. And I can't because I'm listening to this fucking loud ass noise outside my window. Barely get your husband to do it once a week. I mean, this is what I'm saying. I don't know if the owners of this apartment complex, it's not a big apartment complex. It's just an L building with like 36 apartments. It's very small. There isn't even that much grass around the place. Now, right behind my apartment where my balcony is, it shares like a grassy area with like a condo complex. And it's like, okay, so back there, I guess it could take a while. But it seems like the loud ass noise that's right outside my window, which is the front of the apartment building where there's really not that much grass. It's mostly a parking lot. It's like, what the fuck are you doing out there that long running it? And then for this many days in a row, it's insane. I don't get it. I don't know if this, Like I said, I don't know if the owner of this complex is paying him to do it this many times for some reason, or he's trying to milk how much money he makes by saying, oh, I needed it again. I don't know, but it's absolutely fucking ridiculous. Anyways, thank you for letting me get that off my chest. Maybe I'll be a little less cranky. Hold on. Someone texted me and said, give me a call. I just finished. I'm like, well, I just went live, silly. But anyway, so now that I've got my rant out of the way, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you for listening to me, Kristen. We are getting back into Judson Welcher. This is the beginning of the cross-examination by Bob Alessi, which is another amazing cross-examination. Not as good as watching Man Shannon almost pee his pants up there, but it's pretty good. So let me share this. I literally I almost don't even want to push play, ironically, Kristen, because it's finally silent. Like, have you ever just enjoyed absolute silence after something like that? It's like mind numbing listening to that kind of noise, and then all of a sudden you have peace and quiet, and you're like, oh God, please don't interrupt the peace and quiet. Ugh, I'm just taking it in for a second. Okay, I took it in for a second. Mm. Yes, I do. I love it when it gets quiet, especially it's even better. It's like there's no better feeling than to just all of a sudden realize that there is no noise. Everything is just silent after listening to that. Best way I can explain it, mind numbing noise. Like it's awful. Okay, so Kristen says right now both dogs are sleeping. I don't have to get the kiddo for another hour, and the hubby is working. See, this is what I'm saying. You got to enjoy those times when just everything is settled. There's no noise, nothing to bother you. No, it's awesome. It definitely is nice to work from home, isn't it? I love it. I used to be the opposite. I'll be honest, because I'm a people person. And when I first started working from home, it took some getting used to not being around people, but not having to get up and get ready, you don't have the time frames that you have when you have to get up and get ready to get out of the house. You don't have to worry about the ridiculous travel and traffic aggravation in the morning when you're trying to get to work on time. And then, of course, after work, when you're trying to just get home and get relaxed for the day, all of those stresses that you just don't even have to think about, let alone deal with when you work from home, is beyond worth it. Kristen's like, I am not a people person. Moni G, what's up? You're taking the yard. I'm assuming you meant raking, but you're going to take the yard? Okay. Monichi's like me. We don't even bother fixing typos anymore. What's the point? And I always tell people, don't bother. I can normally figure out what you're trying to say. And if I can't figure out what you're trying to say, I'll just ask. All right, guys. So I'm going to start this. We are going to get into this. His testimony, I didn't realize. I knew it was long, but I didn't realize it was as long as it is. So the cross-examination is almost 4 hours, and then the direct and recross is another hour and a half. So we've got to break this up probably into 2 days. We'll see how far we get today and go from there. There you go. Another song in my head. Yeah, let's shoot into space, okay? We'll ride a Lexus into space.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning. We haven't been formally introduced. Your whole name?
This guy isn't
Robert Alessi,
arrogant.
sir.
Robert Alessi.
Right
Nice
from
to
the
meet you.
start.
Nice to meet you. Dr. Welcher, the area in which you engage can also include, and I believe you used the term on direct, forensics, correct? Do you engage in any forensic activity in your profession?
Yes, the general umbrella of you basically coming in, giving scientific evidence in court applies to forensics. So my main job is action reconstruction and biomechanics. And so that's what I do. Sometimes it doesn't involve court. When it goes to court, that's generally forensics.
Right. So you're here today. That is my question. You're here today, at least in part, with regard to forensics, correct? Because forensics is the Latin term for it is basically you're going to have some type of court or jury presentation. It's for law, correct? Would you agree with that? It's for law, forensics?
I mean, exactly the way you asked that, no. It's for engineering and it's for biomechanics. It's in the court of law, I think is what you're asking.
That's exactly it.
Okay, yeah, certainly for the court of law, yes.
It ends up to a court of law, and forensics is a common term.
Yes, sir.
So it relates to, or it's used in, or it's suitable for a court of law, the analysis. You'd agree with that? It's a general principle?
Yes.
Not a trick question. Okay. And so in forensics, what you're doing, among other things, is you're applying the scientific method and principles in a criminal matter, correct?
Yeah, you're trying to apply as much as possible.
Right. And so the primary goal of forensic science is to uncover the truth and to provide objective evidence that can be presented in court.
That is generally correct. Again, there are elements, for example, this analysis that are relying sort of on subjective evidence, like the testimonial, the witness statements. So it's not solely based, but ideally you'd want it as much as possible based on objective data.
So you would agree that truth and objective evidence is part of the presentation in terms of information for forensics in a court of law?
Certainly objective information. Truth sometimes, again, can be subjective.
Oh, so you don't believe truth? You believe sometimes truth applies and sometimes it doesn't?
If you know for a fact it is true, but if you take someone's deposition testimony, you have to look at it relative to the evidence, and it's either consistent with the evidence or not.
Okay, so now let's go to your direct examination that you just went through.
Please.
Hopefully this is fairly straightforward. You have testified to, and it's varied a bit, a reasonable degree of engineering certainty. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've also, have you used the word sometimes to reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I may have.
Right. So
I don't know.
in terms of your role as a biomechanical engineer and accident reconstructionist, is it important to engage in a critical analysis of the data?
Critical analysis? Yeah, I think it's important to have a critical analysis. You want to try and look at it from all sides, consider all possibilities.
So it is therefore important to try to review the data as objectively as possible. You had mentioned sometimes subjectivity comes in, but I understand the goal is to try to look at it as objectively as possible, correct?
Correct.
Now, you stated with respect to your conclusions early on in your direct testimony and your analysis that you don't, and I think I've got it quoted, you don't have a dog in the fight. Is that what you said, sir?
I did.
And that you, quote, don't care, end quote, about the outcome. That's what you made a point of saying in the beginning,
That is
correct?
100% correct.
Now, you simply follow the data. Is that correct?
I try to do that.
You tried
Why,
it.
but you didn't.
I'm not perfect. So
Okay.
I do my best. I believe I've done it here.
Okay. So, in terms of you've agreed that you apply the scientific method, so I want to see if you're in agreement generally so the jury can understand what the scientific method is. Are you familiar with NIST, National Institute?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Oh,
would you
I'm gonna
agree
bump up
with
this.
this definition of the
If
scientific
it gets
method?
too fast,
The
just let
systematic
me know.
pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and experimentation, analysis of the data, the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. Is that a general fair statement of the scientific method?
So for forensics, you have to add in the testimonial evidence aspect of it. So those are testimonial or things are in evidence. So frequently there's one or two versions and you're trying to match which version is most consistent with the evidence.
Okay, adding that to what I stated relative to NIST, you would agree that evaluation and testing of hypotheses and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis is the scientific method, correct?
Generally, yes.
Is it correct that a
Why
proper
don't you just agree?
biomechanical injury analysis utilizes a sound scientific methodology that's been subjected to peer-reviewed and a publication that's been generally accepted in the engineering community?
Well, I can't. So this, I've done my analysis here, biomechanical analysis. I can't submit this analysis to peer review. I'm not allowed to give this to people outside the court.
James,
So there would be no way for me to submit my analysis for peer review. So this occurs forensics all the time. The forensic analysis in court generally never goes under a peer review process. The methodologies underneath it, and looking at, like, for example, I think I referenced 25 papers in my report. That goes to the issue of trying to follow the science. 26.
So I think you may have misunderstood my question, sir. I was talking about your methodology, your biomechanical injury methodology. The methodology that you use and apply is to be subject to peer review and general acceptance in the engineering community. Is that correct?
So I have no way of publishing this analysis.
I'm
So
sorry,
to
sir,
get
interrupt
peer,
you.
I need to,
Go ahead and answer your question.
you're asked peer review, like you said, means I give it to my peers. I send it out to somebody to review for the scientific method. That's what the peer review process is. So I will gladly send this out to peer review with the court's permission, but I haven't and cannot do that.
Sir, my question is not your analysis here in this case.
Oh.
My question regards the methodology that you use here. Is the methodology, you said 26 references, right? My question is simply, is the methodology that you use for your analysis in this matter, is the methodology for a proper biomechanical analysis, should that methodology be generally accepted in the engineering community?
I think with the forensic application, yes.
Okay, that was my
still
question.
can't
Just
figure out how to
methodology.
change
You're
your handle back, James.
Now, the scientific method that you've used in this case, part of the use of scientific method, the purpose is to avoid what is called bias in the scientific method, right? Not cultural bias, but just bias in terms of the application of methodologies and principles. You would agree that's a pretty fundamental purpose of the scientific method is to avoid biases?
The purpose of the scientific method is to get the most logical and correct answer without bias.
Exactly. To do it apply the scientific method without bias being part of the application of the method, correct?
That's hopefully what you can do.
That's hopefully what you can do. That is the goal, right?
That is one of many goals, yes.
So are you familiar with the term confirmation bias? And that relates, confirmation bias is part of a larger term. Are you familiar with cognitive bias?
Generally, I'm not a human factors expert, though.
Pardon me?
I'm not a human factors expert.
All right, biases are, don't you agree that cognitive biases are not just for one category? You would agree it applies to medical analyses, it applies to doctors doing studies, engineers doing studies, and other scientists doing studies?
So I'm not a cognitive expert. I think I would generally agree with it, but I don't want to step out of my lane. I'm not an expert on cognitive. I can talk to you about confirmational bias.
Okay, let's talk about confirmation bias.
Oh, you don't want to
Now,
step
confirmation bias is actually when someone selectively gathers and interprets evidence to confirm one or another's beliefs, as well as neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs. Is that a fair statement of confirmation bias?
That is a statement. Yeah, it could be broader, but sure.
But you would agree that that is generally correct, what
Generally,
confirmation bias is. And an example of confirmation bias is not considering alternative hypotheses once an initial hypothesis has been selected, even though data and information might contradict the initial hypothesis. Is that an example of confirmation bias?
That could be yes.
And confirmation bias is antithetical. It's against the scientific method. It's to be avoided, correct?
You would like to avoid it, yes.
Are you familiar with the term failure analysis?
Generally, you might need to define how you're using it for me.
Sure. So is failure analysis the enablement of a scientific examination of an alleged incident by beginning at the undesired consequences? Is that a fair use of that phrase?
I was thinking something different, like a piece of metal failing. I guess it could fall into that category.
Okay. And would you agree that the first question, or one of the first questions that are to be asked by a biomechanical engineer when conducting an analysis of, say, an injury is, how did this happen? Is that one of the first few questions that you ask?
No, that's usually the last question.
Oh, so for you.
So hold on a second.
Okay,
generally, what you want to do is gather data. You want to know what injuries there are, what evidence there is, like, for example, on the vehicles. And then the very last thing you want to know or define is, given all that information, how did it happen? So that's the end.
I think you may have misunderstood my question. So I wasn't talking about the method or the process. I was talking about when you get to answering questions, whenever that is in process. Isn't one of the questions, and maybe one of the first questions, how did this happen?
No, that's not one of the first questions. One of the first questions is, where's the damage? What are the injuries? What's the evidence? What black box or texturing data do we have? What physical evidence was at the scene? So that is certainly not one. It is a question, but that question is added near the end.
Isn't every one of the questions that you just mentioned part of the data gathering?
Correct. But when you're gathering data, you're always asking yourself questions along the way, like, what is this? Where did it come from?
But you would agree that for you, at least some point, it's how did this happen, correct?
Yes.
And don't you ask that question to come up with hypotheses?
I've generally had many working hypotheses as I'm working on the case. And then as the evidence comes in, I'm applying that to my hypotheses and either accepting or rejecting the hypotheses based upon the factual information.
Sir, how then, this is just a matter of logic or syllogism, if you're going to ask the question, how did this happen until the end? How do you then not get your hypotheses up front when, under the scientific method, you should be having different hypotheses up front? How is it that you ask, or how did it happen at the end, and not go through hypotheses at the beginning? Can you help me with that logic?
Sure. I guess I misunderstood. Like, I was trying to give you an answer to how it happened. So when you're answering how it happened, or you want to be able to answer that question, you want to make sure you've looked at the totality of the data, accepted, rejected, things as they came along, to be able to answer that final question, how did it happen? But along the way, like, for example, a right eye laceration, you want to know how that happened. So you look for the evidence of how that may have happened.
So you would agree then
How
that
did it
questions
happen?
of how it happened, formulating and identifying hypotheses, does and can happen
just
towards the
said.
beginning of the analysis.
The very
It doesn't
first question you
happen
would ask
at the
is,
end all the time. Would you
how
agree?
did it
So the
happen?
ultimate question of how did it happen happens at the end. The questions about the elements of what occurred to make it happen, those occur at the beginning, middle,
You're such
all
a
along the way.
fucking
You
moron.
would agree that creating hypotheses occurs more toward the beginning than
Oh
toward
my
the end of
God.
the analysis. Is that correct?
There are probably more hypotheses in the beginning, but I'm continually forming, looking at hypotheses, either accepting or rejecting them upon the evidence.
So you would agree that the creation of hypotheses does occur more toward the beginning of the analysis. You would agree with that?
There are more towards the beginning. The process occurs throughout the whole investigation.
Right. I'm asking about the hypotheses, sir. You would agree that the hypotheses occur more toward the beginning than the end, just a hypothesis.
So you're not saying different things. More hypotheses in the beginning because you have more questions in the beginning. You continue to form hypotheses as the data presents itself. So you don't stop the formation of hypotheses. It's just as you get more evidence, you window down the number of questions.
Holy crap, because I have to listen to
this last question make it clear for you, sir.
Again.
You would agree, not analysis, which you added, as I heard it in the last part, just hypotheses. You would agree that even though hypotheses can be created and changed, perhaps all the way up to the end, you would agree that it's important in the analysis to create at least some hypotheses in the beginning, correct?
Just to be difficult.
And once you create these hypotheses, would you agree that those hypotheses should be tested?
So if you take the word testing to mean testing compared to testimony, compared to physical evidence, yes.
And when you test those hypotheses, isn't it often the case that particularly in your line of work, the one that most consistently produces the same injury will emerge as the mechanism of injury?
I guess it depends on the scientific evidence behind it. Again, sometimes we get very unique injuries.
So my question, sir, is this. Isn't it the case that when you have multiple hypotheses, the one that most, out of all of them, it's a relative thing, the one that most consistently produces the same injury emerges as the mechanism of injury? Is that a fair statement?
I think generally, again, it's on a case-by-case basis. You have to look at the science and the facts of what you're basing it upon. I think as a general premise, what you're saying is accurate.
Okay,
but there's exceptions.
Fair enough. But as a general principle, with some exceptions, that's a fair statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
We're going to have several topics here. What I'm going to try to do to make it a little clearer is I'm going to say when I'm switching topics.
Okay.
So what I'd like to do now is switch topics.
Okay.
You're aware that the Massachusetts State Police has troopers who specialize in accident reconstruction. And there are troopers within the Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction Section whose sole responsibility is to engage in accident reconstruction. Do you know that?
I do not know that.
Do you know that there are troopers within the Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction Section who engage in accident reconstruction?
Just based on what I've seen in this case.
Right, based upon what you've seen in the case, that's a fair statement.
And I just know that those people are doing it.
Are you familiar with a Massachusetts state trooper named Joseph Paul, P-A-U-L?
Yes.
And
I'm familiar with his reports. I don't know the man.
Okay, familiar with Trooper Paul through his reports in this case, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that he was assigned by lead investigator, former Trooper Michael Proctor, to be a constructionist in this case on January 29th of 2022, as evidenced by that report or those reports of Trooper Paul? Do you know that?
Well, you put a lot of things in there. I know he issued a reconstruction report. I don't know who told him to do it. So the first party question, I don't know, but I did see a reconstruction report from him.
You were retained. And so do you recall, is it the date, January 29th of 2022? Is that a rough time period of him being assigned, or you don't know when he was assigned?
I don't know. That might have been in his report, but I wouldn't have paid attention to when he received an assignment.
Do you know when the date of the first report of Trooper Joseph Paul in this case?
I can pull it up. I do not know off the top of my head.
You know that the date of the incident in question is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Yet your firm and you were retained for this case by the Commonwealth 2.5 years after the incident in question. You were retained, your firm, on September 23rd, 2024. Is that correct, sir?
No, I believe we were retained a couple days before that.
A couple days. Okay.
Right.
So
actually, I might be able to find out if you'd like me to look it up.
It's not all that important. You would say it's within a week of September 23rd, 2000. It was in September of 2024.
I believe it was in September, yes.
Right.
I would
So
want to double check.
That's 2.5 years from the date of the incident in question, if I did the math right, correct?
I never thought about it. Yeah, approximately.
And as we just discussed, as you stated on your direct examination, you have no dog in this fight, correct?
Correct.
On November 5th of 2024, your firm Aperture was paid $44,500 by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to conduct work that was at least similar to the work of Trooper Paul, correct?
I have no idea. I don't get the billing or the statements.
Do you recall?
For just so, if anyone doesn't know, that's James. He switched his handle. I know he said it was to be funny. I'm not sure. I don't know the joke on that one, but in case you guys don't know, the Herkamaya is James.
Whether Aperture has Well, do you believe
Haven't
Aperture
they?
is working for free in this matter?
Oh, no, I don't believe that.
So
We're
you
an
would,
engineering company. We bill for our time. So
so
This guy is
you
just such
know
a
that Aperture is
ass.
getting paid for its work in this case, correct?
we are billing for our analysis work.
Well, you're not just billing, you're billing and getting paid, correct?
So I have not seen any of the payments. I would assume that we're getting paid, but I don't know that.
Sir, you are a
You
senior
know you're
vice
getting
president
paid.
of Aperture, are
Oh
you
my
not?
I
God,
am.
you just
You
don't want to
would
answer
know,
yes
wouldn't you, if
any
the firm
of
was
his
not getting
fucking
paid
questions.
for work since September 23rd of 2024, wouldn't you?
No, probably not. Usually it takes, 9, 10, 12 months of not getting paid before the accounting department reaches out to me.
Exactly. So you've been on this for 2.5 years. So if it would take 9 months or 12 months, if you weren't getting paid, you would have been notified by that by now, correct? According to your own answer you just gave.
I've not been on this case for 2.5 years.
I'm sorry, sir. Let me go back to the question of payment.
Hold on. You said I've been on this case for 2.5 years. I was retained in September 17th-ish of 2024. So that's what? Less than a year ago.
Understood. I'm moving on to the next question because I want to move away from that discussion and just go right to the bill. You, as you sit here today, do not have a recollection of whether Aperture has been paid. Is that your testimony?
It has nothing to do with recollection. I'm not part of that process. We have an accounting department. I don't have any involvement in that.
So is your testimony you have no knowledge about any contractual relationship between Aperture and the Commonwealth?
Oh, no. I was sent a contract by the Commonwealth to sign. So I'm aware of the contractual agreement, but the day-to-day or month-to-month invoicing and billing, I'm not involved in that.
Okay. So you're aware there's a contract between Aperture and the Commonwealth,
I signed it.
and you signed it.
Yeah,
And was it that
you know
contract
you're getting paid.
obligating the Commonwealth to pay for the services of Aperture? Isn't that the purpose of the contract, in part?
In part, sure.
Yeah, it's a legal obligation. The Commonwealth, your firm does work, and the Commonwealth pays for it, correct?
That's the idea.
Right. And so you know about that contract because you signed it.
Correct.
Also, you testified on direct that there was a purchase of a Lexus exemplar for your testing.
Correct.
Who pays for that Lexus exemplar?
Aperture?
And is that then cost passed on to the Commonwealth?
No.
So you pay for the Lexus. You don't pass that cost on, correct?
So what we're doing is we pay for the Lexus. We're keeping it till the trial's over. We're selling it and charging the Commonwealth the difference in the price.
Exactly. That was where I was going, sir. So,
But they're only paying the difference. So, and in theory, if we sell it for more in California, then we'll reduce the bill.
okay, I don't want to speculate. I just wanted to see what the obligation was. So
The obligation is the difference.
Exactly. So the obligation is the difference.
Right.
Are you aware that on April 5th, 2025, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office amended your contract? Are you aware of that, sir?
I am.
And isn't it the case that amendment authorized the amount of $325,000 to be paid to Aperture? Isn't that what that amendment contract states?
I believe that's correct.
So the Commonwealth is obligated to pay at least $325,000. And is that correct?
That is you're asking me a legal opinion now about a contract. That is my understanding of how contracts work, but I'm certainly not an attorney.
And on top of that, are you aware that Aperture has been already paid $44,510 for its work? Are you aware of that?
The second time you asked me, no, I'm not aware of anything we've been paid.
And as you stated yourself, those amounts reflect, as you say, less than 6 months worth of work.
That's not what I said.
My question is, you've been on the case, you said, since September of 2024, when we were talking about dates, you said that was about 6 months that your firm's been retained. Did I have your answer correct about how long you've been on it?
I guess it's closer to 8 months.
All right, so 8 months. So for 8 months of work, about $400,000. Is that correct?
So there's 3 offices working on the case. There's the Boston office, there's Mr. Burgess's office, and there's my office in Long Beach.
Nothing.
I only know about billing from my office.
But you signed the contract on behalf of all
and a
of
bunch of
Aperture,
clothes
not just your
and
office,
shoes that
correct?
you didn't need.
That I don't know, but I definitely did sign a contract.
Would it refresh your recollection as
Oh,
to
my
who
God.
you signed the contract on behalf of, whether it's all of Aperture in all offices, if I showed you the contract?
Sure.
That looked right.
Yes.
Sir,
Yeah, if you could direct me so we're not wasting time.
well, what I'd like to do, to the witness, Your Honor, is just ask you this question with regard to it.
Why don't you just take a look at that, Dr. Burgess?
Thank you.
Can I ask a few more questions before I do that, Your Honor, for foundation purposes, if I wanted to know your question?
Right.
Would you like me to start with
So-
the question?
Go ahead and start with your, go back to the podium, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Welcher, does that refresh your recollection as to the contract you signed on behalf of Aperture with the Commonwealth?
So it lists a legal address as my office. So for my office, yes.
So are you saying that therefore, and did you see the amount that was in the contract? Did that refresh your recollection?
Oh, no, I didn't look at that.
Do you recall the amount that of obligation that the contract relates to in this document. Do you recall that?
You just asked me that earlier, and I'm taking what you said to be true. So I was like $325,000.
You just gave
I have no
me
reason
the
to disbelieve that.
document.
And is there also a total, do you recall the total maximum obligation for the contract that's listed in the contract? Do you
No.
recall it? Yeah, Coach Anna?
Okay.
And Dr. Welcher, I'm now going to, you asked me last time, I hope this is helpful. You said, please point to the applicable part so we can do it faster. I'm now pointing to that part and see if you can just look at that and see whether this refreshes your recollection on the maximum obligation of the contract pursuant to this contract. Without saying what it is, just does it refresh your recollection?
No, but I don't have any reason to believe it's not correct. And that is my signature on it.
Right. And we got started on this conversation tying it to, well, we got started on this conversation with regard to a statement you made earlier in your direct that you didn't have any dog in the hunt. You recall that statement in the beginning of your direct testimony.
You misquoted me. I don't have any dog in the fight.
You don't have any dog in the fight.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, switching topics.
Okay.
You submitted an updated PowerPoint presentation, the one that you went over on your direct examination. You created that presentation quite recently, correct, sir?
The updated one was where I had redacted or taken out slides. So in terms of taking out slides, I did add one alternative path a couple weeks ago.
Okay, my question, sir, is this.
Mhm.
The updated presentation, we'll get to the changes later, but the updated presentation, you created just how many days ago?
I'm going to say weeks ago.
Weeks, 2 weeks?
I don't actually know without looking at the documents.
Well, was it more than 3 weeks ago that you created it?
I still don't know without looking at the documents.
Do you know when the trial started in this matter, sir?
I do not.
Assume the trial started approximately April 22nd of 2024.
Okay.
Did you create your updated presentation before or after April 22nd of 2024?
I don't know.
Do you know when?
Hold on one second. Dr. Welcher, I'd ask that you not do.
No, okay, I was going to try and answer his question. My apologies. I will shut it down.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I may, Your Honor, you can take it. Are you able to determine when you created the updated presentation?
I think so. That's what I was attempting
Your
to do.
Honor, may you do that?
Yes, I'm going to see counsel at that while you pull that up,
Thank you.
please. Dr. Welcher, what I'm going to ask you to do is get whatever information you need for Mr. Alessi's last question. Mr. Alessi, I need you over there. So,
Yep.
and once you get that answer, I'm going to ask you to shut your computer down, or at least put down the cover. Thank you. All right, so you can answer Mr. Alessi's question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you give me a question again, please?
Yes. When did you create the updated presentation that you reviewed in your direct testimony?
So that's addition I made was taken out. It wasn't in my direct
Sir,
testimony.
If you can just hear my question, it's this. The version of the presentation that you put on the screen,
Mhm.
when did you create that version? I'm just looking for a date.
So to answer your question about the version on the screen, I created that yesterday when the judge asked me to take off some of the headers. So yesterday.
Okay, good. Now, the version before that you created yesterday, when did you create that version?
The day before.
And then the version before that one, when did you create that?
I mean, I save it every day.
Understood.
So every day.
So you've changed the presentation every day since when?
No, I don't think I've changed the presentation every day.
That's my question. My question is, how many times have you changed it within the last 2 weeks, your presentation?
Try and cut to the chase here.
Sure.
That slide was added on May 13th, and then it was taken out before I presented it here. So it was not in my presentation here.
Right. So thank you for that answer. So
You're
here's the question.
Oh my God, listen to the
Your
fucking
first version,
question.
as I understand it, of the slide presentation was January 30th, 2025. Is that correct?
Correct.
When was the next time after January 30th, 2025 that you changed that presentation?
May 13th.
Assuming the trial started April 22nd of 2025, you changed your PowerPoint presentation during this trial, correct?
Correct.
And how many times did you change your presentation after April 22nd of 2025?
Well, the last time I changed it was like 10 minutes ago. So in response to various discussions, I've been making continuous changes to it.
I want to make sure you finish your answer so I didn't
No,
interrupt.
I'm not sure how much granularity you want to that answer.
Correct. So you created on January 30th, 2025. You made your
13th.
pardon me?
Oh, the original one. Sorry,
Yeah.
January 30th, modified May 13th.
Right. If I could finish my question, I might be able to shortcut this. Thank you. So you created the original one on January 30th, 2025. You made your first amendment May 13th of 2025. And then before you sat for your testimony, which was yesterday, correct? That was the first time you sat for your testimony.
That is correct. I was here yesterday.
Days get foggy when we're in the courtroom, so but it was yesterday. How many times had you
Wait,
changed your
birthday.
presentation from January 30th, 2025 until when you first walked in the courthouse yesterday?
Do you mind if I count?
Not at all.
So there was the May 13th change. Half of that was in response to objections from the defense. I had to add all the paths to where everything was. Then when I got out here, Mr. Brennan asked me to take out references to evidence about statements that I was not allowed to present. So that would have been within the last 3 days. And then I've modified it a couple times today based on rulings from the judge.
Okay, let's break that down. You said half of the changes you made on May 13th related to what? Because I want to know about the other half.
Sure, there was 2 changes. I added the extra path of 138, and then I was told that the defense was having problems with my PowerPoint, so I had to go in and add the paths to every single slide about where the evidence came from, because they were saying I didn't provide everything, and I had provided everything.
Right. So
that was the second half.
Yeah, I want to go to the first half, sir.
Sure.
And I'm going to try to shortcut this.
Please.
If I'm not clear, you just let me know. I want to talk about the first half. You called it, I didn't hear it. It was like, did you say path?
Path.
P-A-T-H?
Correct. The path Ms. Reed was driving.
Right. What you made the change for May 13th, that first half, that wasn't something that was triggered by the defense. That was something irrespective of the defense, correct?
It was based upon her statements. Is she part of the defense?
All right, so that's what I wanted to get to. You changed the first half based upon statements you allege that Ms. Reed made. Is that correct?
I changed one slide. There was 130 slides originally, or something like that. So half of the changes on that day, which was one slide, I added one line to the bottom of the previous slide.
Did you consider that change significant?
No.
Well, then why did you make it in the middle of trial if it wasn't significant? Why didn't you just leave it off and then discuss it in terms of testimony?
So A, it ultimately was left off. B, because it was insignificant and I didn't need to have it. So the way it got presented was exactly the way it was before May 13th. So it didn't change anything.
But it was
then why did
significant
you
enough
change it?
for you
Why did
to
you
make a
even
change
need
to
to
your
do this?
presentation, correct?
So my goal is to be as accurate as possible. So when I saw the path that I gave, the way she could drive, I gave the possible paths. That was one of the possible paths that hadn't originally been included. So in striving to be as accurate as possible, including as much information as I could, I wanted to make sure I included that.
So you were striving. The clip that you used to make the change, you say you made the change based upon a clip you observed with regard to Ms. Reed. Is that correct?
I believe that, yes, that is correct.
Do you know that clip has been in existence for months?
I don't believe I got it until April.
So a clip that has been, assume the clip's been in existence
Okay,
for months.
Kristen, be
You
safe.
just got the clip.
Dr. Welcher, I have to ask you
Oh,
not to
sorry.
refer to
I'm trying to be helpful.
Close your
Yeah,
computer.
let me close it. Sorry. I was trying to answer his question.
Oh, he does that again.
So I'm
and
going to ask you
again.
to close the
Yeah,
computer.
I already did.
Just let- thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ridiculous.
So assume the clip that you said was the basis for changing your PowerPoint on May 13th after the trial started had been in existence for months. You just got that clip, you say, in April?
I believe so, yes.
What was tell me the circumstances by which you got the clip. Did you ask for it?
I was told there was a new interview.
Okay. Who initiated the conversation about the new interview?
I don't know if it was Mr. Brennan.
Was it someone associated with the prosecution?
Yes, I wouldn't have known about it.
Exactly. So if somebody affirmatively communicated with you when about this clip?
I need to look, but I remember it being about mid-April,
Mid-April.
if I'm thinking of the correct clip.
What were you asked to do, if anything, with regard to that clip?
When I got the clip, I wasn't asked to do anything.
What did you do with the clip once you got it?
So they then indicated there was this suggestion of an alternative route. So then I looked at the alternative route description and added the alternative route.
So it was suggested to you by the prosecution that you look at the clip and they pointed out that there was an alternative route they wanted you to look at?
So I took it to be, we have additional evidence. Please look at the additional evidence and add it to your analysis.
TBJ, he annoys the shit out of me too.
Additional analysis by Aperture.
And those that are just joining that didn't hear my rant when I first went live, I went on a tiny rant. I am beyond cranky today because of the lawn people outside coming every fucking day for some reason, loud as shit for hours on end in the morning when I'm trying to fucking sleep. And now I have to listen to this a-hole. It's disaster in the making. So you'll probably be hearing me scream and yell quite a bit today. So sorry about that.
While this trial is going on, are you aware of Mr. Burgess submitting a report dated May 8th of 2025 in this case?
Yes, I received that report on May 8th.
Right. And so you were aware of the creation of that report on May 8th because you got a copy of it, right?
Correct.
Were you aware that Mr. Burgess was intending to submit that May 8th report? to the Commonwealth?
Yes, we had a discussion before that he had found new information that changed the timing.
Oh, he had found new information. What is your basis for saying he found new information as opposed to the information always existed? It's just it was pointed out to him that should be looked at. What's the basis of your understanding that he found new information?
I'm going to allow the question, but you have to ask it differently.
I will, Your Honor. Thank you. What is the basis for the statement you made that Mr. Burgess found new information?
I guess it was his meeting and our discussions. He indicated that he had found new information.
Did you ask him, what do you mean by new?
No, I took it at what he said.
So do you, as you sit here today, have any basis to say that that information is new as opposed to it's always been in existence?
Yes.
What is that?
What he told me.
Oh, so you relied upon the representation of Mr. Burgess. You didn't have any independent
Who
document
we
to
know is
determine whether in
a
fact it was new.
liar.
I don't quite frankly care whether it's new or not. I just care what's in the data, whether it's new, old. I don't care. It's not relevant to what I'm doing. I don't say this is new data, this is old data. I just care what the data is.
Sir, have you ever,
Wow.
have you ever submitted a report, a change report in the middle of a trial? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Do you know whether Aperture has ever submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial? So you testified in federal and state court. Can you recall one instance where Aperture has submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
So Aperture is like 290 people. I can only speak for myself. I have certainly done amended
I totally
analysis.
get why that.
Only
brings
certain
down
courts and
my
certain legal
grade.
systems require reports. But for example, rebuttal,
Me to do it,
analyzing
me
testimony
to
that comes up in court,
Yeah.
getting trial transcripts. I very frequently have come up with new analysis
Paperwork.
during the trial.
Okay.
Sir, my question
Well,
is,
it'll
is there now
come out
a
quite a bit.
court
Because this
case
guy,
where we
oh my
swear
God, he irks the
you
hell
or
out of me.
Aperture has submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
I cannot speak for Aperture. I can only
He
speak for myself.
just won't
Can you
answer
okay
any
yourself? So
fucking
you then for
question.
yourself recall any instance where you submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
It's
Amended
absolutely
reports, no. Amended
ridiculous.
analysis, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Alessi, is this a good time for a break or 5 more minutes?
It's a good time, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, folks, why don't we have more recess? Again, all right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could please address the
He
district
just
matter,
doesn't
I
want
didn't
to
have to
go
address.
left me.
Dr. Welcher was just using, at least my observation, his computer. He still has monitors on his desk. Could we have all that removed, Your Honor?
It's about
Close.
closing
Can you
time.
open?
So did you just turn it off?
No, but I will if I close it. You like want the computer all the way off or just everything?
Is he going to need to turn his computer back on?
I do not see a need for the computer to be turned on. Do we have the ability to put the presentation of documents from our
So I'm going to see counsel outside that,
Sure.
please.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, we left talking about the amendments you made to your PowerPoint presentation. And in terms of the amendments, are you aware that the defense counsel received your amended PowerPoint presentation at 3 p.m. on Memorial Day? Are you aware of that?
No.
And you began testifying the day after yesterday, correct, sir? Day after Memorial Day?
I testified yesterday.
Yes. Are you aware of any activity in this trial of any kind before you testified yesterday?
Again, as I mentioned, I've been getting random emails and then I've been seeing it pop up on my news feeds as well. But once I was aware of the preclusion, I made sure to not review that. But as recently as last night, I got an email that said biomechanical engineering job or like applying for a job. And I opened it up and it was some internet troll.
So I'm asking about emails from the prosecution.
Oh, no, there's been no emails about what's been going on. I mean, there's been scheduling, when am I going to come, things like that.
How then was it determined that you were going to be able to amend your power presentation if you weren't communicating with the prosecution?
I mean, they asked me about the witness statement of 138 right around May 13th.
How did they ask you about that, sir?
I don't recall if it was a Zoom meeting, a phone call.
So there was a communication with the prosecution. Never been by Zoom, never been by another method. But there were communications of this trial was going on relative to you amending your PowerPoint that ended up with an amended PowerPoint on May 13th. Do I have that correct?
I believe so.
Let us switch topics.
Okay.
One of the goals of Aperture's analysis and reconstruction was to determine the location and timing of certain text stream events, correct?
Correct.
EDR,
I
those
got
are
one
my role.
too, Jack
your
Wagon.
role, yes. EDR, and just for clarification, EDR is Event Data Recorder, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to refer to that as you have before as EDR, Event Data Recorder.
Sounds good.
EDR data does not show the location associated with a text stream event, correct?
In this particular vehicle, it does not.
And the EDR data for this particular vehicle, namely the Lexus SUV, also does not provide the time associated with a text stream event, correct?
Not at the time of this event.
So the answer is no, correct?
That is not correct.
So let me ask the question
It is
slightly
correct.
different way. The
But you
EDR data
just said, you
does
fucking
not
moron.
provide the time. The EDR data for the Lexus SUV that you've been talking about does not provide the time associated with a tech stream event, correct?
That is correct.
Instead, every tech stream event is associated with a particular key cycle on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
There can be multiple tech stream events in a single key cycle, right?
Correct.
And every time you start the car, this one you push the button, that's a new key cycle, right?
That will cause key cycle.
And the EDR data indicates the number of seconds into the key cycle that the particular event occurred, correct?
The EDR data, no.
So EDR data gives you no information about the number of seconds into the key cycle that a particular event occurred.
You're confusing EDR data and text stream.
I'm not, sir, I'm just
Are you
asking a question.
So
if it's yes or no, I'm fine with that.
EDR data will, depending on the vehicle, sometimes it has information about GPS date and time. Sometimes it has ignition cycles, which are a little bit different than key cycles, which is why you frequently have different ignition cycles versus key cycles in EDRs compared to text stream.
So let me ask it a different way.
Okay.
The text stream data indicates the number of seconds into the key cycle that a particular event occurred.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
In order to properly determine the location and the timing of a text stream event, it's important that you correctly identify the trip that is associated with a particular key cycle, correct?
I think I'm going to say yes. The text stream tells you the trip.
I'm just asking if it's important that you correctly identify the trip associated with a particular key cycle. And do so by determining, in order to properly determine the location and timing of a text stream event.
So the text stream tells you the trigger event and it tells you the key cycle. So I'm not determining that. I'm reading that from the text stream data.
Okay. So in order to properly read, to use your verb, the location and timing of a text stream event, it's important that you correctly identify the trip that is associated with a particular key cycle. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's a fair statement.
If you associate the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of when the text stream event occurred will be wrong, correct?
It can. I mean, you need to take the totality of the evidence in the text stream
The
with the mileage,
totality of
the
the
overall
evidence.
timing into account.
So are you saying, sir, that if you
But
have
Facts
the wrong
are
trip with the wrong key cycle,
subjective. Did you know
can get
that?
the correct
According to
text
him,
stream event?
subjective.
No, not necessarily. Again, you have to take the totality of the data.
Moron.
My
Exactly,
question is
Kazuji.
with regard to if you have the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of when the text stream event occurred will also be wrong. Isn't that just a matter of logic, sir?
Yes.
So again, the text stream event tells you the trip and it tells you the time. If you're saying I'm associating that with the wrong infotainment information or vice versa, then that would be wrong. But the text stream data tells you how much time is associated with each trip. There's no difference there.
If you associate the wrong trip
Just answer the fucking
with the wrong
question.
key cycle, then your estimate of where the text stream event occurred will be wrong. Is that correct?
You can't associate the wrong event with the wrong key cycle.
Yes,
because
you
it keys in
can,
the key
'cause
cycle
you're
with the event.
doing it.
Let me try it a different way. Your analysis or anyone's analysis and conclusions regarding the timing and the location of the text stream
Exactly.
data are only as good as your
TBJ.
ability to correctly associate a key cycle with a particular event. Is that an accurate statement?
No. Again, you need to take the totality of the data. So that is
Totality,
one element. You need to
totality,
look, for
I'm
example, at the
so- oh my
mileage.
God,
You need to look
this
at the
is
timing of the
wrong
events. So
information.
this is considered a tool in the analysis process.
Oh my
You need to look at
God.
the totality of data to see how it matches up with the physical evidence.
So are you saying that you can have an incorrect key
Yes, they
cycle with a
did,
particular
Jimmy
trip,
Lynn.
but you can still get accurate timing and location of text stream data?
So again, you don't get incorrect key cycle with the trip. The trip and the key cycle are coded in by the text stream. If you are attributing an event to the wrong trip, which has a fixed key cycle, that could be a problem.
Exactly. So if we could go, if Your Honor, if we could publish a slide, please, that is in evidence. Thank you.
What are we looking at?
Pardon me?
Just slide number.
You
I
said
got slide 9.
you give a lot.
Mr. Wolf, if I, yes, I have got the
Anything.
correct one. Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to use the acronym VCH that you've used on your, do you recall using the acronym VCH on your direct testimony?
Yes, sir.
And VCH stands for Vehicle Control History, correct?
Correct.
You viewed the vehicle control history on September 23rd of 2024, correct?
In addition to the PCS data.
You viewed the vehicle control history on September 23rd, 2024. Yes?
That is yes.
You took photographs of the vehicle control history, including key cycle 1167.
Correct.
And in this screenshot, we can see 4 text stream events that
Actually,
are,
can you zoom in on the key cycle?
oh, sure.
Because I think when I got to, no, scroll. So when I got to it, you can see it was at key cycle 1264. The blue highlight was the last file that was written on key cycle 1167.
Right.
to answer your question, I got it at 1264.
So we can go back so we can see the 4 text stream events. I just want to reestablish the foundation here. In the screenshot, we can see 4 text stream events that are associated with key cycle 1167, correct?
Correct.
But isn't it true, Dr. Welcher, that there were actually 10 text stream events associated with just that one key cycle 1167?
Correct. I gave you the original files.
Right. So you are aware that the Commonwealth had maintained up into your firm's engagement that.
Are you saying there's no basis for the question?
Yes,
All right, I'm going to allow the question and I'll hear it.
You are aware that the Commonwealth has maintained up until your engagement in September of 2024 that all text stream events associated with key cycles 1164, 1165, and 1167 occurred while the Lexus was in the custody of the Massachusetts State Police at the Canton Police Department.
So the objection is sustained. You need a foundation, Mr. Alessi.
Sir, as part of your work and your review of the many documents that you referenced on your direct examination, did you review the text stream events associated with a Lexus SUV?
I reviewed the one I downloaded.
Pardon me?
I reviewed the one I downloaded.
Right. And did that, what you download, include key cycles 1164? Did it include that?
It did.
Did it include 1165?
It did.
And did it include 1167?
It did. It did not include 1166.
I didn't mention 1166, so I only mentioned 1164, 1165, and 1167. I purposefully skipped because I didn't understand you had reviewed it. So here's my question. You therefore, based upon the fact that you reviewed them, and you said it's important to understand timing, etc. That's very important in your forensic analysis, correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's go to the timing question and you understand where the Lexus has been at various points in time. You testified to that in direct, whether it was at the Canton Police Department, whether it was being towed, correct?
In addition to having Mr. Burgess' analysis of the data.
In addition to Mr. Burgess' analysis, so in that analysis contained locations of where the Lexus had been.
It contained where it had been and also include date and time, when it was turned on, when it was turned off.
Exactly. So not only did you have all the locations, you had dates and times associated with the location where the Lexus SUV had been, correct?
Correct.
Now to the question. Based upon that review, that knowledge, that understanding, those bases, you're aware, and you've reviewed, by the way, Trooper Paul's reports, correct?
I have.
There were 2 reports of Trooper Paul. There was his original CARS report and then a supplemental report that were listed in the documents review. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but I'll take your word for it.
I don't want you to have to take my word. Do you recall, sir,
No, I
that there were reports? Do you recall that there was a report of Trooper Paul?
Yes,
Okay, and you read that report, I assume, sir.
I did.
And it would be important for you to read that report and read it carefully because it addressed the subject matter that you were addressing, correct?
No, I did my own independent analysis. As a matter of fact, it's probably more important that I don't do that to avoid confirmation of bias.
But you did read Trooper Paul's report.
Of course.
So you therefore are aware that the Commonwealth has maintained up into your engagement.
I'm going to see you type on this.
Oh my God.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you aware that over the course of the Commonwealth's and your investigation into this case, that the theorized time of the alleged contact of the SUV?
So just 2 words, just strike theorized.
Okay. Thank you, Ron. Are you aware that over the course of the Commonwealth's investigation and your...
Hold on, Mr. Alessi. Report a copy.
Thank you. I will. Do you have knowledge whether there is one time or more than one time
TBJ, you're correct.
for the Commonwealth's position, as you know it from reading documents that you said you've reviewed, that there are different times alleged for the incident to have occurred at 34 Fairview? Objection.
Sustained. You can ask the question, remove part of it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
You have to remove part of that.
Okay, understood, Your Honor. Do you know whether there is more than one time that has been proposed by the Commonwealth for the impact alleged to have occurred at 34 Fairview?
Objection. Sustained.
I'm going to ask for an instruction.
I'm not giving the instruction now.
Dr. Welcher, in terms of the analyses that you have reviewed in this case, is there one time that you understand there to be for a hypothesis for the time of the impact at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Oh,
gonna see
Brennan,
you then.
Sticky, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to move to, for the moment, we'll come back to the other topic a little bit later. As we discussed earlier, you've got on various documents, you're a biomechanical engineer, but I've also heard you make reference to biomedical. Can you just tell me what you consider yourself, sir? Is biomechanical engineer something you consider yourself to be?
Sure. My degrees are in biomedical engineering. The discipline within biomedical engineering that I practice is biomechanics.
Right. And so is it accurate to say that you are a biomechanical engineer
Yes.
and you say that in your report, correct?
And the CV and resume I gave you.
Right. Now, in your report, and Your Honor, I have no issue if he refers to the page of his report.
Do you have a paper copy or do you need
And
it?
then, if you, sir, could turn to page 9 of your report. And on page 9, you state, as a biomechanical engineer, I have no opinion on any aspect of, I think you're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's medical treatment or medical diagnoses. I have conducted an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering analysis of this matter. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
In that statement, I assume, given you wrote it, is a fair representation of your professional role in this case?
Yes.
And you go on to add on page 9, my biomechanical engineering analysis is determining the effects of physical forces on the human anatomy. Did I read that correct?
You did.
And on your direct examination, is it correct that you stated, as a civil engineer, you made an analogy, you assessed the cables and beams of a bridge, as you would assess the cables and beams of a bridge, you assess the human anatomy, you made that analogy, correct?
The analogy that bones are my bridge elements, cables are muscles and ligaments.
Right. And you stated that it's the job of a biomechanical engineer to quantify the force acting upon a person to determine the cause of their injuries, correct?
That is part of what we do.
It's part of, but it is therefore something that a biomechanical engineer does, right?
Given sufficient data, yes.
So you know do you know what a force calculation is, sir, when I refer to that term?
I believe so.
What do you believe it to be?
Well, force is usually a physical measurement, but you can also use Newton's second law, which is force equals mass times acceleration.
That's right, exactly what I want to get. Newton's second law is, and sometimes referred to as the
Measurement.
second law of motion. And in the second law is force equals mass times acceleration, correct?
Correct.
And just sort of like simple algebra, sometimes you have one or more of those, but I'm focusing on when you're trying to determine, sort of pulling something out.
Exactly. I thought you were going to ask me numbers, do calculations.
All right, we're going to do it with the court's permission.
All right.
If you feel you need to do that, just let me know.
Just leave it right
All
there.
right.
So I just want to get the principles down first. So Newton's second law, force equals mass times acceleration, and force is oftentimes what you're trying to calculate in a force calculation, correct?
Calculate or measure, yeah.
And Newton's first law is the law of general inertia. An object at rest tends to stay at rest. Object in motion tends to stay in motion. We're not talking about that in force. We're talking about Newton's just second law, right?
You asked me two questions. Newton's first law is generally, as you said, it could be at rest or at constant velocity, but yes.
And that Newton's second law is generally just a mathematical calculation, correct?
Yes.
So what I'd like to do is to turn to page 11 of your report. And on page 11, you discuss the force calculation in conjunction with the part of your report where you discuss your experiment where you dropped a test dummy backwards, correct?
Correct.
You determined that a fall of 69 inches, at that fall, Mr. O'Keefe's head would have accelerated with 458 G's of force.
That's what we actually measured.
Right.
in the
And
test.
can you tell the jury what is meant by G's?
So G's is a measure of acceleration. If you use the acceleration measured in feet per second squared, if you divide it by 1G, which is 32.174 feet per second squared, that gives it to you in G's. People often heard about fighter pilots losing consciousness at 6 or 7 G's. It's because your blood's getting sucked away from your head, not because you're being impacted. But G forces, or G's as they're more properly called, is a measure of the acceleration. It's just whatever the acceleration is divided by what we all feel when we're standing here, which is 1G of gravity.
And you estimated Mr. O'Keefe's head weight of approximately 15.7 pounds. You used a percentage. Is 15.7 about right for the mass of
Yes.
the head? So if we apply Newton's second law, we keep F, force open, as the unknown. We take and apply the mass, which is 15.7, multiply it by the acceleration. You end up with a force acting upon Mr. O'Keefe's head of 7,200 pounds. Do I have that right? That's right out of your report.
So that math is all correct. Falling backwards onto a hard surface from his standing height will give you approximately 7,200 pounds of force.
And that 7,200 pounds is the previous unknown F in the Newton's second law equation, correct?
Correct.
So now we have an answer for F, 7,200 pounds. Now you then go on to note that the applicable scientific literature states that a fracture to the occipital bone, and just to review, the occipital bone is the back of the head right here, right?
Correct.
So you then, as I understand, you go to scientific literature and you concluded that a fracture to the occipital bone can occur with an average force of 1,634 pounds from a fall distance of 40 inches, correct? I'm sorry, 40. That's in your report?
Well, you mixed two things together. There was stuff that reported force data. You had those numbers correct. A range of between 1,150 and 2,150, a mean of 1,634 pounds. And then it says, and a drop distance as low as 40 inches.
Right. And is the number 634 pounds a proper number for an average force?
Did you say 1,634 pounds?
1,634.
Yes.
Okay. So what I
Yeah.
want to do is see if this is correct. So if you can get a fracture of the
with you
occipital
guys.
bone in an average force of 634 pounds,
No. 1,634.
I thought that's what I said. If I did, I'm
Oh, sorry, I just heard 634.
No, 1,634.
My apologies.
And you compare that to the 7,200 pounds of force that you calculated, surely you're going to have a fracture of the occipital bones through that calculation in that comparison, correct?
Correct. Falling on a hard surface can definitely fracture your skull.
So
I have to say, in my opinion, psychologically speaking, the whole reason fucking douchebag Welcher does that at the very beginning of his testimony when Mr. Alessi introduces himself, and this asshole is like, I don't believe we met. What's your full name? Who's on the witness stand, you fucking idiot? Reason he does that is he's trying to establish dominance where he has none. And Alessi takes it right back. And this a-hole is trying to play catch up. He never can get there because he's not even in the same sphere as Mr. Alessi. Just my opinion.
I'm not getting at the manner. I'm just applying the Newton's second law. Newton's second law doesn't look at manner, does it? It just looks at force equals mass times acceleration. Newton's second law doesn't look at the surface, does it?
So it's a function of the surface. The A value is a function of the surface you hit.
So you're saying acceleration depends upon the surface?
Yes.
Okay,
For an impact, it does.
Now, let's go to the study you cited. Injuries to pedestrians in real accidents in their relation to collision and car characteristics. That's in your report, correct?
What reference number?
May I, Your Honor, grab the report? Yes. It's in your report, so if you can find that, do it in parallel.
Number 25?
That's what I think it is. I just want to check your report.
Would you like me to actually pull up the paper?
No.
Okay.
Just want to get to the. That's it. Number 25. We're talking about the same one. Now, isn't it true that this study states that head injuries are the most common injury type for motor vehicle collisions, constituting more than 61% of all injuries sustained from motor vehicle collisions?
Can the witness see the document that's being referred
Do
to?
you have your report in front of you?
I have my report, but reference 25 is not in the section he's referring to.
Why don't you show it to Mr. Alessi?
I do not have with me a copy of the report he cites in his reference. He did. Can I ask another question?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, on your direct testimony, did you not discuss the percentage
Sorry,
of
Shelley.
pedestrian injuries and relate it to heads? Did you not
I
on your
warned
direct talk
you.
about percentages of injuries that are head injuries in impacts of pedestrians with cars?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you came up with a number. What I'm trying to do is to compare that number to the number in the study that you cite. If you don't remember, that's okay. We'll just move to the next
Can I
question.
go to my slide?
Whatever you can use to determine what was the percentage that's in the study that you cite in footnote 25 of your report.
Sure. That was also from my presentation that I gave. It's 61.5 for all injuries, 12.7 for fatal injuries.
Thank you. So I'll repeat my question and then we'll get it in logic. So that study states that head injuries are the most common injury type from motor vehicle collisions, constituting slightly more than 61% of all injuries sustained from motor vehicle collisions, correct?
That number is correct. You're quoting a sentence. I want to pull the paper up, but the number is correct.
Okay, so doesn't this article also state that of all head injuries sustained by motor vehicle collisions, only 12.7 of them are fatal?
That does, yes.
Did you mention that only 12.7 are fatal on your direct examination?
It's circled with a red box on my slide.
Did you mention that on your testimony
I
on direct?
thought I did.
This article was published back in 1979, correct?
I believe that's correct.
It's 46 years old. Therefore, if I get the math correct, right?
That sounds correct.
Are you aware that given advancements in science since 1979, advancements in medicine, advancements in technology, the currently understood most common injuries as a result of pedestrian motor vehicle collisions are injuries to the lower extremities?
I'd have to see the study. It wouldn't surprise me. Car technology,
Exactly.
especially, for example, with
Jay.
pedestrian safety systems, has caused autonomous braking. So you're getting fewer higher severity crashes, which results in a higher propensity for lower extremity injuries. It's the higher extremity
There
crash
is this
that causes
cat
the head
that
to either
causes
slap into the
fall.
hood or the window and or left, to where if you get the lower severity crashes, you can still maintain a standing posture. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's accurate.
So you would agree? that as of January 2022, the most common injury as a result of a pedestrian motor vehicle collision is one to lower extremities?
No, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that date. And again, you have to look at frontals versus rears.
So you can test that the most commonly understood injury as a result of a pedestrian motor vehicle collision is injuries to lower extremities.
Thank you, Dr. Welcher.
And I'll allow the question.
So I want to see the data. Again, most cars, for example, this Lexus has a pre-collision system in it that will start to apply the brakes if it senses a pedestrian at the front of the car. And so for frontal collisions, it's transitioning, taking what were head injuries, because they're more severe, higher speed crashes, making them lower speed crashes and shifting the injuries to the lower extremities. Just like airbags shifted the head injuries away from the severe ones, and we started getting more or higher ankle and lower leg injuries. So the change in the technology, but for backing, that may not be the case because you have different geometry on the vehicles and you have different safety systems.
I'll try it a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have knowledge, as you sit here today, whether the most common injury from a motor vehicle accident is to the lower extremities?
I'd have to look at the literature. I have the article I gave you.
So the answer is you don't know the answer to that question. Is that correct, sir?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
All right. The Newton's second law analysis that we went through, force equals mass times acceleration, where we came up with the 7,200 number. You didn't discuss that calculation on your direct examination, did you?
I don't think so. We didn't discuss a whole bunch of those things that were that wasn't necessarily an opinion, that was a sub-opinion or basis for my opinion.
You didn't discuss that Newton law calculation on your direct examination, did you, sir?
So in a way I did, because I said my drop testing shows that you can do this. So I didn't quote that number, but we are going through the specific numbers now. But I absolutely did say, as a matter of fact, I showed a video of my drop testing and talked about how falling onto a rigid surface, a hard surface, can cause a skull fracture.
Did you discuss on your direct examination applying 15.7 of the head weight to 458 Gs and come up with a number of 7,200? Did you do that on your direct examination?
Those specific numbers, no. The general concept of the drop testing and what it showed, yes.
Oh my God, that's not, oh my God, just answer the fucking question.
So instead of that calculation, you referred to a flow chart comparing injury characteristics of flaws versus blows. Do you recall doing that on your direct?
So you asked me two questions. You said instead of, so that's no, it's not instead of. They're two completely different topics. So no, I didn't do that instead of.
Okay.
I looked at a force analysis, then I looked at 3 peer-reviewed publications that were attempting to differentiate whether an injury is associated with a fall or a blow, an assault, and they came up with a metric for doing that. Those things are completely separate.
Let's ask it this way. Did you, on your slide presentation that you presented to this jury, did you put the inputs into F equals M times A in your slide presentation with the numbers we talked about of 15.7 for the M and 458 for the G to come up with 7,200? Was that anywhere on your slide presentation?
So the slide presentation showed the 458 Gs. The rest of it was not on there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You also indicated that the laceration above Mr. O'Keefe's right eye is consistent with the shape and height of the fin on the top of the Lexus SUV. Do you recall that?
Correct. It's actually probably called a spoiler.
And so you would call it a spoiler instead of a fin?
Correct.
Fair enough. We'll call it a spoiler.
Tuesday calls
You
it
visited the scene at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yeah.
You stated that you like to visit the scene while you're working as an accident reconstructionist so you can get a better understanding of the data.
I don't know if I use the word like, but we want to go to the scene to see the scene.
When you visited 34 Fairview, did you go into the garage at 34 Fairview?
No, I actually didn't set foot on the property.
You didn't set foot on the property.
No, I stayed in the street. It's my understanding there were new owners.
Did you consider the scene limited to the road?
So the access I had was to the road. The laser scanners and the photographs will extend further, but I didn't have access to the interior of the house.
Oh, so you didn't access the entire scene, correct?
In my opinion, I did access the entire scene. I didn't physically step 7 feet onto the grass to the point of rest, but I stood and photographed where that was. I didn't want to trespass.
Where did you understand the body of Mr. O'Keefe was located?
I know it
It was
was
on
7
the
feet into the
fucking
grass.
lawn.
I've seen cruiser cameras showing people around a body. It's slightly north, and I guess slightly south and a little bit west of the flagpole.
But you didn't access that part of the scene that you just described,
I
correct?
absolutely did. I took photographs of it. I didn't trespass and stand at that exact location, but I stood right there. We scanned the whole thing. The scanner uses a laser beam that goes out, 150, 200, 300 feet. So we scanned all that stuff.
Did your scan topography?
Yes.
Then you know that there is a berm raised above street level, correct? If you did the scan.
Correct.
Do you know the height of that berm?
I believe it's 4 inches.
Nowhere in your report, when you're comparing the height of Mr. O'Keefe to the spoiler, do you account for that 4 inches of the berm, do you?
So yes and no. As I indicated, we don't know exactly where the point of impact is, whether he was completely in the road or up on the berm. But for example, where the tire spins on the Lexus, that could be where she's driving up on the curb. And so then that tire will be at the height of the curb. So if he's standing on the higher part and the right rear tire of the Lexus goes up there and spins, then it would be at the same height. We don't know the exact point of impact. So I don't know whether he was on the road or in the street. Excuse me, on the street or on the side of the road.
Exactly, but when you did your depiction on your slide, and you had a ruler and measured the height.
So, yep.
He just stood there waiting for a car to come hit him. Seriously.
Okay, so you chose the measurement from the ground to the top for the spoiler, and you took a measurement. And you said that approximates the height of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Of the laceration on Mr. O'Keefe.
Exactly. Because what you were doing was you were trying to determine and present testimony on whether or not that laceration could be caused by the spoiler, and to do so you had to take measurements, correct?
Correct.
So you chose to place Mr. O'Keefe in your simulation on the ground. You didn't choose to put him on a berm that would be 4 inches higher, did you?
Nor did I put the Lexus 4 inches higher. I didn't have one of those.
So the point is, it's certainly possible that if there's 4 to 5 more inches, that would take that eye out of the ability to be hit by the spoiler. Isn't that correct?
No, because if it's 4 to 5 inches higher and he leans his head down or reacts to it, again, we don't know the exact position of his head.
Right? You don't know the exact position of him. You don't. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Oh, my blood pressure is raising.
I'm trying to make it clear. We don't know his exact body position at the point of impact, nor do we know the exact position on the ground. So, which is part of the reason why I haven't tried to exactly simulate this, because we don't have enough parameters to do that. So I don't have that information. I'm showing the geometry relative to someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height.
You don't have enough of anything.
So therefore, you can't conclude that he had a laceration to the eye from the spoiler by your own answer that you just gave, correct?
So it was done properly. We don't have absolute information to say where exactly he was. I'm pointing out that the physical evidence, the height, matches the height of the laceration. That is one data point of many data points.
So you would have at least concede that the level of his eye
about assuming,
right? You don't have information that you just described.
It could be from contacting the ground.
He wasn't standing on
It could be from contacting the ground. It could be from other things.
But you don't have the information necessary to conclude with any certainty
How
that
you?
Mr. O'Keefe at the time of impact had a level of his head in an
How
upward
you?
such that it hit
I'm
that
not
spoiler. You
assuming
don't have that
anything.
information, right?
We don't have that level of certainty. We have that the height and geometry matches.
And you didn't take into consideration the berm, and you didn't mention the berm at all when you were discussing this measurement with the jury yesterday, correct?
That is not correct. You asked me 2 questions. I absolutely considered the berm.
No, you
And
didn't.
The second question when I presented to the jury, I mentioned the berm when we showed the picture of the shoe in the snow, but that was it.
That's my question. I'll ask it a different way. When we were talking not about finding a shoe in the snow, and you mentioned a berm, I'm talking about when you did the measurement of whether or not the laceration could be caused by the spoiler. You didn't mention accounting for berm height when you discussed that measurement with the jury, did you?
That is correct.
Exactly.
Likewise, you didn't present any Newton's second law analysis regarding the front of Mr. O'Keefe's head with respect to whether his head was contacted by that spoiler, did you?
Correct. Again, it was a glancing hit. We wouldn't be able to do that.
Oh, so it's a glancing hit to the front of the head, is your hypothesis?
This whole pedestrian impact is a glancing hit.
So you can have your arm to the side like this, with the back of the vehicle pointing like this, and you can glance the right eye with the arm out. Is that what you're saying?
That's what my picture shows when I'm standing next to the car.
No, it shows you reaching your
I could probably find
arm
the slide for you.
in.
So you didn't
Put
do
it
a
in
force
front
analysis
of the
to determine
light.
how much force would be applied to
Fucking
contact with the right eye, did you?
That's correct.
How
And
is
force
this guy
analysis
a
is what
doctor?
biomechanists do, correct? That's what a biomechanist does.
That is part of
Part of
what
what they do.
So I lined up his anthropometry relative to the known height of the vehicle.
You attempted to line it up. That's one method, but another method is to apply Newton's second law, like you did to the back of the head when he fell, correct?
Correct. If we had more information.
If we had more information. Oh my fucking
Mr. Alessi,
God.
we're breaking.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jurors, your license is here. I have Mr. Alessi whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Dr. Welcher.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, right. And I
We had left off talking about some examples of Newton's second law and the application of it in
Passive
parlance of
it's
force
disgusting.
equals mass times acceleration. And I now want to continue on with that discussion. It is correct that you can conduct a force analysis on any part of the body, correct?
I mean, it's more difficult on internal with live people, like if you wanted like my appendix, I really necessarily couldn't.
Let's talk about the musculoskeletal system, the outside bones. You can conduct a force analysis.
So the
on any
bones are on
bone.
the inside.
Sir, if I could finish my question, please.
Okay.
You can conduct a force analysis on any bone in the body, correct?
More or less, yes.
So the force analysis I use as a synonym with Newton's second law is not exclusive to the head, correct? You can do it on other bones in the body, correct?
Correct.
On direct examination, your direct
Oh,
examination
really?
here, you did not
That little-
present
what?
a force calculation representing
maybe?
what you allege to be contact between the vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you?
Correct.
And nowhere in your report do you present a force calculation for Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, do you?
Correct. We didn't have enough information to do it.
We're going to get to that.
Okay.
Now, given that you stated that, quote, determining the effects of physical forces on the human anatomy, end quote, is the job of a biomechanical engineer, you must have conducted several force calculations related to accidents involving humans in your career, correct?
Hundreds.
Hundreds. Now, you didn't present a force calculation in your materials, as you stated on direct, with regard to the arm, and I'll include in the right arm going from the shoulder all the way to the tip of the hand. Okay, so that's my definition of a right arm. You didn't present any force calculation on that part of the body of Mr. O'Keefe, did you?
Correct.
Assume, Mr. and we're going to apply Newton's second law. Assume Mr. O'Keefe's hand weighed 7 pounds. So that's the M in the F equals MA.
He
That's
did
not
not
a good
expect
assumption.
to be
Well,
cross-examined.
number
as
would you
someone
like to
so
apply
smart, as
for
smart
an
as
M
Alessi.
for the hand of Mr. O'Keefe? I'll take any number you got,
Just the hand?
just the hand.
Oh, the whole arm of Mr. O'Keefe weighs approximately 12 pounds.
Okay, fair enough. So the whole arm, is from the shoulder down to the tip of the fingers, is about 12 pounds, right?
Correct.
Okay. So assume that the Lexus SUV was traveling at 20 miles an hour. All right? Under your theory going backwards, 20 miles an hour. And the third variable I'd like to give you is to assume an impact window of 10 milliseconds.
Okay.
Can you calculate the G's of force from that
Sorry,
data?
Shelly.
You need more information.
Well, let me ask you this. What more information would you need?
So we talked about the glancing impact.
I'm talking about a force calculation of an impact, not as to whether it's glancing or not.
So you want a direct head-on impact in the arm, not a glancing hit to where the Lexus comes in, hits the arm, and they continue on together?
Oh my God, listen to the fucking question, you
Okay.
fucking moron.
You have depicted in your diagram will have holding the arm out. And that's not a glancing.
Oh my
impact. Is that
God.
the arm in parallel with the back of the Lexus?
Yes, it is. So really I'm sorry, let me finish, please. What you're concerned about is where the center of mass is.
Oh,
If
I'm
the center
sorry.
of mass
Can you-
towards the corner of the
can you
car,
please-
that becomes a glancing contact. So you don't have a center of mass contact, you have a glancing contact.
Okay, fair enough. So let's start the first force
I
calculation.
need my calculator.
I'm going to let him use his calculator.
Sure.
Okay.
Tell me what you're doing.
Go ahead.
So let's take a scenario where it's a center of impact,
Center of mass.
center of mass impact, right?
Okay.
Impact to the right arm.
Okay.
Let's start with that one.
Okay. And you only use like a 10 millisecond.
Yeah, we can sort of, yeah, let's use a 10 millisecond for the impact window.
Okay. Question?
What do you get for F of force in the F equals M times A calculation?
About 2,188 pounds. I made a triangular crash pulse assumption.
Right, and if you took the milliseconds in half, become less conservative, would you end up doubling the 2188 number?
If you cut it in half, you would double, yes.
Exactly, through a simple mathematical semi-algebraic application of the numbers, correct? You
Correct.
divide,
We're doing a little simplification in terms of the crash
Yeah.
pulse shape, but generally, yes.
right. So, but let's take a conservative number, the lower number, 2188 that you came up with. Do you know from the literature, as you did with the head, you went to the literature and said, this is how much pounds of force, yeah, if you would get to have to cause a break at the occipital bone. Do you know from the literature how much force it would take to break an arm bone?
I have an idea, yes.
What is your idea?
So for a distributed load such as this, not a concentrated load, you're going to need somewhere between, I've seen, and this is for cadaver tests, a low of like 2,500, maybe a little lower, to a high of 7,000.
Sir,
It's
you just
okay,
switched, haven't
Jeannie
you?
Lynn.
We're talking
Don't
about
worry
center
about
mass
that.
impact. Did you in your calculation just switch to a side swipe impact to
No.
do your calculation?
No.
I'm asking about a center of mass impact. how much force would you need? Let's start with the hand. Maybe it's a simpler one. Do you know how much force it takes to break, any of the hand bones, you know what I'm referring to, the phalangeals, the metatarsals?
Correct.
How much pounds of force do you need to break any one of those bones?
Actually, I didn't find any distributed loading on the amount of force. I don't know.
Well, no, I understand, but I'm asking, do you know from the literature?
That's
It
not
doesn't the
what
literature
he
tell you?
asked
Can't you go to the
you.
literature
Listen
like you
to
did
a
with the
fucking
head? You say,
question.
okay, break the
You
occipital bone. The literature
fucking
says you need a minimum amount of force of
moron.
this. I'm asking you the same question for the hand. If you don't know, it's okay, but do you know what the literature says for how much force is needed to break a bone in the hand?
So for a distributed load across the hand, there are distributed load tests that show you need over 300 Gs on the arm to do that. So it would depend on the mass of the hand.
What is the range of force that you would need to break a bone in the hand? Do you know from the literature? If you don't, that's okay.
I could probably figure it out.
How long would it take you to figure it out? Do you know from the literature what that number is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Is 300 to 400 pounds of force sound right from the literature that it would take to break a bone in the hand?
For a distributed load,
Yes.
such as the taillight, no.
No, not a distributed load. A load from a motor vehicle going backwards.
Oh
Right,
my
that's a
God,
distributed load.
Stop with the
So you're saying
distributed
300
load
to 400
crap.
pounds of force would not be enough to break any bone in the hand. Is that your answer?
So for a flat distributed load, like hitting the taillight, you're gonna need higher.
How about another part of the back of the vehicle?
I guess if you hit on the very corner and it wasn't a distributed impact, like if you had a more concentrated impact,
Yes.
that could increase or decrease the amount of force required.
How much would it decrease it from the number you gave?
Depends on what you're hitting, what it's made out of.
The
Contact
Lexus
area.
SUV. Let's assume. I'm sorry. Absolutely. Thank you. Let's assume we're talking about this Lexus SUV.
Mhm.
Right? But let me back up. You don't know where exactly, under your theory, that there was contact. You don't know. You testified to on your. You don't know exactly where that point of contact is.
Correct.
You don't know.
Except it's on the taillight.
Well, you're saying it's on the tail light, but you didn't observe any impact yourself personally, right?
Did I see Miss Reed's Lexus?
You didn't see the impact, right?
That's correct.
So, and there is no first-hand witness that saw, under your view, that a collision occurred. There's no witness to say where the arm was, right?
There's no person that saw it.
Right. And you have chosen a point of contact, okay? You chose that for your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And you picked that location. But it's also possible that under your theory that a collision occurred, that arm could have impacted any part of the back of the vehicle. That's possible, isn't it?
That's not probable, no.
I'm asking this is possible.
Anything is possible. I don't deal in possibilities. I deal in probabilities. It's not probable.
But you don't know exactly where the point of impact was.
So within the range of the light and the exact
This is
angle
the
of the hand, no, I don't.
guy.
What I do know is at the rear tail light area.
So your assumption is that that because there's a tail light that is altered, it must have been by Mr. O'Keefe's arm. That's your conclusion, correct?
My conclusion is there are tail light fragments, a broken glass, lacerations to his arm, and his DNA on the back of the vehicle in the area of the tail light.
Sure.
Oh my
Then
God.
you're going to move to strike the DNA part of that answer for obvious reasons.
I'm not going to strike it.
Okay. So you're making
Wow, of course she's not going
You're
to
taking
strike it.
what you view to be certain data, and you're coming to a conclusion. But that is based upon circumstantial information, correct? Is that correct?
Are you calling like pieces of the tail light at the scene around his body circumstantial information?
Sir,
It
let me
was
go to the
found
first- let's go
around
back
his
to the first
body,
analysis.
though.
Let's go back to the numbers. I want to stay on, if we can, just the
Oh
calculation.
my
So let's
God.
go back to the minimum amount of force you understand from the literature that it takes to break any bone in the arm from the finger up. Let's start with a hand. What's the minimum amount of force that can be applied to break a bone in the hand?
So it depends on the loading. So I don't actually know. In terms of the forearm, I can tell you there's data that shows up to 300 Gs of loading. You will not get fractures. There's one up to 750 Gs showing no fractures for a male of similar height and weight, Mr. O'Keefe.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So let's take those numbers,
Okay.
okay? You said 300 and 750. Did I hear it correctly?
You did?
Okay, that's the numbers you gave that would break a bone, correct?
So the 300 actually didn't break any bones, I believe. The 750, the one example, didn't break a bone. But as you got above 350, you started to break bones.
So you got above 350,
300.
above 300, yeah, because that's what I thought you said the first time. You got above 300, you start to get breaking bones,
That's
right?
one dead. Hold on.
And so if you take that 300 number and compare it to the 2,188 pounds of force, you have 7 times the amount of force necessary to break the bone, correct, in the force analysis?
If you take 300 Gs times a 12-pound arm, you get 3,600 pounds. The calculation you asked me to run earlier gave you 2,188 pounds. So you are 1,412 pounds above the force required. Like the tolerance is 1,412 pounds above the force you would say get in a 20-mile-an-hour impact in terms of the fracture forces.
Let's do it this way.
I'm sorry?
Let's do it this way.
Okay.
The force that you calculated from my hypothetical of this Lexus SUV going backwards, you came up with the F number of 2,188, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't, what was the, you said, you said dyslexic? Or did you say Lexus? I didn't understand what you said.
The Lexus
Oh my
SUV
God.
that you've been talking about.
Gotcha.
Okay?
I didn't
You
hear it.
came up with a number for F for force of 2,188. Are you changing that number?
Good,
Nope.
Okay,
Sally.
so let's go with your number of force from this vehicle of 2,188. I'm just simply asking, how much force does it take to break a bone in the right arm of a human being? How much
You literally
force, not
will not
acceleration, how much
step
force
away
does it take to
from
break a
what
bone
he-
in the right arm?
Sure.
Associating
So
every
somewhere
question
between 2,500,
this
the one
accident
cadaver tested the distributed
that he
load
thinks
of someone of
happened.
similar size and weight, and actually close in age to Mr. O'Keefe, showed
He keeps referring
about 7,000 pounds of force to break it.
Let's go to the hand.
assumption.
Do you disagree that the
And
literature
Jonathan
shows
was hit
it
by
only
that
takes
Lexus.
300 to 400 pounds of force to break a bone in the hand? Do you disagree with that?
Your question's too general. I can't answer your question. It depends on the loading. If I take my pencil, which has a very fine point, and jam it through my hand, I can jam it right through my hand because it's a very small point. But if I distribute the load and a broader load, such as hitting a taillight, it takes much more force because the load is distributed across it. It's like if I sit on the corner of my bed. I might sink in this far when I sit on the corner of my bed. But what happens when I spread my load out and I lay in my bed like this? I don't sink in this far. Has my weight changed? And weight is basically force. No, but I distribute it over a larger area. So for a given force, you get less sinking into the mattress. So it's a surface like a taillight or a wall like this, it takes much more force than if I were to take a singular small round object and jam it into the hand. That hurts. This does not.
Okay, if you can hear my question, if it's unclear, you tell me. For not a pen, not your bed, but for a Lexus SUV of 6,000 pounds,
I love Leslie.
is there
so
any
much.
part of the back
Not a
of the
pen,
Lexus in any
Not
manner
your bed.
where you can get a
A
break
Lexus.
to the hand from 300 to 400 pounds of force?
Any part on the back of the Lexus?
Yes.
Probably.
Okay, so probably, your words, you can get a break to the hand from just between 300 to 400 pounds of force. That's what you just said, correct?
So you're taking the totality of the back of it? Like if you got it stuck in the bumper? Potentially, yeah. But from a
Oh my
taillight or a
God.
broad flat surface? No.
This is mentally
Any part of the back of an
exhausting.
SUV, you agree that it is probable that you can get a break of the hand bones from just 300 to 400 pounds of force.
Your question is incomplete, right? You said any part of the back, but then you wanted me to
Oh
not
my
include
God.
taillights or not include the rear body panel. If you hit a very narrow part of the car, like say the edge of the tailpipe, that creates
I
much more of a narrow
remember
contact.
watching
So
this the first time.
force divided by area is pressure. So if you have a very tiny area, you have very high contact pressure.
Break.
And so, but if you distribute the load over a larger
So-
area,
With that being said, you guys, I'm gonna go crazy. Sorry. We need a break. I can only take so much of this asshole. I just can't. I can only take so much. Maylin, hey sweetie. Got here just in time for Welcher to spread his load. Holy fucking shit. You know, TBJ, no. Because I could see the same, this exact debate would be the same if you were trying to talk if the sky is blue, the grass is green. He would be arguing this same bullshit. Well, your question isn't specific enough. Is it dead grass or live grass? Has it just been mowed or has it been sitting there a long time in the sun? Oh my fucking God. So, he would annoy the fuck out of me if I had to deal with him every day. Me too. I wouldn't be able to do it. I'd quit probably on my first day of dealing with a man like this. Reminds me of a sociopath. I don't know why. That's too funny. I'm not joking, Nefarious, right? Like, you could say, is the sky blue? I don't know. Your question's not specific enough. Are you wearing sunglasses? Or are you wearing regular glasses? Do they have the transitions? Do you have tint in your glasses? Are they big or small? Oh my God. I seriously, like, the amount of shit to get one fucking question answered. I wouldn't last a single date if this is what came to dinner. I wouldn't last through drinks. I wouldn't last till the drink came to the table. I would be like, cancel the drink. Gotta go. Sorry, migraine just sprung up. Gotta go. Don't call me. Please don't call me. Holy shit. All right. As we take a break. Are they tinted? Yeah, exactly. See what I mean? No joke. This is the shit he would be spewing. We got to find something to cleanse the palate, okay? I just can't. I can only take so much. I really, ugh. And today of all days, I can only take so much, okay? Whew. He's exhausting. I don't know how Lessie stayed so calm. I mean, you could definitely hear in Alessi's voice when he got to the point of frustration, but he didn't let it show. I don't know how they do it, because I sure as hell wouldn't have been able to do that. No fucking way. Hold on. You found this one. Let's try this one. Let's see how this one will be a good palate cleanser here.
These are the best fail videos from the past 10 years.
Whoa! Oh, ouch! Oh, ow! It's a booty. It's leaking. Oh, gross!
Some extreme wind picked up these porta potties and threw them up in the air.
Can we watch funny animal videos? Of course we can. Ooh, look at his seal. Oh.
The amazing thing is that she wasn't hurt.
All right, let's find some. We can find funny. I like funny animal videos. That's a good idea. Let's see, funny animals. Okay. Funniest animal videos ever. Let's try this one.
These are the funniest animal videos ever.
Hold it.
Mr. Crab.
Mr. Crab,
Come right here.
He looks so cute.
Oh my God!
Why are you still here? Go away. Wilson just coughed and farted.
Oh, it's cry part. Cry part partnered.
I need an egg.
Thank you.
These people were lost and stopped to ask for directions.
Buenas tardes, perdona, para Bolonia. Para allá. Venga, gracias. Qué bueno, tío. Ole.
Eat in my car, maybe there's something there on it.
He's like, get the fuck away
This
from
sheep
me.
was stuck in a trench and got rescued.
Aw.
Молодец, Свет. Умничка. Умничка. Все, операция удалась.
Oh, Kristen, I needed a palate cleanser watching the ridiculously horrible and nauseating blood pressure increasing Dr. Welcher. I just needed a break. I can only take so much of him at a time, truly. So we decided to watch something to, just wash our minds of him for a minute.
Thank you for being so patient. You've been so patient.
Not the other one.
Okay.
Not anymore. Aww.
This poor little hedgehog deflated. These girls found a squirrel on the side of the road that they thought could use some help.
Oh my god.
This person tried picking up a frog.
1, 2, 3.
You did not.
Oh. What was that? What was that?
Go, Saskia.
I don't know what that was.
Hey, you almost done?
Okay, I gotcha. I never correct my mistakes anymore. What's the point?
It's Horace. Horace, no, that won't go in your cheek. Come here. No. Pass me the bag.
Nefarious, I think it was a squirrel, but I couldn't tell.
This streamer was trying to sneak up on this deer without scaring it. A zoo installed a new security camera and it scared the snow leopard.
Aw, what a cutie.
He's like, oh, there's a camera on me.
They just
Oh,
stopped.
I see how it is. Rude.
So this is really interesting and I have no explanation for why, but this frog refuses to jump outside of this circle.
Yeah, see?
Oh my god. Nah, that's the maddest, bro. Bro, that's sick. Gonna put it on, bro?
He's not gonna put it on.
Bro, he's gonna put it on, bro.
He's not gonna.
Nah!
Ooh, did any of you guys see Will at the zoo today? He saw some ostriches. And the
Hi. For some reason, this horse doesn't like talking to men.
No boys, right? Especially not this one.
Aww.
He made a fire to warm up his horses that were in the field.
For the horses here. And this one might have got a little close.
These two little guys were spotted doing push-ups at the gym. This gorilla was upset that their stick got stuck.
Aww. Damn it, give it to me.
Oh no.
Give it to me. Oh. Wait. You snooze, you lose, motherfucker.
MashaAllah.
Room missing.
Yeah. Look.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, that's so cute.
Poor guy got so upset.
Oh my god. You guys are finding that real house?
Well, hi there. Are you good or are you bad?
I'm not sure if this cat is really brave or really dumb.
Good, are you bad? Oh, the bear's afraid of a kitty cat?
This poor pelican suddenly fell asleep.
Oh.
I will. Look, he just has to. Yeah.
Hey,
It was DJ.
where are you going?
This cat was chasing a mouse and couldn't figure out where it went.
Where's the mouse, Tucker?
Where's the mouse?
Where's the mouse? Where's the mouse? They grabbed the mouse by the tail.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to.
Oh, it's on the duck was
No.
I guess you never know when squirrels might attack.
I do too, nefarious.
This pigeon was walking around and intentionally put on some bread necklaces.
Especially when it loses.
This llama heard someone make a rude comment.
Ew, he's ugly.
That's cute.
Damn, did I say something?
Oh, it's a good idea, Jeannie. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go clip it right now. Ew, 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 ew. Oh, why do people insist on opening their mouths to an animal they can crawl in?
This monkey just realized that he might need some glasses.
He's got my glasses. What's your prescription, bro?
Aw. These are too cute.
So what do you think he's thinking about? I think we found out who the main character is. She kept being harassed by her horse, so she decided to finally catch him in the act.
Aw. I want to hear. Oh, you know what? I know this one's look up. Hold on. Wait 1 second.
Say cheese. Cheese.
Who?
This groundhog keeps stealing food from this farmer and always eats it directly in front of the security camera. These otters were spotted chasing a butterfly.
Aw. Okay, I got something else. Hold on, because these are good too. Have you guys ever watched these? They're hysterical.
I'm a banana.
I'm a banana.
I'm a banana. I'm a banana.
You're so cute.
Twinkie, 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 Twinkie. Stinky, stinky, stinky. Twinkie, 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 Twinkie.
You are so loud this morning. It's early. Nico, it's 5:30 in the morning. What? You're gonna wake up, Missy. Hey, everybody's sleeping. Yes. I don't even know what that was. What? Do you know everybody's gonna come downstairs? You're waking them all up, and you don't care, do you? What?
Sounds like toddler. Oh my god.
Say that again. I don't know what that was. Say it again. Why are you crying? Do you want your breakfast? Oh, Nico.
Oh my god. All right, I got one more.
Oh, you all love it, yeah.
And we'll get
It's red, bud. It's red. It's a red bud.
How old are you?
Say red bud.
How old are you?
So cheap.
How old are you?
3 years old. Red bud.
Red butt. These are the cutest ever. I love these.
Looks like he's already planning his revenge.
Bro, what?
I've seen Gizmo.
Yeah.
Che vuoi? Rispondi a questi cattivi. Bravo, ma che vuoi? Diglielo. Ah, che sono cattivi.
Even native speakers would envy his Italian.
Dici, tu sei troppo educato. Siediti. Siediti, fai vedere quanto sei educato. E vai, siediti. Siediti.
Okay, Jeannie, Jeannie, let him grab it now. Hold on.
Reese, do you want to tell everybody your dirty little secret? Reese, there's no need to be ashamed. Want to tell everyone your dirty little secret? It's that you sleep naked.
You got it, bud.
Okay, we'll let you pause on that for a second. Adore that cutie. While we go look at this one real quick. Hold on. Jeannie sent me one. Let's check this one out. Where's my history? There we go. It's hard to tell what he's saying, but I swear he said twat a couple times. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I did. That's the same one. Okay, one more. Hold on. There was one other one. Hold on. I love these. Hey guys, I got some even better, something better to show you. Hold on, hold please. I have some amazing news to share that I just saw. Hold on. While I pull it up. No, you're not. It's not you. It's me. I'm not talking. I was pulling up I'm pulling up some amazing news, everyone. Hold on. My computer is just fucking slower than molasses. Come on. Everyone, look at the screen if you can. Oops, too big. Kelsey was reunited with Caden, baby C, and there's a picture. Oh my God. It's about time. I'm literally tearing up. I don't know if this hits anybody else this hard, but oh my God. That's a beautiful sight to see. It is an old pic. Either way, just knowing that they got to see, look, it says, after 298 days apart, Kelsey Fitzsimmons was finally able to see her baby boy Caden on April 25th. The visit went incredibly well, and he was so happy to see his mom again. Like, I don't care if that's an old pic or not, just knowing that she got to hold her baby again. You guys already know I'm a crier. Like, I couldn't imagine. I'm so happy for her. Oh, that's right, because they're not allowed to share images of him online. That's right. But still, like I said, just knowing that she got to hold her baby and seeing this pic, whether it's old or not, just is a beautiful sight. Knowing that she got to see him. After everything that she went through, holy fucking shit. I'm not crying, you're crying. Right? I don't know. Like, I just, as soon as I brought it up on the computer screen, I couldn't help it. It's emotional, you know? I couldn't even, I just, oof. I'm just really happy for her that she's got this going her way finally, and she's got the criminal case ridiculousness in the rearview mirror. Hopefully all that's ahead for her is some brighter days with her baby. So while we take that in for a moment, I'm going to tell myself that if Kelsey can go through what she went through, I can get through the rest of Judson Welcher's testimony, right? I think I can do that. Yes, it's happy tears. It's not sad tears exactly. You know, it's like, I don't even know how to express why, I mean, you guys already know I'm a crier, but if you cry at movies that aren't real, you're going to cry at this because this is real. Okay. Going almost 300 days, almost a year without your baby. I just, ugh. Not to mention all of the other stuff that she went through in the last year. I'm just really happy that she's where she's at right now. She got the help that she needed. Seems to be in a very good place. And is finally getting reunited with her baby. Nefarious is a crier too. Yeah, you know, I mean, you guys that have been with me from the beginning know that I've cried on my show several times. And I don't deny the fact that I'm a crier. I tried to hold it in too many times because of people in my life telling me that crying was basically showing everybody that I was weak. A particular person in my life constantly told me, just pull up your bootstraps. Just deal with it. You don't need to cry. Oh, I'm so sick of hearing it. It was in the Facebook, Kelsey's Facebook group. What is it called? Justice for Kelsey. Apparently, there is new paperwork out too. Kelsey's paper. Hold on. Let's see. Shelly is a crier too. I think we're all, you know, you guys that relate with me the most, I think we're a lot alike here. I just see something on because Baker is going over a new Kelsey Fitzsimmons paperwork, but I don't know what it's about or what it is or where to find it. Oh, wait, here we go. I think I found it. Because, oh, by the way, I did ask Joy. Kelsey's hearing is tomorrow. And Defense Stars. Oh my God. Justice Serve TV. They're going to be there streaming from the court. And I asked Joy if she could ask them if I could stream it as well. That way tomorrow, depending on when I stream, if I stream, I could, or if I just stream that, because I'm not sure I'm going to be streaming trial tomorrow 100% yet. So, or I just don't know what time. But I asked them specifically, I asked Joy if she could ask her specifically if I could borrow or, stream their stream from the courtroom. So keep an eye out, because if I'm allowed, I will post about it. Shows you have a heart. Yes, thank you, Jeannie. I try. Damn it, work getting in the way again, Shelly, right? Stupid work. I love Justice Serve TV too. And Joy's amazing. By the way, we have something in the works right now for this Friday night. It is going to be, God, I don't want to jinx it, but it's going to be epic. We are having so much fun with our plans now for Friday. We had a great last Friday night. All we wanted to do was laugh. We wanted to make anyone else that felt like it laugh. And we just had extremely fun time. And so now we've got plans in the work for next Friday, and it's going to be so much fun. So definitely keep your eye out for that as well. Okay, so since the Baker is going over it, I will watch it later. If you guys want to see it right away, I believe he's going over it right now. As for me, we are going to get back to Welcher. As much as it pisses me off to listen to this asshole, we are going to get through this testimony today. Well, at least as much as we can. We'll see how much we can get through. We've been through more of it than I thought. So we got about an hour and a half of this one. And then the next video with redirect and recross is about an hour and a half. So we'll see if we can make it through today.
The number on the bottom of that fraction is much bigger, so your contact pressure drops. So hitting the edge of the exhaust pipe is going to have a much higher likelihood of causing fracture than hitting flat against the tail light.
Okay, what we're going to do to make this more efficient. Sorry. Mr. Wolf, can you pull up a slide from Mr. Wolf's?
It's on right now. It's on 1.2 or 1.5 speed. Is it too fast? I always let you guys know that when I speed it up, if it's too fast or too slow for that matter, please let me know. Right now it's at 1.5. It's perfect. Okay, great. Thank you.
Or Dr. Welcher's presentation for the back of the Lexus, please. The back hatch, and Your Honor, may we publish that?
Sure. Do you know what number, though, Mr. Alessi?
Mr. Wolf does, and I know you need it, so he'll tell me before I publish, and then we'll give you the number.
Your Honor, may I look here?
Yes, I'm going to let Dr. Welcher look at his slide.
Oh, sure.
Here instead of just up there.
The back hatch, yes. The one measuring the height. There we go. Thank you. Okay, this is your slide presentation. Is there any part of the back of the Lexus SUV that has that more concentrated area where if the hand hit, 300 to 400 pounds of force to break it. Is there any part, for example, the edge of the license plate, above the license plate, the L symbol that sticks out that would be concentrated? Anything you see there could 300 to 400 pounds of force contacting at any of those points cause a fracture of any of the bones of the hand?
So I don't know how to show this because in the middle photograph, right where that 2 is on the license plate,
yes,
there's a vertical edge. That area is recessed in. So if you hit right on that vertical edge, that could potentially do it.
That could do it. How about the L of for the Lexus symbol if the hand is there?
No, it's not deep enough. The compliance of the hand is just going to sink into the part.
Is there any other part other than the license plate that the force applied, you would only need 300 to 400 pounds of force to break the hand?
Maybe the exhaust pipe, and potentially if you hand your hand up near the spoiler.
Right. So now let's go from 300 to 400. Let's go to the 2188, which is your number. Use 2188. Is there any place where in 2188 force you could have a fracture of the hand on that back gate?
Just to be clear, 2188 is the number I calculated for you. It's not, quote, my number.
I understand, but we did. I understand, but we did the calculation. Is there anywhere on the back of the vehicle where 2188 could cause a fracture of the hand?
So that was a forearm fracture tolerance I thought we were talking about, because we used the weight of the whole arm for that.
We did. And my question is there anywhere in the back of the vehicle, in your opinion, that could cause a fracture with that?
I'm sorry, to the hand? Just the hand or the whole arm?
I'll take any part of the right arm. You call it the hand, the forearm. Is there any part that could cause a fracture?
So probably similarly, if you got your forearm down near that transition, like, I don't know if you see a little dot. I'm talking about this area.
Yes, yes.
Right here.
Yep.
So that transition between the 2 body panels,
yes,
that could potentially do it. That's back where the reverse lights are. I have to look at whether that would take it before breaking the plastic. And then again, maybe if you hit the exhaust pipe as well, it's a much more narrow loading condition.
The
corner of the tail lamp. I suppose if you had just your hand on the very, very corner, potentially.
Potentially. But you didn't do any of that force analysis for this case.
For the hand, no.
But you did it for the head, correct?
Correct. Because that I'm able to quantify.
Right, because it's confirmation
You are aware,
bias.
Dr. Welcher, that Mr. O'Keefe suffered no fractures of any kind in his hand, correct?
So there were no fractures noted in the autopsy report, but they didn't actually x-ray from the records I've seen, either his hand or his arm. So
Yes,
there was,
they
at least for the
did.
autopsy report, no overt fractures, but the x-rays
You
I saw,
tried to
none of them were on the
squeeze
arm,
that
and the
in.
autopsy report said
Why?
no sternum, spine, I think it said torso. They didn't say that there were no fractures there.
Was there any evidence
Yes,
in the
they
medical
did.
records that you reviewed of any indication whatsoever of a fracture in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
No.
Was there any indication whatsoever in any of the medical records you reviewed that there was a fracture of any bone in the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Not that I saw. Again, it wasn't x-rayed.
Was there any indication
Yes, it was.
in the medical records, in the autopsy that you say you reviewed, of any fracture of any bone anywhere in the body of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Other than the occipital bone or the skull?
There's a couple bones in the skull that are
It makes
fractured, but
me
other than the skull,
wonder.
no.
Correct.
Hold on. It truly makes you wonder. He had to squeeze that in there. No, it wasn't x-rayed. When we find out later, yes, it fucking was x-rayed. You wonder who told Welcher it wasn't x-rayed. Brennan? Valley? Who told him that there was no x-rays? Because everything that he did was based on the fact that he thought there were no x-rays done. I wonder once he realized there were x-rays that showed no fractures whatsoever, if that would have changed his opinion. Oh, wait, no, it wouldn't have, because, his testimony was bought and paid for.
Are you aware that the medical examiner for the state of Massachusetts, Dr. Scotty Bello, performed an autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And you're aware of it because you read the autopsy report, correct?
Correct.
Are you implying, it's a question, that Dr. Scotty Bello missed a fracture or didn't look properly for a fracture on Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I'm simply indicating that, for example, a hairline fracture, I didn't see any evidence that they actually x-rayed the structure, so there'd be no overt evidence of that.
You didn't see it doesn't mean it wasn't done.
Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you are saying that the medical examiner should have x-rayed that to determine whether there was a hairline fracture? Is that your testimony?
No, you're asking me about evidence and proof of absence of fracture. So I would look for an x-ray to see if that was the case. I haven't seen any evidence of an x-ray of the arms.
So is your position that on every autopsy, there should be an x-ray of every bone in the body, and that the clinical judgment of the medical examiner should not be accepted, and there should be an x-ray of every bone before a conclusion can be drawn that there's no fracture to a bone in the body of the deceased? Is that your testimony?
Absolutely not. Like, I'm an engineer. You're asking me about proof. And so proof is somebody looked at it, somebody took an x-ray, somebody palpated and found a comminuted fracture. So we're talking about proof.
Sir, I mean, who's proof in your question?
You asked me about the opinion of a medical examiner. I'm not a
Hold
medical.
on. Only one person at a time. Mr. Alessi, let him finish, and then you can ask the question.
I haven't finished my question.
Okay, then finish your question. Dr. Welcher, make your question. And let Dr. Welcher respond. It's a nightmare for that.
I understand. I think I've been doing that. I'll rebuild my efforts. Dr. Welcher, I didn't use proof in my question. I'm going to repeat the question. Is there any indication in any medical record or autopsy report of the deceased of any fracture of any bone in the body?
That was not your original question, but to answer your question, no. Except for the skull.
That was the original question you asked.
Do you understand whether the absence of any fractures other than the skull of Mr. O'Keefe was of significance to the medical examiner, Dr. Shorty Bello, in the conclusion she reached in the autopsy report that you read? Did you read the conclusions of Dr. Shorty Bello in the autopsy?
I believe so.
You believe so?
Are you aware of whether Dr. Shorty Bello
Okay, Cornish.
analyzed whether the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe are inconsistent or consistent with a motor vehicle impact? Are you aware of any analysis to that effect?
So I'm going to see you on this one.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, I would like to talk now about your paint exercise. You did not present, as you have stated, a force calculation with regard to the arm. You did a paint exercise. And what I want to do is to reference, and if we need to bring it up, sir, to refresh you, slides 103 to 120 of your PowerPoint presentation in this trial. I'll just call it the blue paint exercise. Is that descriptive enough for you to know what I'm talking about?
No, it's not an exercise, it's a test.
Okay, you want to call it a blue
Oh
paint
my
test?
God,
Okay,
he's
I'll call it blue
just
paint
so
test. I just want to try to expedite
aggravating.
things and use parlance that we can
He's
agree on.
argumentative
your blue
on
paint test
every
involves painting
fucking
the right rear tail
question.
light blue, correct?
Correct.
Positioning the test subject behind the tail light, correct?
Correct.
With the arm held out, correct?
Correct.
And at a right angle, correct?
Correct.
And then the vehicle, the Lexus SUV, is backed into the test subject, correct?
So I ran
Surprised
three
he
different tests.
agreed to it
Well,
when
let's
Alessi said
do
his
each one
arm
at a
was
time, okay?
Okay, so you start with the last one.
I'll start with whatever one
hanging
you want.
out.
How about if we start with the 1 mile per hour?
None of them are at 1 mile an hour.
2 miles per hour?
2 miles an hour.
Let's do 2 miles per hour. Let's start with that, okay? Now, did you conduct that test in an attempt to show that the injury patterns on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm are consistent with being struck by the Lexus taillight on that arm?
So generally, I want to show that the location, area, and span over which that headlight covers matches the location and area of the laceration on his arm.
That's what I want to get to. So you discussed data that you say shows that that you say shows the Lexus SUV was traveling above 20 miles per hour during the period that you allege the SUV made contact with Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
No. Where'd you get that from?
Hold on. Okay. The answer is no. So did you do a test involving 20 miles per hour?
I did some other backing tests.
Yes.
I was looking at how the rear pedestrian system and what warnings you got from the rear pre-collision system, the PCS system.
Let me ask you this. Would you agree that you did a blue paint test with the vehicle going at 2 miles per hour? Did you?
Of course.
Okay. You didn't do a blue paint test with the vehicle going at 20 miles per hour, correct?
That is correct. I was not going to hit myself with a Lexus at 20 miles an hour.
You could have done other
You
tests
used a crash test
where the
dummy.
vehicle was going at 20 miles per hour if you used a crash test dummy, correct? You could have done that.
If you use the right crash test dummy, and then to set up the test, because generally you only get 1 or 2 shots at it, as you damage the car, you have to know everything about the parameters. And so again, pedestrian impacts are so very sensitive to initial angles. If I were to do a test and it was off a tiny, tiny bit, and we got some different results, I would be in here having to defend it. Well, your own testing didn't show it. Point is we don't have enough information to be able to conduct that testing.
Exactly.
Your assumption, as I understand it, is that the Lexus was going 24 miles per hour in reverse when they contact with Mr. O'Keefe. That's your analysis here.
No, there is not one
You
single
should
slide
have
I
been
have
able to
that says this is the speed he was hit at
that
24
a
miles an
car
hour.
could go 24 miles an hour and not break a bone, and you couldn't do it.
I do not know the exact speed. We don't know the initial point of contact. We don't know where exactly he was on the road. We don't have enough information to determine that.
Let's talk about the other information you don't have.
Okay.
You don't have the information as to from your alleged point of contact to where Mr. O'Keefe landed. You don't have that information, do you, sir?
I'm sorry, where is my alleged point of contact?
You allege that there was a point of contact between the Lexus, the back of the Lexus, and
Correct.
Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Right, but I don't know where that is on the road.
You don't know that. I'm going to go through the information that you don't have.
Okay.
You don't have that. You don't have the point of impact. You don't have where in the road there was impact under your allegation.
Those are the same thing.
Right. You don't have where under your view, the body of Mr. O'Keefe landed precisely. You don't have that information, do you?
What do you mean by precisely? We know it's 7 feet off the road. We know it's near the flagpole. We don't know where it started. The problem isn't where it landed. The problem is where it started.
Right. And you don't have that information.
I don't have where it started.
The paint tests that you used, aren't those used, if they're used at all, as an element of physical impact and construction, an element, not as the focal point of the test itself?
So that was the focal point of that test. The focal point of the purpose of that test was to show the contact width and location of how someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height, which happens to be me, contacts and where the broken taillight was. So no, that was the focal point of the testing. That's why I did the testing. That's why we're calling it paint transfer testing.
Right. But my question is, I understand you use paint testing as a focal point, but aren't paint tests an accurate reconstruction?
Oh, hold on.
As focal points? They're used.
Sorry, Mr. Alessi. I hate pausing when Alessi is talking, but yes, if you want to join my Discord, please email me. I will put my, you already did, virtual juror. Thank you. Put my email in the chat. So feel free to email me and I'll send you a link to Discord. And thank you, Maylin. You guys are awesome.
And supplements to other tests to get more accurate information. Do you agree or disagree with that?
You didn't give me enough information. I can't agree nor disagree. It depends on what you're trying to do.
You didn't give me
Let's
enough
go
information.
On direct examination, you testified that after the 1162 trigger event, Ms. Reed's vehicle traveled a distance of 87 feet. Do you recall that?
You are mixing up two things. Remember, the trigger is in the middle of the event.
I'll give you the chart, please. Your Honor, I'll give you the, as soon as Mr. Woke gives it the slide 23, I believe it is.
I'm sorry, what slide?
Oh my God.
Well, I want Mr. Woke to go through it to check. Let me ask it this way, see if we can get to it quicker. Do you remember talking on direct about a calculation of 87 feet where you added, there was like a 30-something number and a 50 number, and you came to 87? Do you remember that in your slide presentation, sir?
Slide 37, yes.
Right. So if we could bring up that slide, please, Your Honor, with your permission.
Okay.
That's 36, but okay.
Are you on 33, sir?
No, I'm on 36.
Mr. Woke, you have 33? If you can go to 33, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because that's where your 87 number is, not on.
It's on a bunch of slides.
Yep.
Go ahead.
All right. So if you could zoom in, Mr. Woke, so Dr. Welcher can see the numbers in the column.
You're going the wrong way.
Yep. You're to the farther to the right.
Oh, I'm not the only one that has problems.
He challenges Alessi.
Okay. Sir, do you remember testifying about this?
Fucking
To the farther to the right?
Farther to the right.
Yep.
Keep going.
All
Keep
he
going.
does is make
Is that 53 number down there?
unreliable.
Right.
So
Can we scroll up a tad so you can see the headers? There you go.
Okay.
No, okay, go ahead.
So am I in the right column relative to start? Is that the column?
So there's two columns. Like Z
That's
is
my opinion.
relative to where it started, and then positive is forward, and then as you back up, once you go past 0, it becomes negative.
Right. So what I want to do is have you direct us to the
He's
column where
exhausting.
you calculated 87 feet.
It's in two spots. It's at the end of column Y.
Right. We go all the way down. Is that in the yellow there? Is that 87, sir?
It is.
Okay. Is that the 87 number you were
Hold on a
referring to?
second. You asked me to identify it. So then see where the one next to it says minus 53?
Yeah.
0.429. If you go up,
Hold on a second.
so it's not a little bit down, a little bit, and see where it's changing directions at 34.157?
Yes.
You add those two together, that gives you the same result. So it went 34 feet forward and then 50-something feet backwards.
Right. And what is the 87 feet traveled? Is that what you're indicating is the distance traveled during the trigger? Is that what the 87 represents to you?
That is so 87 represents the total rearward distance traveled during the trigger.
Okay. So you believe 87 represents the total rearward distance. Did I hear you correctly?
Correct.
Now, can you
Just hold on to be clear. So it starts, it pulls forward, then it backs up, passes where it initially started, and goes 53 feet further back.
That's what I want to get to. How many feet did you say on direct, and did you just say now that it went 87 feet in reverse?
Correct.
Okay.
From its furthest point forward.
Well, that's what I want to get to because I want to have this point clear. How many feet do you believe the Lexus went in reverse based upon your PowerPoint presentation? Not when it went forward and then came backward. How many feet do you believe that vehicle went in reverse?
Your question doesn't make any sense because when it went forward,
Your
then it went
question
in
doesn't
reverse.
make any sense.
How many feet do you believe the
it
Lexus
does.
went
We're
during the
just
trigger?
not paying attention.
So it went a total of 80, it went 34 feet forward, then it came back 80 or another 53 feet past where it went.
Exactly. So you've testified that the 1162-2 trigger event represents a backwards maneuver, correct?
So again, I was clear. It initially pulls forward and then backs up.
I would like you to define, so it's clear to the jury.
Exactly, TBJ.
Do you consider the event of 1162-2
Someone was
just
this
backward movement, or do
argumentative.
you consider the trigger to be forward
Not
movement
credible.
and adding to it backward movement? Which one?
So can we pull the slide up?
Sure.
Could you zoom in? There you go. No, go back to the left. So that T in the third column for data ID represents the trigger. If you scroll over a little bit to the right, where the highlighted yellow blocks are, you can see 1 is a forward drive gear, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. So that's where it's switched from forward to reverse. I mentioned the brake. So you have it on the brakes coming in, slowing, stopping, going into reverse, and then backing up.
So you conclude that the vehicle for this trigger went 34 feet forward, is that correct?
Correct.
How do you know the vehicle didn't go 150 feet forward? How do you know it just went 30 feet, 4 feet forward? How do you know that?
So the only data we have is this 10-second window. And so we have the velocity when it's going forward. We know how much time it took to do that. So that tells us how far it would travel. Velocity times time is distance.
So are you saying that it is a certainty that it went forward 34 feet and there's no other number of feet it could have gone forward? You're absolutely certain of the 34 number?
No. Again, if you look, see where it says vehicle speed?
I see it.
So at the start of this event, which is the trigger -5, so the trigger is actually where it's triggered, and it takes 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. But when the trigger happens, it's actually stopped. But the 5 seconds before, it's going 13.6 miles an hour forward. So
Oh
at the
my
start
God,
of the
StreamYard is
data,
acting up.
it's still going 13.6 miles an hour forward, but it's slowing down. You can see you have the brake, where it says brake SW, which is short for switch. The brake switch is a 1, which means it's on.
He's
So
mentally
when this event
exhausting.
data started, it's going 13 miles an hour.
I'll ask the question a different way. Are you certain that the distance traveled forward during this trigger event was 34 feet? Are you certain?
I'm pretty certain during the trigger event.
Pretty certain or certain?
Well, I've checked the math. I've had people check my math. So I try to be as accurate as possible. I would say I'm certain, but I'm an engineer. So there's no absolutes. There's no 100% in my job.
So you're certain of the 34 feet. And is it correct that you're certain of 53 feet going backwards? Are you certain of that, sir?
So backwards from its initial starting position. Correct.
Okay. And therefore you are certain of a total of 87 feet traveled that you have at the bottom in that yellow orange. You're certain of that as well?
87 feet of backing. Correct.
Okay. Now, you also testified on direct, as I understand it, in slide 23, that different numbers represent different gear states of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And a 0 represents neutral?
I think it's either neutral or park, but I'm pretty sure it's neutral.
A 1 represents drive?
Correct.
A 2 represents reverse?
Correct.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Alessi again. Well, this is what we know. As of the trial, they were billed, Aperture billed almost $400,000. It's $380 some thousand. And then I'm assuming they got paid more than that. And then the offset for all the price of the Lexus and all the fucking clothes, because he had to be dressed exactly like Officer John O'Keefe for some reason, down to the fucking underwear. And then, of course, I mean, how much of that he himself got paid, that I can't tell you. Who fucking knows? Space Lexus. He's triggering you. Yeah, I'm telling you about it. Like, he triggers me within seconds of hearing his fucking voice. And your question is 2 parts. Your question's not clear enough. You're asking the wrong question. I don't understand your question. So Aperture was paid a total of $599,735. Holy fucking shit. Do you think he went out and cut a matching tattoo of OJ? Oh my God. It wouldn't shock me. Seriously. Oh, Welcher was paid $750 a fucking hour. I want to puke. You want to pay me for $750? You pay me $750 an hour, and I could do 100 times better than this asshole. Yes, even the same underwear. It is creepy. It's disgusting. I'm telling you, I seriously don't know how these people thought this moron said anything of value on the stand. Especially with the fucking blue paint test, quote unquote, as he calls it. Yes, all he determined from the fucking kindergarten experiment was that the spoiler, or I'm sorry, not the spoiler, the tail light was the same height as John O'Keefe's arm. And you know how I could have done that in about 2 seconds without buying anything? Is with a fucking tape measure. You want to pay me? You can pay me $750 just to tell you that. It takes me 5 minutes to get out a tape measure to the ground, up to the tail light, and then measure to the ground to, the bottom of John's foot to his arm. It'll tell you the exact same thing. No blue paint necessary. No Lexus necessary. No John's clothes, exact clothes necessary. You fucking asshole. Sorry. I told you I was cranky today, so I'm sorry.
Or a 2 can represent slowing down. Is that correct?
Not for a gear shift number.
So you didn't say on direct that 2 could represent reverse or slowing down?
God, I hope not. It doesn't. So those numbers simply represent, is the transmission in drive? Is it in neutral? Is it in reverse? It doesn't tell you anything about whether it's slowing down or not. But the brake switch and the brake pressure and the longitudinal accelerometer data gives you some information on that.
Okay. So if Your Honor, we could go to slide 30, please. And I want to do it generally. There's not a need to read any specific number. I just want it clarified.
Mr. Alessi, so is this 30 or 31?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you are correct. It's 31 in the most up-to-date presentation. Thank you. You see all the numbers in blue font on that slide, sir?
I do.
Those are all numbers that you have placed on that slide. Did I have that correct in your direct presentation?
You do.
Okay. So this Excel spreadsheet, there's also numbers in black, correct?
Correct.
So all the ones that are in blue, those are numbers that you have placed into the spreadsheet, correct?
Correct. But the one exception is column N, where it says shift position.
Yes.
I changed green to forward and
what
red
I'm
to reverse.
saying, Jay
So
Cornish,
the
5
data in the columns
measure
in blue are not from the original data that was downloaded from the vehicle, correct?
Like, for example, if you look at column H, I simply did a unit conversion. So it's the same number, it's just in different units. But the black numbers represent exactly as it comes out of the vehicle, but it's the same number.
All right, that's what I wanted to get to. So for clarity for this slide, when you download this data from the vehicle, what is in black, those numbers just come right out, correct? As they're stated. But the blue numbers, they don't come out like the numbers in blue. You have to do something, some calculation, some application to get to the blue, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, we're going to keep that up, Mr. Wolf, please. Thank you. And when we need to get to the specific numbers, we'll be fair and make sure you can see them. Now, in these columns, do I understand it correctly that you attempted to account for wheel slippage in the revolutions per minute speed values produced by the car?
Not here. You're looking, this is 1162-1. The wheel slippage occurred in 1162-2.
Okay, and so if we go to a slide with 1162.2, we will then go to the slide you believe represents wheel slippage. Is that correct?
There are data points in that represent slippage.
That's my question. In which slide, sir, would you like to pick?
35.
Thank you. So we will go to slide 35. So
I've highlighted the slippage.
Exactly. So you agree that there is data that shows that there is wheel slippage with the Lexus SUV during trigger event. Let's enlarge it for this one here. The trigger event, the number 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
And as I understand it, you testified that this trigger event was caused by a depression of the accelerator pedal at more than the 30%. Is that correct?
It's a transition
as we all
into
know,
reverse and then a quick.
And I have to interrupt this because thankfully to everyone that helped me when I went through the key cycle stuff and Kazi G confirming that I was understanding it correctly. We all know that key cycle 1162 is the car backing up onto the fucking tow, the wrecker, tow truck, whatever you want to call it. We also know, remember, the wheel spun in the snow. Why? Because, you know, people like me, most people, even though we know it's not the right thing to do, the first thing that we do when our tires get stuck in the snow is put more pressure on the acceleration pedal. And then the tires spin even faster. Which is what is depicted in the video of key cycle 1162. Just saying.
Acceleration exceeding 30%.
So let's
in reverse.
Okay. Got it. So the accelerator pedal being depressed to this degree, more than 30%, can be the result of wheel slippage, correct?
I mean, it doesn't necessarily work that way. I mean, you can have wheel slippage at any acceleration, technically, depending on the roadway. It's just what is in the data that shows that it's slipping. It isn't necessarily because of the accelerator. Normally, that's what causes slippage. But it's the data. When you look at the data, you're like, well, that doesn't make sense. It's increasing in speed, but yet the longitudinal acceleration is dropping.
My question, again, doctor, is you can have an accelerator pedal depressed greater than 30% and it be caused by wheel slippage. That can occur, correct?
The wheel slippage does not cause the accelerator pedal.
I'm not saying a cause and effect. I'm just saying a correlation. Do you understand what I mean by a correlation?
Let me, if I may try and straighten this out. So
He asked you a
applying heavy acceleration can cause the wheels to spin.
Not
Is that what you're asking me?
straighten it out.
Yes.
You
Okay,
never
that's all I wanted to get at.
answered
All right.
question.
So in your review of materials that are related to January 29, 2022, did you become aware of whether there were, and you said you extensively reviewed documents, did you become aware whether there were people at
And I
34
still
Fairview?
think,
Yes.
sorry,
And
not to talk
approximately
about
how many
it.
people, without
I still think, and I know technically defense, or you know, when you're cross-examining, you don't need to ask to make treat a witness as a hostile witness because you can already ask leading questions. However, I still think they would have benefited from labeling him a hostile witness. Just my opinion, but maybe it would have brought him down a peg or two, because it's insanity that it just never fucking stops. Oops, hold on. These people are so confidently wrong. Exactly. Crazy. Do you know what a correlation is? Apparently, he does not.
regard to names, just a number, how many people did you become aware were at 34 Fairview on January 29, 2022, the early morning hours? How many people approximately did you become aware were present?
It depends on which time, but there could be as many as 16.
As many as 16. And let's talk about the time period from midnight to 1 a.m. Do you have an understanding of how many people could have been present at 34 Fairview at that time period?
So I'm going to see you outside behind this.
Yeah, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, Am I correct in my understanding that you believe under your theory, the Lexus for event 1162-2 backed up 53 feet? Am I correct?
No, it backed up a total of 87 feet.
Okay, let's take your 87. It backed up a total of 87. Okay.
Correct.
And your further theory is that it did so and reached 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And you stated you have an understanding of a certain number of people, and I don't want to talk about the inside of the house, but just that were at 34 Fairview between roughly 12 and 1 a.m. Do you have an understanding of that, sir? Approximately.
I believe I do.
And what is that number?
Do you want them people that were there for that entire window of time, or just?
Yes, 12 to 1.
So, Mr. Alessi, just move to the last question.
Right, sure. So, sir, did you assume that there were cars parked out front of 34 Fairview at that 12 to 1 o'clock window? Did you assume any cars parked out front?
The entire time?
No, I'm just talking 12 to, any time between 12 and 1. Did you make any assumptions whether there were cars parked out front on the roadway at 34 Fairview? Did you make any assumptions with regard to that?
At a point in time, there was a vehicle behind it.
I'm sorry?
There was a vehicle behind it.
Just one?
That is my understanding, in terms of on the street. Yes.
And what, do you remember the type of vehicle?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle was it?
An F-150 pickup.
Did you have any understanding as to whether there was a Jeep vehicle on the road at that time?
What about Libby's
I had
Jeep?
seen testimony somewhere to that effect, but the majority of the testimony was there were no other vehicles.
But you did see testimony that there was also a Jeep type vehicle on the front, out the front of 34 Fairview between 12 and 1. Is that what you're recalling?
So I'm going to let that answer stand. What he's just testified to. Just go ahead and.
Okay. So, Dr. Welcher, what I want to do is to have you, using your data, you say 87 feet for the backup.
Which just goes to show you.
24 miles per hour. Isn't there a likelihood?
That's what we
if there was
discussed
one vehicle
yesterday.
out of
Piggy's
34
Jeep was
Fairview,
not
that there
there.
would be a collision of the Lexus SUV with the vehicle out front?
No, the vehicle left prior to the end or prior to event 1162-2.
What information do you have with regard to how many vehicles are in front of 34 Fairview at between 12 and 1?
So I have Ms. Reed's interview statements. I have statements of a number of witnesses. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the names.
I was just going to say, let's not just number of vehicles.
Okay, so I have a number of witness statements at multiple statements from the same witnesses at different times, indicating the path and following the Lexus to the house and then leaving before the event.
Assume that there were vehicles, at least one vehicle parked out front of 34 Fairview. Is there a likelihood that given 24 miles per hour over 87 feet, is there a likelihood that there would be a collision given the weather conditions as you knew them to be at that time?
Well, the weather I don't think necessarily plays into whether there would be a collision or not, but we know it backed up 87 feet. So again, it goes forward like 35-ish and then back like 60 something. And so if something is within 65 feet of the rear of it, or whatever the numbers are, maybe my slides,
it was 50,
57. If something is within that window, then it would hit it.
All right, good. So now let's look at another scenario. If it's going as you describe it, is there a likelihood that the Lexus would also go upon the lawn in front of 34 Fairview?
It depends on where it starts.
You have an opinion, don't you, as to where it starts?
No, I do not. That's actually why I have that diagram showing it off to the side.
That's
I'm
right.
simply showing how far it moved forward, how far it moved back.
Exactly.
We don't know where on the roadway it started.
Exactly. You don't know where on the roadway
Don't
it
know
started.
shit.
And therefore, all you have is the distance covered, correct?
Correct.
So, but you're saying the distance is 87 feet, correct?
87 feet backwards, yes.
So backwards, 24 miles an hour. Have you ever driven a vehicle backwards 24 miles an hour, sir?
Yes, I think I've driven this Lexus backwards 24 miles an hour.
So if anybody's driven a vehicle back, have you ever driven
Right,
any vehicle back 24 miles an hour
like,
at 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock in the morning?
I think, hold on.
Probably not, since
I seriously think that he needed to be put in his place. I don't know what, if this guy is this, honestly, if he's this arrogant in every faction of his life or what, but when you're testifying on the stand and you actually, if you truly believe in your work and you want someone to truly take what you're saying seriously, you don't act like this. You just don't. And then for Alessi to honestly stay as calm as he was, have to repeat the questions over and over and over again, Somebody needed to take him aside and be like, dude, just answer the fucking questions. Like you're out of bounds here. And obviously, Auntie Bev and Spanky weren't going to do that. Because for whatever reason, they think this is attractive to juries, which I can tell you it's not. If I was on this jury, I would have hated this guy within a matter of seconds. And nothing he said, nothing, even if he had the proof, nothing he said would have gotten through to me because of his attitude and his I'm better than you way of speaking. And I think that had anyone in that court just done something to like point out the fact that you literally look like a fucking moron, to call him a hostile witness, I think would have possibly, maybe not, maybe he really is that arrogant, but I think it could have possibly said like, dude, you need to ease up a bit. Maybe listen to the questions and actually answer the fucking questions. Look at his face. It's insanity. And if this guy is married, I think somebody mentioned it earlier. I don't know if he's married or not. I feel so sorry for his wife if he's married. This prick needs a label, 100%. Right? Why lie about the Jeep? All these little lies, but they did nothing wrong. That's why I showed that clip yesterday. If you were here yesterday, that clip that I showed of Higgins talking about where he was parked, he almost says garage. He literally says the tail end of the garage Jeep. He goes, the tail end of the garage Jeep. That's exactly what he says. I clipped that shit so fast. It's like, why lie? If you're telling the truth, there's no reason to lie. There's no reason to lie about anything if you have nothing to hide. End of story. Yeah. You're telling me, Shelley, I wouldn't have been able to be this patient. I mean, like I said, these lawyers have the patience of saints, man. I highly doubt it, Nefarious. I mean, hey, I don't know, but if you needed a witness, would you ever hire this man? Even if he was the smartest guy on earth, I wouldn't hire him just because of how he acted on the stand. He was so mad he lost his hair. Pause game on point. Yeah, Maitland calls me the pause queen. I always get lucky somehow when I pause it. I always get the funniest faces, to tell you. So Smoggy thinks he's the smartest person in the room. Exactly. Oh, you guys missed it? I can show it to you. Hold on. If you guys weren't here yesterday, I'll show you the clip of him, Higgy, saying, oops, almost saying garage. Bear with me a moment, please.
recall where you parked in relation to the house?
I do, but
Yeah, we know. The mailbox.
the mailbox.
Hold on.
So
It's about to come right now, but let me slow it down a bit. Hold on. Oops. What the hell?
the back end of the Jeep.
See? The back end of the Jeep. Listen.
Mailbox. So the back end of the Jeep would have back end of the Jeep. So the back end of the Jeep would have been.
Hear that? Oh, you were here, but you missed it? Yeah, so it's okay. Yeah, I have CRS too. Nefarious, really bad. A couple of us do. I mean, seriously, he literally is talking about where he parked his Jeep, and it says, listen here.
To the house?
I do.
Where did you park your Jeep in relation to the house? And I have a feeling, I've said, I think his Jeep was in the garage. And he literally says this.
To the house?
I do, but
Yeah, we know. The mailbox.
the mailbox. So the back end of the Jeep. The mailbox. So the back end of the Jeep. So the back end of the Jeep. The back end of the Jeep would have been.
The back end of the garage. I think he was going to say the back end of the. I think what he was doing was picturing in his brain where his Jeep really was. And it was slippage. That when he pictured himself backing out of the garage and he said back end, his brain was thinking back end, or instead he was thinking backing out and said garage because you had to back out of the garage. Just my opinion. But when you lie, your brain wants to tell the truth, which is why slippage happens. Bits and pieces of the truth come out, one way or the other. So, for one reason or another, he was thinking about backing out of the garage or the back end of his Jeep at the garage. The best lies are based on truth. Shh, didn't hear that from me. Oh boy. Shelly, be careful on the road, sweetie. Oh, Jake Cornish says the same thing. Be safe, my friend. All right, let's get back into the asshole. Sorry.
Since I got out of high school.
Have you ever done it when there's a storm that is beginning?
No.
Have you ever done it when there is less than clear visibility?
No and no.
And have you ever done it when there's low lighting?
Oh, maybe when I've been up skiing in the snow, I've done it. But again, that's been decades.
Right. So 87 feet, 24 miles an hour. Are you saying that in every instance that vehicle will stay on the road and for 34 Fairview, it wouldn't go up on the lawn?
When you mean every instance, meaning like every possible location on the road it starts from?
Correct.
No, there's some spots. If you start here, it's going to go up on the road, on the yard. If you start too far on the other side, you're going to go over into the neighbor's yard. So it depends on where you start.
Right. And so, in given the conditions that we've just
And you
described,
didn't test
right?
that
And
either,
let
did
me
ya?
finish my question, sir.
Only one at a time.
Nope.
Let him finish his question, please.
Given the conditions that you've described, it is reasonable to conclude that that vehicle, under your parameters, would have gone up on the lawn. Is that a reasonable conclusion?
No.
So you don't think there's any possibility that could occur a vehicle going 24 miles an hour at this location, 87 feet backwards, in the dark, with wet pavement at a minimum, and low lighting?
On
You
a
don't believe it's
curve.
possible for the vehicle to, under your scenario, to have gone up on the lawn? That's not
So
possible.
your first question was reasonable, and I said no. Now you're asking possible. It, of course, is possible. Whether it's reasonable or not, I'd have to know the starting position.
Right.
If it's very close to the side, then it could be reasonable. If it's further towards the middle of the road because snow is building up on the side of the road, then it's probably not as reasonable. I would need more information to be able to determine whether it's reasonable or not. It's certainly possible.
Right.
It's possible it could have shot off
But
into
yet
space
you
as an engineer.
determined
But not
that
probable.
he-
Oh,
oh
you
my
think it's possible that
God.
it could have been shot off into space, sir?
As an engineer, it's a possibility.
It's a possibility that
Absolutely.
this Lexus could have been shot off into space.
Highly, highly unlikely. But
Right.
again, you're asking an engineer about possibilities
Sorry,
and
hold
probabilities.
on,
Let's get
hold
back
on,
to
hold
reality.
on, hold on.
So in terms of the Lexus itself,
You didn't miss it, but I talked over it. So here we go. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I talked over the best part.
Determine whether it's reasonable or not. It's certainly possible. It's possible it could have shot off into space as an engineer, but not probable.
oh, you think it's possible that it could have been shot off into space, sir?
As an engineer, it's a possibility.
It's a possibility that
Absolutely.
this Lexus could have been shot off into space.
Highly, highly unlikely. But
Right.
again, you're asking an engineer about possibilities and probabilities.
Let's get back to reality. So in terms of the Lexus itself, because you
Get back to reality.
don't have the starting point,
I
you
love
can't rule out that under your scenario, the vehicle would have gone up on the lawn. You can't rule that out, can you, sir?
No.
Okay, now let's go to the next topic. If we could, Your Honor, have Exhibit 168 published in evidence. Now, as I understand your testimony, Dr. Welcher, you believe that it's possible that the Lexus taillight could have caused these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. Is that correct?
Correct.
And more
Oh,
specifically,
Punish. We're happy
it's
to
your
have
belief
you.
that the lacerations would have been caused by the vehicle scratching Mr. O'Keefe's arm as it drives past him. Is that correct?
I'm not characterize it that way. What happens is, the 6,000-pound vehicle is coming, and he's standing on a, icy, snowy roadway area, and it's going to contact him and move his whole body and induce rotation.
Right. So it's going to contact him and, under your theory, induce rotation. So wouldn't such a movement of the car relative to his right arm result in horizontal injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, as can be seen on his bicep above the elbow?
So could we pull up one of my slides to address this issue?
Sir,
I'd like to answer your question with a slide that I have that addresses
No.
this exact point.
No,
I'd like to stay with this slide, Dr.
You
Welcher, and see
are
if you can
a
answer my
witness.
questions off of this slide. So I'll repeat.
you are not in
Do you
charge.
agree that the injuries up at the upper part, where you're familiar with the bicep brachialis?
I am.
And aren't those two up at
Everyone
the top,
who's
right over
driving,
the bicep brachialis?
They're actually midway between the biceps and the triceps.
Right. So you know which two I'm talking about, the two up there. Can you just use your laser pointer just so we're talking about the same two?
Probably
You have
not.
it?
I'll give it a try, but the upper ones,
I know it's not your fault, but
on the
sometimes it
image,
doesn't.
the upper left. I mean, technically, the ones to the right of that are also on the biceps and triceps.
Right, but
the
I'm talking
biceps goes all the way to the elbow, so are the triceps.
Right. So I'm talking about the two that are the farthest up.
Correct.
All right. Would you agree that those are in a horizontal
Sure, all you guys, I love you guys. You
orientation?
Generally, yes,
Yeah,
which is
so
what
glad
you'd
the
expect
Cornish
with your arm like this
yes.
and the taillight coming across like this, which is what I showed in my slides.
My questions are trying to keep this moving. I just asked if those are in a horizontal orientation.
Yeah,
Yes
more
or
or
no?
less. They're angled down slightly, but more or less horizontal.
Okay. Isn't it
I mean,
true
you
that if
literally
Mr.
couldn't
O'Keefe's
even agree
arm
that they were
were to
horizontal.
be flexed like it
They're
was
angled down a
with
little
the
bit,
test
but yeah,
subject in
it's
your group A
horizontal.
test, the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm would be oriented in a vertical direction?
Absolutely not. If you pull up my slide 117,
Stop
it'll show
with the
exactly
fucking
that it is
slide.
perfectly horizontal.
Oh my
and you're standing
fucking
like
God.
this, and this is the tail light. The laceration, when it comes across here and pushes my body, it's going to make a horizontal laceration because the 6,000-pound vehicle is going to push me out of the way. As this pushes me out of the way, it's going to drag and create a horizontal laceration across my arm. This is exactly what you'd expect.
So let's talk about the forearm. So we may have miscommunicated. I'm talking about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm now.
So we're switching from the arm to the forearm.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Wouldn't those be oriented in a vertical direction?
No. Again, you have the vehicle. If this would be and this is the car, it's pushing and pushing across like this. And with the arm bent like this, it's going to cause laceration as it pushes my arm away. It pushes like that.
Okay.
My slide shows this quite clearly.
So you disagree. You do not agree that the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's forearm, under your theory, would be oriented in a vertical. You disagree with that. Just want to get that on the record.
I disagree with that.
Okay. Now, also, do you understand that under your theory of injury here, that there would be injuries caused in two different directions by the same movement of the car? Agree or disagree?
I'm going to say I disagree. You need to give me a little more. You're going to have, again, this is a glancing or a clipping type impact. And so it's going to be it's going to sweep across the arm, which is what causes the horizontal laceration.
We're talking about a flat surface, right, sir?
Approximately, yes.
And therefore, you would have to maintain contact with the arm as the car moves. Am I correct about that?
Maintain contact with the arm? I'm unclear what you mean.
What I'm trying to do, sir, is to get under your theory, right? Given the contact that you've described, what would you expect to be the orientation of the wounds to the upper part of the arm and to the lower part of the arm?
Just like it's shown in this photograph.
Okay. Isn't it the case with your theory that the tail light would have to break? And after the break, the arm would have to maintain contact with the arm as the car moves.
So that is what happens in pedestrian contacts. There is a contact duration. For example, you asked me earlier in that calculation you had me ran, you said 0.01 seconds. That was the contact duration. So when you have things like this, that's why you have to allow, if you do testing, the body to move, because the car is going to hit the body. It's going to cause it to move. The body's going to rotate away, and the car is going to continue on in that clipping type impact. So the arm is definitely in contact with the rear of the car for some time.
That's what I wanted to get to, is simply that under your theory, the tail light would break, and also the arm would need to maintain contact with the tail light area as the car moves. Is that your supposition?
So at a point in time, it'll stop contact, but the 6,000-pound vehicle is going to want to continue moving on. It's going to push. It's going to initially contact the arm and then push the arm away as it rotates the body. So yes, it's going to maintain contact until the clipping is over and the vehicle continues on.
So my next question is simply, how long do you believe the arm needs to maintain contact with the taillight after, under your theory, it breaks to produce those types of wounds that you say came from a taillight?
We don't have enough information to determine that.
Right.
Exactly.
You don't have enough information to make that determination, do you, sir?
Correct. But we know because of the laws of physics that it has to be some amount of time. It doesn't occur instantaneously.
So now we do apply the laws of physics to the right arm that weren't applied before we apply the physics. Is that correct? You're now applying the laws of physics to the right arm.
Nope. Always apply the laws of physics. The paint experiment, as you're referring to it, was to look at basically the orientation of the scratches that match this. So that was an engineering experiment to correlate height, position of the taillight relative to height, orientation of the laceration of the arm.
You just said, sir, if I heard you correctly, you, to answer my previous question, applied the laws of physics. That's what you just said, correct?
So the laws of physics cover more than Newton's second law. There's a whole law of physics. The whole field of physics is a broad subject. So a simple measurement of height is a physical measurement.
Sir, I have your entire report in my hand, right here. Where in the report do you apply the law of physics to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe? Where?
So in the paint experiment we did, the laws of physics about gravity, orientation, things like that, I didn't apply Newton's second law, as we already went through. But again, those simple position arm angles, the possible physical arm angles, those are all generally governed by the laws of physics. The laws of physics are very broad.
Sir, I'll ask it this way. Where in your 14-page report do you even mention the laws of physics related to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
So in terms of applying the laws of physics.
I'm not asking applying, just where in the report is it mentioned law of physics relative to the right arm? Can you point me to where?
Would write a report to say these are the laws of physics. I would say these are the numbers. But for example, the timing in GPS, how a clock times, the concept of a second. What does that mean? Those are all concepts of physics. So the timing, the GPS, the mileage, how we calculate the mileage, those are all based on the laws of physics.
I'm talking about injuries to the right arm.
That's not what you asked. You asked me about my whole report.
Sir, if you could please, I just need to finish my question. Where in your report do you use any laws of physics in connection with injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe? Can you point me to a word or a page in your report?
Yes.
Where?
2A, 2A Roman numeral 1, 2A Roman numeral 2, 2A Roman numeral 3, 2A Roman numeral number 4, 2A Roman numeral number 5.
Sir, I followed all of it, but what I'm asking about is where in all of what you just mentioned is the word right arm? I'll take what you just said. Where in 2A and all of those is the word right arm? Where is it?
Oh, sorry, it's in number 3.
So let's go to 3. You state the location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and right arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Read 2021 Lexus LX 570. Where?
Can you read the next sentence?
I'm sorry. Is it C PowerPoint slides 102, 120, correct? All right. I wanted to start with the report. Did you apply any force analysis to support 3?
So in terms of the force analysis, I did not do an F equal MA analysis, but in terms of, say, the contact pattern, I obviously had to apply some force, even at 2 miles an hour, to do that.
So the answer is, what you cited, number 3, you did not use a force analysis, correct?
So force was applied to my arm in the
Yes
test.
or no?
I didn't do an F equals MA force analysis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So now let's go to the horizontal movement we were talking about with regard to the car. And you can agree or disagree. I'm sorry, we'll take that down. Do you agree or disagree that given a horizontal movement of the car, vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent injury pattern?
So horizontal motion generally will cause a horizontal laceration. You can get what are called stellate, which are a blunt force, and it causes a slitting of the skin as well. But generally, when the vehicle is clipping or running horizontal across it, it will generally cause horizontal lacerations. But when you have a fractured taillight, you can get pieces going off in other directions. So it's not necessarily going to be perfectly horizontal.
So my question is, not with clipping, you keep inserting clipping into my question. My question is this. If you're given a horizontal movement of the car, do you agree that it's more likely than not that vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent jury pattern?
I'm trying to help you, but you got to give me more. So, like, is it a clipping contact or is it
I'm
not a
trying to
clipping
help
contact?
you, but you
Is
gotta
it
give
a
me
direct from
more.
the center of the car
Shut the
impact?
fuck up.
That's okay. Are the only 2 variables you need to answer the question?
But this is a good start.
All right, so let me do it this way. You can't answer the question on a general basis of whether there's horizontal movement of a car, whether vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent injury pattern. You can't answer that question without more information. Is that your answer?
Generally, again, horizontal motion should cause horizontal lacerations. But again, it depends on what's being hit.
Okay.
So, for example, if I have something that bends as a result of the impact, it could bend up and create a vertical laceration.
So you would agree, based upon what you said, that
Yeah,
generally
like any
horizontal movement of a car
conclusion
would be
on
expected to
anything.
cause
But yet
horizontal
want you to believe
lacerations.
Generally.
Okay.
often no
Now, during your
information.
blue paint
The
test,
geometry
the
was
blue
hit by
paint
this
was featured more predominantly
and
on your upper arm than your forearm. Is that
and
correct?
some dancing and
I think it depends on the test.
and
Do you want, we bring up a slide?
Yeah.
Would that
I'd love
help
to
you?
bring up a slide.
We're going to be running
somehow on
the
top of
thing, so we'll
its
just bring one up and you tell me
Yeah.
whether this slide works for you,
Okay.
sir.
Do you want me to tell you the slide I want?
If we could take a shot at it first, and then we may ask you for it, but I think we've got a slide for you. And what number? 111 is on the screen, sir. Is the blue paint more predominantly on your upper arm than your forearm? Is there more blue paint on your upper arm than your forearm?
Probably. This is the one where I actually locked sideways into the back of the car. The one where the car's moving is probably a little better
Thanks for joining
representation.
us today.
I'm just asking you a question about this slide.
Goob tube.
If you just focus on this slide here, and if you can't answer it, so be it.
I just answered it.
Is the blue paint featured more predominantly on your upper arm than your forearm?
It sort of looks like it. I didn't actually measure this whole area of it.
All right. So on direct, you stated that in order for the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm to have been caused by an impact with the taillight, his arm
I
would have
don't
needed to be
blame you,
held
Jake Hornish.
outstretched as you did
If I
in your
could
demonstration,
smoke, I
correct?
would.
You would need some degree of outstretch, yes.
I use my
So
nicotine
isn't
vape
that
a
an
lot
example of
watching this
confirmation
shit,
bias?
so.
No, that's matching the contact pattern to the injuries.
But don't you have to select, among other choices, this outstretching of the arm? Don't you have to make that selection from among others, correct?
So that was matching the physical evidence on his arm to the physical evidence on the car, and then running a test to see if dynamically those matched up. So it's, I didn't have it hit the exhaust pipe, for example, because there was no assertion it hit the exhaust pipe. There was no damage to the exhaust pipe. So it was based upon the evidence, and the testing was done to test, to use your vernacular, the hypothesis. That's where it came from.
Sir, have I ever asked you anything about a tailpipe in any of my questions today?
Yes.
I have not. I've never
Yes,
asked
you
you.
have. You asked about the totality of the rear of the Lexus, which includes the tailpipe.
All right. I'm not going to be asking any questions that involve the taillight in any
Oh
fashion.
my God. Okay. So as we take a pregnant pause, if any of you guys watch The Baker, I know that. We're going to take a pregnant pause and talk about this for a second. If you are new here, I am unfortunately unable at this time anyway to smoke the weed as much as I would love to just relax. I have no idea why. If you haven't heard the story, if you've heard the story, I mean, I'm sorry for telling it again. But for Jay Cornish, who's new, I have done weed 3 times in my entire life. I did it differently each time, hoping that it was the way I took it in that was the reason it affected me the way it did. The first time that I ever used it, I smoked a joint. Not a whole one, obviously, part of one. And got sicker than a dog. I was so sick to my stomach, I felt drunk. So the second time I used it, I did a dab. My ex-boyfriend was the one I was with for several years. He's the one that did all of these with me and helped me, took me to the dispensary. We talked to the people there, what was best for me, because I was trying to find something to help me get rid of my migraines, because no medication out there right now, except for one that's not covered by my insurance and costs a fortune, helps my migraines. I've tried probably 15 of them. It's ridiculous how many migraine medications I've tried. So the second time I did a dab, and like a moron, my boyfriend at the time thought it was hilarious not to tell me not to like really inhale a lot. I thought I was going to cough up both my lungs. Holy fucking shit. And then that night was probably the worst of them. No joke that I told this story Friday night. I laid in bed staring at the ceiling fan, just praying to God for it to be over. Just please let it be over. Please. And it's all I could repeat in my head was over. Please let it be over. Please let it be over. Please let it be over. I just wanted to fall asleep and it be over. And I couldn't even fall asleep. And then the third time, I ate a half a piece of candy. It was one of those titrated candy bars. Each piece was 10 milligrams, I think it was. And I ate a half of that. Because they're like, oh, edibles take a longer time to, get in the system. You don't want to eat too much and end up sick, like I was. Ate a half of a piece of candy. And still ended up sick. You know that feeling when you bypass the being buzzed and having fun phase where you're just too drunk and you are nauseous as all fuck? That is how I felt. All 3 times. So Mary B is going to give me a lesson on CBD ratios, CBD, CBC, CBN, CBD. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I've tried CBD candies, gummies, whatever. They don't work. So yeah. I can't wait because hey, maybe I will find something at some point that helps. I would love it. Because all I see so many people, they get to smoke a joint or eat some edibles and they get to lay back on the couch and laugh their ass off or just get a good, relaxation in. And I can't have that. And I'm so jealous of anyone who can. Seriously. Oh, so hi, Angie. Yes, migraines are a bitch. I have had them since I was a teenager, and they're awful. I just was in the hospital last weekend, not this past weekend, but the one before with the migraine. Because thankfully, when I do get them that bad, because my migraines come on in seconds. I mean, I can go from fully just fine to a full-blown migraine in less than 60 seconds. I get the nausea, the aura, the light and sound sensitivity. Oh, it's awful. Anyone else that suffers from migraines, I am so sorry. They're the worst. You need to go with the high, not against it. Hey, I wanted it. Trust me. I wanted to just relax. But when you're all nauseous and everything that you think, like I was mid-thought. Every time I tried to think of something or do something, I'd forget what I was thinking, except for when the only thing I could think was, please let this be over. And I would literally, all I could do was stare at the ceiling fan. I don't know why, but it was like every time I tried to do something or think of something else, it was like my body just wasn't having it. It was awful. Ooh, TBJ had to take a rescue migraine med today. Yep, the weather, the humidity is terrible. Migraines can be caused by electrical imbalance. It took me a while to bring mine into balance. I do know that because in the hospital too, they can treat you with magnesium, but I take magnesium. So I have been tested for a lot of things. You guys, most of you know, some of you are new. I also have CRPS. So I deal with pain, on a daily basis. And my migraines, though, I have had since like I said, I think I had my first migraine when I was like 12, 13, maybe. And I've been treated with anything and everything that could possibly help. And the only thing that has ever helped my migraines is when I go to the hospital. They treated me with different things in the hospital too, but over the years I learned exactly what works. And they give me an IV with some fluids, some Toradol, which is an IV like Motrin. It's an NSAID. Reglan, which is a nausea medicine, and Benadryl. All in the IV, and it literally knocks me out within 5 minutes. I sleep for several hours, and it's gone. So, and I just thank my lucky stars that, it's gone. Then I'm sleepy, trying to, get rid of those meds out of my system for a day or two. It's been a while since I've had to go to the hospital for one. So last week, holy moly, it seemed like I could not stay awake for the life of me for almost 2 days. It's crazy. But I also am an insomniac too, so that doesn't help. So my body probably needed all that sleep. TBJ says, wish mine were electrolyte caused. Mine were bed had trauma induced. I'm so sorry. Ooh, J Cornice had them since she was 7. Oh. Ooh, a calcium buildup in the carotid artery. Ooh. You like that on the mushrooms once in a while? I've never done those. I've never done any other drug in my life. I didn't even use marijuana for the first time until I was in my late 30s. And I'm not shaming anyone who does. I'm actually, like I said, I'm jealous of anyone who can smoke pot and actually enjoy it. I just can't. Weather changes. I'm great at knowing what the weather is going to do. My head is a Doppler radar. My hips are the Doppler radar, especially when it's going to rain. Like today, it's going to rain tonight or tomorrow here. I can already tell. IV magnesium is the best, most efficient. For some reason, pills go right through you. Yeah, I mean, of course, IV anything is better than pills because your body doesn't absorb. That's what the thing people don't seem to understand. That when you take pills, your body doesn't absorb everything that's in that pill. So, like when I would tell people before I got my pump that I was on 30 milligrams of morphine 2 times a day, extended release. So you get a little bit out of that pill every time. But every time you get a little bit out of the pill, your body doesn't absorb everything that's released. You're lucky if it gets half of it, pretty much. And that goes for anything that's taken in orally. You can take OTC magnesium, but absorbing it is better. Most of what you find in the store, you don't actually absorb. See, this is what I'm just saying. No, I already know. Yep, I know all about that stuff. Almost 50 years. Oh, my God. Oh, are you 47 too then? I'm 47. I just turned 47, March 7th. But don't do them if weed makes you sick. Gotcha. I don't know if you saw it on X, but Kelsey got to finally see Baby C. Yeah, I already went over it, Angie. Thanks. I already cried. We had cried. Try and keep them down when throwing up from a migraine. Yeah. Impossible. Although it's funny because sometimes with my migraines, I'll be honest, when I throw up, sometimes it makes me feel better. Not all the time. Probably not even half the time, but sometimes. And I hate when people, because there are people out there that have migraines where they throw up and they automatically feel better. And they're like, oh, just throw up. I'm like, I'm not going to make myself throw up to hope maybe get some, no, thank you. I hate throwing up. It's the worst. And I just said migraines are the worst, but it's pretty close. Unless it's isotonic solutions, your digestive system doesn't recognize as something to digest. Yeah, exactly. Oh my God, me too. It is so awful. It is. I'm telling you. Ugh. Yeah, I know, right? It must be nice if puking works. I'd rather puke than feel nauseous, though. Exactly. I'd rather just puke and get it over with. But if you don't know, and it doesn't even work half the time, because I'll puke with my throw ups a lot. And like I said, sometimes I'll throw up and I'll feel better. But it's not even half the time. And so I'm not going to force myself to throw up in hopes that it makes me feel better, knowing that most of the time it doesn't. I'm not just going to add to my misery. You know what I mean? Like, no, thank you. Back again, we're talking about puking. I know, right? Talking about migraines and puking. I swear. We talk about everything and anything here. If you start hanging out with us every day, Jay Cornish, you'll realize that we don't stick to the topic of the day. We go on tangents all the time. And especially when we take breaks from the trial, we just talk about anything and everything that comes up. And that's the way I like it. I love it. I love having these conversations with you guys. Shelly says I despise throwing up. I get you. Me too. I love it. It's great. Yeah. I love you guys here so much. You guys have no idea. If you're new, again, I know Shelly and Jeannie Lynn and Moni G, you guys have been here since the beginning, and you guys hear me say this all the time, but I can't say it enough that you guys have taken me out of living my life in autopilot. And I wake up every day after my 1.5 hours of sleep, maybe 2 sometimes, and thankful for my day again, looking forward to the things that we're doing and that we talk about, even if we don't know what we're going to talk about that day. I just love it. You have no idea. Like, I say it and I mean it. I love it. I love you guys. I love this community. You guys have changed my life, and I can't thank you guys enough for that. When I went live with you, we didn't get to, but maybe 5 minutes on our topic. I know, right? We were going to talk Bukkake, and then we talked about him for like 2 minutes. It was funny. And TBJ was going to join me again last Wednesday, but she's been sick, if you didn't know. So hopefully, and she was going to join us Friday, but she had some family stuff come up, and family always comes first. So hopefully we can get TBJ to join us, whether it's this Friday or one of the Fridays. Jay Cornish, if you don't know yet, we had our first Friday night of laughs, because that's another thing. If you're new here, something else that I preach all the time is you have to find even just a couple minutes every day to laugh and smile. Find something that makes you feel good, because the world we live in isn't the world I grew up in. Even though we had stresses and stuff years ago, and then I said this the other day, just ship me back to the 90s. But seriously, we all have stresses in our lives, in and outside our home. And having a good laugh is so good for the psyche, the soul, whatever you want to call it, that we wanted to just have a night of laughs. And so Joy, Hippie Chick, me, and Maylin just had a night of talking whatever, laughing at whatever. Kazi G joined us for a little while, and we just had a blast. So because we had so much fun, we were like, we gotta do this again. So now we are going to be doing this every Friday. And speaking of that, this Friday coming up at 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, we already have a something planned. And that's all I'm going to say, because it's going to be a blast. And you guys, we are going to make you laugh so fucking hard. Yeah, my favorites. You're so sweet, Shelly. I love you. You guys are awesome. I love you guys so much. You have no idea. Joy is working a little bit today, off and on. She was working on, because she is a producing mod for Justice Serb TV. And they have a show later today. And they also have the Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearing tomorrow. So I know she's been working. You guys. Hi, honeybee. Welcome. I don't know why some of these come up like this. The emojis come up with the name of them instead of the actual emojis. StreamYard has been weird lately. Oh, Shelly's the one. That's how you found us? Okay. Yeah, watch Friday nights. It's a blast. You'll have some good laughs. Friday, we actually already planned for 10 o'clock, but TBJ, I'll text you when I'm done streaming because we have something planned for Friday. And if you're available, we're going to need you. If not, no worries, because it's going to continue on to the next Friday and we can get you in then. So, and I don't want to give away too much. So I will text you. Dick Cornish says, Honeybee, hi. Oh my God, it's been so long. Aw. Well, welcome, Honeybee. As long as you're good with me going on mute so often because still effing coughing. You're okay, sweetie. I understand that. It's up to you, sweetie, however you feel. We'll chat, though. Aw. You guys are so sweet. JSTV has taken over the 6 p.m. Eastern slot. Yes, they did. It's hard to compete with them. You know, they got all the goods. I did, if you weren't here earlier too, I did ask Joy to ask JSTV if I could kind of snipe their stream tomorrow because they will be streaming the Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearing. I haven't heard back from Joy about that specifically, so I will keep you guys updated. If for any reason you're not in my Discord and want to join, please send me an email. I will send you a link to my Discord. Aw. Honeybee says, I'm glad you're doing well, DJ Cornish. I've never been here before, but I know you and I love Joy. Just found this channel in my suggested section. That's awesome. Yay. That means YouTube's finally getting me out in the algorithm a little bit. Woohoo. Yes, please like, subscribe, and share, please. I'm trying to get to 500 subscribers. It is, I'm telling you, like I just broke 250 the other day, thanks to Joy. So I don't know where, I didn't look today to see where I'm at, but I have the hours, the watch hours to be monetized. I just need the subs. So if anyone wants to share my link anywhere, please do. TBJ says, I think I could do Friday night. Y'all go so late, though, and my brain doesn't do well that late. That's okay, sweetie. Aw. You guys are all good people. Aw. Jake Cornish says, Honeybee, this is a great channel. I'm new, and I already love it. Aw, you guys are awesome. Honeybee's got to scoot off to work, but we'll see you next time. Have a good day. Don't work too hard. Yes, finger blast the like buttons, please, and to share and subscribe. Oh, Jay Cornish says, done and done. Yay. Yeah. Oh, your car broke down again? Ugh, shit. Oh, Jeannie, I'm so sorry, sweetie. Okay, TBJ, have a good one. Yes, please. Oh, we're at 266. That's my sub count, Shelly. So I'm at 266. So I need 234 more. So if someone can find me 234 people, that'd be awesome. Oh, and just for the record, I'm not a good grifter, I'll be honest. But that being said, I do have ways until I'm monetized to get things, you know, kind of going to help out support the channel. Plus, oh, I forgot my Maylin, you didn't remind me. My daily fuck you, Boost Mobile. if you end up watching any of my prior shows, you will hear me say that every day that I remember. It's pretty much every day. They stole a bunch of money from me without going into the long story. They stole my money, told me that they'd give it back. Then on the 9th out of 10th day that I was supposed to get it back within 10 business days, they're like, oh, sorry, we're not giving it back to you. So every day I come on here and I say, fuck you, Boost Mobile. And I don't mean they stole a couple bucks. They stole almost $700, okay? Hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And oh my God. So that being said, my grift is I do have PayPal. I have a QR code in the top left corner or right corner now, sorry. And a PayPal buy me a coffee link is in the ticker at the bottom. I also have a Give Send Go that a friend made from me because of my medical conditions and the money that Boost Mobile stole from me. I had a hard time coming up with rent. Thankfully, to some amazing people, I was able to pay April rent, but unfortunately, May is coming up next week. So, if you would be so kind to even just share my Give Send Go link somewhere. I do not have the biggest social circle. I just opened a Twitter account in December, so I don't really use social media. I'm trying to build up my Twitter now, my Twit-twat, whatever you want to call it. So even if you can't, donate monetarily, which I totally understand as someone who lives a very modest lifestyle, but perfectly happy doing so. When someone steals that kind of money, it just screws you up really bad. I have no desire to be rich. I don't need money to make me happy, but I unfortunately need money to survive, to have a roof over my head and eat and all the good things. So that's my grift for today. Now, let's get back into, as I catch up in the chat real quick. Yes, you will love to hear you laugh so hard. Yes, we do. We like lots and lots of laughing. Oh, same car, fixing it. Gotcha. Oh, yay, 269. Yay, thank you guys. It's funny. TBJ did make me a song, the Fuck You Boost Mobile song. But actually it wasn't Boost Mobile. It was in the song she put just Fuck You Boost. However, that being said, I've actually been trying to expand my horizons, so to speak, in using all my Chat GPT and Canva stuff into the music genre. Now, I wish I could get lessons. Ironically enough, if Toy is still here, I wish to God I could get some lessons from her, because Toy is like the queen of music videos. Not only is the music amazing, the graphics are just stunning. Like, I don't know, she's just I don't know how she does it. It's a fucking amazing. And if for some reason you aren't subbed to Toy, you need to. It's at Toy74. Mary B. Hi, sweetie. Claire Bear. Healed Mary B. Just checking in. Oh, yay. Yes, she's out of her boot. And I heard she shaved the other day. I'm so happy for you. Oh, she got down the stairs. Yay, Mary B. You got down the stairs and walking well again. Oh, I'm so glad to hear it. Jay Cornish says me either. I'm basically an Amish. I mean, seriously, I perfectly live a very modest lifestyle. I do not need a lot. I really don't. But there are some things that you just can't live without. So there's that, Shelly says, Mary B, woohoo, congratulations. You've got this, girl. That's right. Thank you for the links in there. My Gifts and Go is linked, is pinned at the bottom of the chat. In case anybody has anywhere they can share it up. Thank you. Yes, Toy is so talented. Like every time she posts a new video, I always say these graphics, I'm in awe of these graphics. They're fucking amazing. Aw, Jay Corner says, Shelly, I can see why this is your favorite place. You guys are so sweet. I swear. Mary B says, x-rays look great. I went downstairs and doctor says I can walk with the boot with no crutches or with crutches and no boot. That's awesome. Yay. So with the boot, with no crutches or no crutches. I'm sorry, with crutches and no boot. Awesome. Yay. Shelly, you were totally holding out, sister. You guys are awesome. I love you so much. It's not like sharing your favorite fishing spot. You guys crack me up. And yes, Mary B, great news. Yay. We're so excited, Mary B. Now the next step is to get Mary B completely off the crutches and the boot. And that will happen. I just know it. It will happen very, very soon. Just don't rush it. And she knows I work for an orthosurgeon, and I've seen my fair share of these crazy breaks. Most of them that I've seen, like Mary B's, are from snowboarding, ironically enough. The snowboarders will just know how to break those bones in the lower leg, I'll tell you, because the feet are stuck in one, it's like if you go down and one leg goes one way, the other leg goes the other way, and you're just screwed. That bone is gonna snap like a twig. Yeah, we want Dancing Mary B by the end of the summer. Techno Mary B. Just like Techno Kazi and Techno Jar Jar Binks and Techno Dean. I love those. Those crack me up. Oh, you get the plate removed in June? Yay. That's awesome. I've seen some nasty shit though. I'm sorry. That's another thing. Like Jay Cornish, if you're new, I spent 20 years in the mental health field. My degree is in psychology, which is my passion. But in the summer of 2021, during COVID, I was working for community mental health, which is the county, low income for where I live. And I was one of the only people that still went into the office. And we used to have, prior to COVID, we had walk-in appointments 2 to 3 times a week, 2 times each day. And I would come in the office and have like 20 people already in line wanting an appointment. And we didn't have anybody, not only did we not have therapists in the office, the therapists that we did have working from home didn't have appointments available for 3 months. And I got so tired of sending people away who were doing the hardest thing in the world, which is 2 things. Hardest 2 things in the world is admitting you need help and then actually seeking it out. And my mental health was deteriorating every day that I had to turn people away, knowing how are they going to knowing that they weren't going to be able to get help anywhere else or for a really long time, and always wondering what happened to them. Did they get help somewhere else? Are they waiting? Are they going to make it? And I couldn't take it anymore. So I got my CCMA, which is a clinical certified medical assistant, and started working for an orthopedic surgeon. And I absolutely love it. It's a break for me mentally, but I still get to help people one way or the other. Ooh, Mary B says, I was dancing in my living room yesterday. Not a lot of steps, mostly just bouncing. Hey, that's okay. Just keep on dancing, remember? Well, you're going to do that, Jeannie Lynn. Jeannie Lynn wants to dance around the room like Cinderella for her birthday. Yeah, the people that came in asking for help, which is, like I said, it's the hardest thing to do, especially if you've already acknowledged that you need help and then actually seek out the help and then you can't get it. I mean, it's the worst thing in the world. And I couldn't do it anymore. I needed a break. Oh yeah, people, you'd be surprised at some of the things people ask to keep. As long as it doesn't need to go to pathology and your surgeon isn't like old school idiot, or not idiot, just an old school, like, everything by the book. They'll give you pretty much anything you ask for nowadays. It's crazy. You'd be surprised at some of the shit people take out of the hospital. Yeah, exactly, Mary B. Some people don't get the plate removed. Most people opt to. It's just for like some of the times the reason they do that and make it the way it is because sometimes people absolutely have to have surgery but don't do well under anesthesia, or it's very dangerous for them to have surgery. So for those people, they make it so that they don't absolutely have to go under the knife again or under anesthesia again. But yeah, if you don't really want that thing hanging around in there if you don't have to. Mary B dances like Kevin Kev for now. A bobblehead. I call him a bobblehead. Maybe a prayer circle too. You guys are cracking me up as always. I love you guys. Seriously, I can't. I love it. You guys always make me laugh. All right. So with that being said, and another nice distraction from this awful human being that's on the stand right now, we are going to get back into it because we are almost done with this portion of it. Let's see. I think we are at, we got just under 30 minutes. So about 24 minutes left of this one at 1.5 speed. And then we'll see where we're at before we finish with, decide if we're going to finish the next video, which is the redirect and then recross. So here we go.
So what I'd like to do is to go back to the question that I'm asking, which is, did you consider, as part of the scientific method, in terms of more than one hypothesis, did you consider in your analysis any other orientation of Mr. O'Keefe other than the one you selected for your paint test?
Yes.
And where is that consideration of other hypotheses stated in any report?
It's not. I was just looking at the damage that was up on the sheet metal.
Okay. So are you saying that you considered other orientations of Mr. O'Keefe relative to the vehicle as part of your analysis?
In terms of where exactly the hand would be, some slight different angles in the forearm, which is from the elbow to the hand. I did consider that, but all the physical testing is done with the hand hitting the approximate center of the tail light.
Do you have any notes that you took for these alternate orientations?
No, I think I just included photographs of that damage.
You haven't included all. You consider those other orientations? Anything right?
No, because he didn't
No.
honestly test any of the theories. He just realized how stupid it was not to and have to pretend that he did.
Sure.
In
In the
my
beginning of this, I
opinion.
started about, hey, it's all over. It could be anywhere on the back of it. Then whittled it down based upon the
Okay.
evidence, started eliminating various hypotheses based upon the evidence, and came to this conclusion, eliminating hypotheses based upon the taillight
Based
fragments,
upon your
near his body,
opinion,
lacerations,
not
his
any
height, the height
facts
of the taillight
or
on Lexus. So
testing.
it was an iterative process.
Which is what you were paid to do.
Supposed hypotheses in your direct testimony?
No, because I was able to reject them. I didn't come in here to tell these people what
You
didn't
were
happen.
able to
I came in here
reject
tell
them by
I believe
what?
happened.
Your
Consider
opinion.
the scientific method.
No facts.
Earlier, has the scientists identified various hypotheses. Go to the data that supports it, but we show you now as to why you're rejecting hypotheses. As you say, you reject them. I'm asking for proof that you considered other hypotheses. You haven't included writing any notes at all, any video, any tests that you create, documentation of other hypotheses other than picking this one. Do you have any documentation of that?
So I did a bunch of tests for the Lexus. I did backing tests. I looked at how
Is
the
there
rear
any proof
system
he
worked
asked you?
to see if it would
Idiot.
autonomously brake. I confirmed it did not. So I eliminated that as a hypothesis.
He
I
didn't ask
tested
for you to talk
the
about
steering.
it.
I
He
tested the
asked
transmission,
for
what 1,
proof.
2 represented. So I did a whole bunch of tests on the vehicle.
I understand you say you did a bunch of tests on the vehicle. My question is, did you ever take the vehicle and position yourself or anybody else in various locations to determine whether or not your hypotheses could be properly rejected? Do you have any documentation that you did that?
I mean, I did do
Yes or no?
1 static and 2 dynamic tests in very similar positions, though. So I did a total of 3 tests relative to the arm.
Where's the documentation for that?
It's in the file. I gave it to you. It's some of the slides or some of it.
All right, so Mr. Alessi, I think if we're going to,
I'm going to move on, Your Honor.
So
okay, but Mr. Alessi, hold on, we're going to do that for you.
Can I ask, I just have one other area, Your Honor. I can do it in short order if I could, please.
I wasn't finished my
Go ahead, finish your answer.
So slides 109,
Oh my
110,
God.
111, actually
I
through,
didn't finish my answer.
I guess, 121 deal with the testing of
And yet
hypothesis.
the question was a
We'll
yes
come
or
back to this
no
at another
answer.
time, Dr. Welcher. So what I want to do is to finish up on this point. So is it your testimony that no part of what you did in selecting this area, no part of it is confirmation bias? You say there's no confirmation bias at all in what you did. Is that your testimony?
That's certainly my goal. I try and eliminate all confirmational bias. I didn't start out at this particular location. This is where the physical evidence led me to. So I would say the conclusions are supported by the science.
My question is, did you engage in any confirmation, and this will be my last question, did
The
you
answer is no.
engage in any confirmation bias in terms of how you approach the issue that you have testified about in written reports?
The answer is still no.
All right, so, okay, thank you. All right, so jurors, we're going to send you home because we still have work to do and we don't need you waiting here while we do this. So tomorrow is a half day. We'll see when exactly that half day ends, but we won't be here until, we won't go until 4 tomorrow. All right. Okay, Mr. Alessi, it's your voir dire.
Exactly, Jake Cornish. I don't know how he shouldn't be allowed as an expert.
Okay, we're on a very limited schedule here. Okay.
Okay, Your Honor.
And she's always handicapping the defense. Always. We're busy.
Mr. Wolk, with Your Honor's
Not
permission, if you
5
could pull up
minutes.
the January
Hurry
30th,
up.
2025 PowerPoint of Dr. Welcher in slide 36. You see that, Dr. Welcher? Do you recall that from your January 30th, 2025 PowerPoint?
I thought I had replaced the video on the left-hand side by the time I produced
Sir,
it.
I got to go through this quickly. That image is a drone image on the left, correct?
Oh, correct.
And you had that in your original report, but you removed it in subsequent reports, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get that drone image from?
It was in the file.
Wasn't it in the CARS report of Trooper Paul?
I believe it was.
So you took that drone image from the CARS report of Trooper Paul, correct?
Correct.
Let's, if we could, Mr. Woke, go to diagram 1. Do we have that electronically of Trooper Paul's report? Do you recognize that is diagram 1 from Trooper Paul's report?
Yes.
So, and that's the diagram that you took that image and you put it in your January 30th, 2025 PowerPoint, correct?
Yep, exactly.
Pulling up my version of PowerPoint. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, if we could take that down, I'm going to go to the next example. We could go to Dr. Welcher.
I'm sorry, actually, can we go back to that?
Yes. With, Your Honor, why do we?
Well,
I've limited. Go ahead.
So that particular diagram I did not use. If you notice, the diagram I use has different cars and doesn't have all the writing about the additional things on it.
I am going to now, Your Honor, have to take the time to go to Trooper Paul's report. We have a hard copy of Trooper Paul's.
Could you turn the lights on, please?
Yeah, go, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Glenn. This is. May I put you this? You see this first page? Do you recognize this as the cover page for the Trooper Paul report that I was referring to?
Yeah.
Want to look at the report so much for sure there is a signature on the report.
Signature mark right here.
I mean, they literally
Now, what I want to do
handicapped
is to
the
go
defense in every
to
way
diagram 1.
possible.
If I could, Your Honor, republish what was just up. I'm showing you diagram 1, sir, and I'm asking you, is that the image from Trooper Paul's report that you then use to put into your January 30th slide?
No. See all the writing on here, the glass top, all the dimensions here. Here's my January 30th one. None of that stuff's here. There's different. None of this stuff is here.
Isn't it the case that
God.
this is cropped more and there's a larger picture of the same image or not?
See this tree?
Yes.
See these trees?
Yes.
See all these measurements by the trees?
Yes.
All these? That's right here.
Okay.
Those do not show up on my end.
Let me go to a different method then to do this. You have an image. Let me go, Mr. Wolf, to the January 30th presentation.
Slide 36.
Correct.
Yep.
Where did you get that image from that's in your PowerPoint presentation on the left?
I think it was from the file, a satellite image from the file.
What part of the file, sir?
I actually don't know at this time.
How close is the image on diagram 1, the drone image, to the image that you can't now recall where you got it from through your slide presentation? Are they similar?
So that one has a whole bunch of measurements and ID on it, but the underlying image is very similar. It's probably the same one.
Yes. Do you know of any other place you could have, let's put the presentation back up on the slide presentation. Do you know of any other location other than Trooper Paul's report that you could have got that drone image from?
No, I'm not sure I got it from the report. I recall getting it from the file.
My question is, do you know of any other source other than Trooper Paul's report that you could have gotten that drone image from?
So this image is not in that
Yes
report.
or no?
It's not my
Yes, it is. You asked me anything but the report. That image is not in that report.
Did you get the drone image from any file from the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Okay. Did Trooper Paul work on any drone images to your knowledge with respect to 34th area?
And dominant.
But you would agree that the drone images are from the Massachusetts State Police file, correct?
It's ridiculous. And it makes him seem
Yes,
like
name in a
an
file called
asshole,
cars
not credible.
TRP.gov.
And the fact that
Okay.
he doesn't
So
even
and
realize
that's the
it
report of Trooper Paul, correct?
No,
is
these
what
are
makes
drone
it worse.
images that are not in the report.
No, I'm saying what you just read. Can you repeat it again, what you just read, where it came from?
I read you a folder that contains a bunch of things, including the report.
Understood.
That image is not in his report.
Can you read the file name again that you just read?
The folder name is cars-TRP.Joe.
Okay. And did you get the drone image from that file folder?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now let's go on to the May 26, 2025 PowerPoint that you created. And I'd like to go to slides 25, 26, and 27. Have you discussed with anybody today at all the source of what is depicted up on this slide?
No.
Okay, so let's now go to where did you get you see the larger chart to the left there in the, looks like mostly a rectangle. Do you see that, sir?
What slide are you on? What slide is that?
25, I believe. Okay. And then if we could click to 26, because it looks like it's the same. If we can go to 26 and 27, looks like it's the same one. You tell me.
Similar.
Similar. Okay.
Yeah.
And 27.
Correct.
See the same or similar one there. Okay.
These are all from Google Maps.
Well, my question is, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me ask you this, so I don't keep going back and forth. Do you have access, sir, to the cars report of Trooper Paul on your computer?
Think so? You remember the name of it?
I don't, okay, with a hard copy. So, if I could, yeah, so you see what I'm pointing to right here, which is page 10 of Trooper Paul's card report. Do you see that?
Is this the same report dated 129?
I think so, let me just take a peek. This is, if you can just compare, this is the one I got in my hand. Take it and look for any identification of the change. Right, we got the same one.
Yeah, mine's
okay. Okay, so we have that report, and I now am referencing page 10 of that report, and I'm looking at the chart on page 10. Is that chart on page 10 the same or substantially the same as the chart that is up on your slide presentation right now?
So it's not the same. I did not use this data at all, but we both use Google Maps.
Okay. All right. Now let's go to your continuing on the same slide. If Mr. Wolf, we could go to slides 22 and 23.
Okay, and this will be the last on this, Mr. Alessi. If you want to get to the autopsy photo, we're wrapping this all up at 4:10.
Okay, Your Honor.
Oh, here we
You
go.
see these photos?
I'm sorry.
You see the photos that are up on that?
Good.
I do.
Okay. Do you, in terms of those
They
photos,
shouldn't get to
do you
decide
recognize any
how
aspect
they
of those
present
photos?
these.
Yes.
What do you recognize in terms of the person in it?
It's just wrong.
You want me to limit it to just these three photos?
The amount of
Any photo that
appellate
would be this photo or any
issues
photo
are
similar
just
to it. And
astounding.
let's start with just these three.
If I have to limit it to these three, I don't know who that is.
Okay, and if you don't limit it to those three, who would you conclude it is in those photos?
It appears to be Trooper Paul from other photos.
Okay, so you can tell from other photos that this is Trooper Paul in these photos, correct?
I have photos of Trooper Paul in the car. I don't know that someone else switched out. I have no reason to believe this isn't anybody but Trooper Paul.
Okay. Would you have any understanding that there's any other trooper that would be doing this type of analysis other than Trooper Paul?
Someone else took the photographs?
No, I'm talking inside the vehicle.
I'm sorry?
Inside the vehicle doing what's depicted here.
Someone's inside the vehicle taking a photograph.
What's your best conclusion as to who that is?
Trooper Paul.
Thank you. Your Honor, that is...
Okay, so next topic.
Yes,
go right
thank you.
ahead.
And I just need to reload it, if you will, with regard to that topic. If you could,
Have a great day, Cornish.
if you can
Thanks
go,
for coming.
Mr. Woke, to slide 131 of Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation. And it's now 132. I don't believe that's the right one. It's the
one before that.
Yeah, I think you're, yeah, okay. So this is slide 131 from your slide presentation, correct, sir?
Correct.
And if you look to the far right, I'm sorry, Mr. Woke, you go to the other one. Yes, that one, and scroll down so we can see what's in green. For that depiction, that is from Dr. Scorty Bellow's autopsy report, page 3, correct? Is that where you got that from?
It's from the report. The word from page 3.
So, but it is from Dr. Scorty Bellow's autopsy report, correct?
Right.
Now, if you could go to, if we could zoom back out and go to the multicolored image in the center, up at the top. Yep, thank you. If you can go to the very top line, it says autopsy report performed by Irene Scorty Bellow, MD, PhD. If you can scroll back over, date of autopsy, January 31, 2022, and then you see final diagnoses. That is all directly from the autopsy report, is it not, sir?
Yes.
And that is in your slide presentation, correct, sir? This is page 131 of your slide presentation, correct? Correct. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, you are all set, Doctor? All right. Oh, did you have any questions, Mr. Brennan? Okay.
Dr. Welcher, you were shown a photograph of the street of Fairview Road. Did you know that didn't come from Trooper Paul? It came from the CERT report, and Trooper Paul then took it from the CERT report and put it in separately in his presentation. Did you know that?
I had no idea. I just was giving it as a folder.
And the photo you were using, it didn't have the markings that Trooper Paul put on his report, did it?
It did not.
When you used that photo, was it because you were borrowing, relying on, or using any of Trooper Paul's reports for your conclusions or any of your decisions or analysis in this case?
I did not use his report at
It
all.
was simply limited to the use of the photo to show a different demonstrative issue.
Correct.
And then when you saw diagram 1, again, that was different than what was used in Trooper Paul's report because it had absent in it all the writing. Isn't that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you rely on Trooper Paul's analysis or conclusions in this case for your conclusions and your analysis?
Not at all.
Is that why you went and downloaded the information and looked at the car and did everything individually, separately, and uniquely from Trooper Paul?
I wanted to be independent in my analysis.
Regarding Dr. Scortabello, did you ever consider her conclusions regarding manner of cause of death as a basis for your analysis and conclusions? And when you consider her analysis, did you consider the conclusion of undetermined cause of death? Was that part of your analysis?
Oh, no. I was using like the skull fractures, the description of the injuries.
So you were considering the information in her autopsy report?
Correct.
How about her conclusions? Did you rely on her conclusions to do your studies or any analysis in this case as far as cause of death or manner of death?
Only I thought I said blunt force trauma and hypothermia.
Okay. Regarding her conclusions about whether this was caused by a car accident or not, did you consider that as the basis of your opinion?
No, I wouldn't take a person like that's opinion for that.
Did you ever have a conversation with Dr. Scortabello about her expertise limitations?
No, I would want a biomechanical analysis.
Was your opinion regarding the collision in this case that had any
Notice how he doesn't get defensive with
conclusions regarding cause of death, whether it was
safety.
accident, undetermined, or homicide?
Okay.
Your Honor,
All right, one question. Can we just wrap it up? I'd like to hear you argue, but we don't have time, so I'm just gonna.
I have
decision.
two questions, Your Honor. You put in your slide presentation information from the autopsy report of Dr. Scorti-Bello for a reason, correct, sir? And that reason is because you considered the autopsy report as part of your analysis, correct?
So I considered portions, which are the portions I included here.
No, you
the
pick
autopsy
and
report.
choose.
And part of those considerations were the final diagnoses. We put that back up, Mr. Woke. But you recall the slide that you had has the final diagnoses of Dr. Scorti-Bello, and you put that in your slide presentation because you considered that as part of your analysis, else it wouldn't be in there, correct?
So the final diagnosis is in there. There's a line, then it says cause of death, and then manner of death. The things I highlighted are the things I thought were important. So the highlighting on slide 130. So the final diagnosis, again, does not include cause of death. It does not include manner of death. There's that horizontal line demarcating those. The important things that I was looking at are the under or highlighted, which is why I highlighted them.
Exactly. So the ones that you highlighted, you considered are from the autopsy report. That's why you're highlighting them, right, sir? You considered
exactly.
That. Right, thank you. No questions, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm not going to let you argue now. I'll hear you very briefly tomorrow before we stop. But Mr. Alessi, how much longer are you going to be tomorrow? Oops.
So mad.
I didn't really pick up tomorrow. If we make this quicker, I would like to do that today. That's my best estimate.
So we're half a day tomorrow.
That's right.
So it may be that we have a 20-minute break tomorrow, and we finish up by 1:30 by going straight through. We've got a juror who has an appointment that we told her she'd be able to make. So I'd like to do everything we can so that Dr. Welcher doesn't have to come back or stay here another day. So let's just see what we can do, and we will do the same thing for your experts as well.
No, I understand, Your Honor, and I respect everything Your Honor is saying. I must say, Your Honor, it's stating the obvious. This is a key aspect of the case, and you've got to be able to proceed through the questions.
And I'm not asking you to curb it. I'm just hoping that we can do it. So I will ask you tomorrow at a certain time to see whether we're able to do it at the 20-minute break and finish. Okay? Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, so please.
Thank you, Dr. Welcher.
Thank you.
All right. For those of you that are still here with me, I'm not understanding. So it seemed as if the actual testimony was over, and now it's there a voir dire or what? Because they already did cross the direct.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Hold on.
And all right, Mr. Alessi, I will hear you on your argument on the voir dire.
Thank you, I'm just loading up my computer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's a voir dire.
Your Honor,
And
I am
Trooper
going to
Paul.
address the Trooper Paul aspect, and then I'm going to address the Dr. Scorti-Bello aspect of Dr. Welcher. With regard to Trooper Paul, I would like to draw the court's attention to the following documents for the straightforward proposition that Dr. Welcher has not only reviewed, he has not only considered, that he has adopted. I went back and looked at the documents, and the basis for this is as follows. Slides 22 and 23 do not just depict Trooper Joseph Paul himself. They show Trooper Paul conducting the CARS analysis on February 1st of 2022. Importantly, these slides highlight the mileage odometer of 12,665, and I respectfully request the court to anchor into that odometer reading because I'm going to show the path that that odometer reading takes through all of the documents, but I want to emphasize the genesis of the odometer reading of 12,665 miles is with Trooper Paul as he conducted the CARS analysis on February 1st. Now, here's where Dr. Welcher comes in. Dr. Welcher then uses this key data point, odometer 12,665, as the basis, the starting point for his determination of the locations and times for the events of January 29 of 2022. Dr. Welcher uses his scenario analysis of Ms. Reed's travels, and that's detailed on slides 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28, to calculate and then deduct 36 miles from the odometer, according to Trooper Paul on February 1st of 2022, to arrive at an odometer reading of 12,629, which obviously is different from the start, the anchor I talked about at 12,665. So the assumed odometer of 12,629, again, is based on Trooper Paul's CARS analysis in slides 22 and 23. are then used as a tether, a connection to the events recorded by the VCH and the Lexus on the following slides: 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 35, and 36. I elucidate this and I explicate the slide numbers to show how many there are in Dr. Welcher's report that are rooted in the anchor point and then the change in the deduction of the odometer. So the events memorialized by Trooper Paul on February 1st, including the odometer reading, provide the foundation for Dr. Welcher's entire analysis of the VCH events. The entire analysis of Dr. Welcher's VCH events. That is the adoption aspect of what I started with. 2 more points. In addition, Dr. Welcher testified on his voir dire that the image on the left of slide 36 from his January 30th, 2025 presentation came from a file marked carsj.pol. Now, he did contend that it wasn't the exact same image, but I want to go to this. In fact, the image on slide 36 is from the drone used by Trooper Paul, and the citation for that is page 4, item 11 of the CARS report. That's where the drones are from. Dr. Welcher didn't do any drone activity. He took the drone that he had in his report that was just a little bit different than the one I was showing you.
I'm literally live streaming.
CARS report. And I quote, "The crash scene was documented during the on-scene investigation by utilizing Alicia's NSS GPS mapping system and a DJI Mavic 2 UAS. This data was input to a computer-aided diagram program, which is IMS 360. Here's the key: to produce a scale diagram of this collision. So the DJI Mavic is the CARS team drone. This image of Dr. Welcher's slide 36 is clearly and indisputably from the drone. And the only drone extant is the drone of Trooper Paul in the CARS team." Last point with regard to the Trooper Paul basis in adoption of Dr. Welcher. Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Welcher on voir dire if the image from slide 36 actually came from the CERT team, which is simply not true. The CERT team, actually Lieutenant Tully with the CERT team, took about a dozen photos of the taillight in the snow in the dark around 6 p.m. on January 29, 2022. Lieutenant O'Hara said that the CERT team never traveled back to the scene again. So there were very obviously no photos or images taken by the CERT team in the daylight from the drone. And I again refer to slides 22 and slides 23, where Dr. Welcher said it was more likely than not that it was Trooper Paul in those slides, but whether Trooper Paul or not is completely overwhelmed by what I just argued and presented as specific factual basis for a review, a consideration, and an adoption of the work of Trooper Paul. Unless your Honor has any questions, I would now move on to Dr. Scorti-Bello. Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello will be much shorter. Mr. Wolf, do we have the slide of the Dr. Scorti-Bello that was at the end of the slide presentation with her name on it? Oh. Could you just give the slide number, please? So it is slide 131. I almost know it verbatim, Your Honor, so I will continue if Ms. Gilman has slide or someone can turn it on. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. So with regard to slide 31, at the very top, and this again is a slide presentation of Dr. Welcher. So up at the very top, and so Dr. Welcher admitted that he not only reviewed the autopsy report, he admitted that he not only considered the autopsy report, he admitted that he adopted it, and I'm going to put adopt in quotes, to the extent that he used it in his slide presentation. And he actually, to show the depth of those 3 verbs, he's got in orange highlight under final diagnosis, multiple skull fractures, base of skull, and cavallarium. He testified, obviously, about the rear wounds of Mr. O'Keefe. He testified about how he believed those wounds came about, and he cited as corroboration the highlight of multiple skull fractures, base of skull, and cavallarium. It couldn't be any more obvious, his rooting in this document and reliance upon it. Why else would he have it in his slide presentation? And he's got the name of Dr. Scorti-Bello. And frankly, Your Honor, he didn't fight that whatsoever in the questioning of him. Then you go to underneath cause of death, blood impact, injuries of head, and hypothermia. He essentially repeated that on his testimony. And then if we could, Mr. Wilk, just go to the right. And so you've got highlighted head, skull fracture radiating from the right occipital skull, and into the right parietal bone, right and left occipital foci, and bilateral anterior foci and orbital plates. Again, the highlighted means something. He's adopting it. And lastly, the depiction of the skull here, I believe that's Dr. Welcher's handwriting. I believe that's his green, the LR, because I've never seen this green highlighting before. And it could also be Dr. Scordy Bellows. That's another possibility. I'm not sure. But let's assume sort of the most conservative part that it's Dr. Scordy Bellows. The key part is he's got it in there and he is referencing it. So, Your Honor, the last point really for both of them, and I wanted to save this point because it applies to both. With regard to experts, the law is clear. So I think the easiest part to show what our position here is the adoption. But it's clearly shown. Adoption doesn't mean you have to agree with it. You just have to put your expert hands around it, wrestle with it, deal with it. And there is no rule of law that I'm aware of that says you can't question an expert witness unless it's something that the expert witness agrees with. If the expert witness has reviewed it and considered it, and especially if they've rejected it. The easiest is obviously reviewed, considered, and adopted, but it's certainly permissible and important to a defendant's constitutional right, Sixth Amendment to cross-examination. If an expert says, or even infers, I reject this, I reject what Trooper Paul did, or I reject what Dr. Scordy Bello did, that is decision-making of an expert that the attorney has a right to be able to test. Why did you reject it? What was your thought process in rejecting it? And that applies to both Trooper Paul and Dr. Scordy Bello, because as I understand it, this witness, Dr. Welcher, is not, he says, I'm not relying upon Trooper Paul, which is completely false based upon what I just showed. But even if he just rejects it, in addition to what he has done, we have the right to test and get answers as to why he did it. And the same with Dr. Scordy Bello. Once he goes to this level, Your Honor, I believe it's a straightforward right, especially of a defendant in a criminal trial, and especially of the stakes and the charges this high, that we get to test it. What I think, lastly, my point here, Your Honor, the Commonwealth is doing is this. The Commonwealth knows Trooper Paul and Dr. Scordy Bello are problematic for their theory and their narrative. Trooper Paul has got, if you work backwards from his key cycles, you end up with 1162-2, their key cycle. That ends up being not in front of 34 Fairview, but it ends up when the Lexus is in the possession of the state. That is the result of that. And that was something that was addressed square head on in the first proceeding. We're not coming up with some fanciful ghost in the second trial. This was gone through extensively in the first proceeding. And I understand this is a new trial, but it goes to show it's not something coming out of the blue, et cetera. And with regard to Dr. Scordy Bello, it was remarkable on the redirected. I've never seen a prosecution essentially go after the opinions and conclusion of their own medical examiner when they basically said to the medical examiner, I can't call this a homicide. The manner of death is undetermined. And the medical examiner says, I don't see any motor vehicle impact injuries. There couldn't be anything more apt, more probative than whether or not the injuries to the decedent are from a motor vehicle. The Dr. Welcher himself is saying they are. That's the essence of his opinion. It's the essence of his test. We get to be able to, respectfully, Your Honor, say, well, wait a minute. You said you looked at the autopsy. You said this. You highlight it. But you're going against the medical examiner on whether there's motor vehicle injuries. The experts can't, Your Honor, cherry pick and choose from documents. They can't use it as a shield and a sword. They can't put up, for example, Dr. Scordy Bello's autopsy report, cherry pick things to benefit from them, and they did it on direct. And then all of a sudden on cross, when we want to go and test that, they say, oh, no, you can't do it. Your Honor, this whole argument is absurd. And it's antithetical to the Sixth Amendment. And even if, and this is my last point, even if this were merely a civil case, this would be routine cross-examination against the expert on the side. So in conclusion, Your Honor, I respectfully request that Ms. Read and her team be allowed to exercise their constitutional right to cross-examination, the keystone of a defense in a criminal trial, cross-examination, and that they be able to take the shield that the prosecution is trying to put on us and be able to combat the sword that the prosecution has put forward with regard to trying to cherry pick from this information, and that we get to proceed, undaunted from all the serial objections yesterday that interrupted my cross-examination. Thank you, Your Honor.
I love Bob Alessi. He's so,
What arises from the litany of complaints by the defense is that there is no constitutional right to usurp the rules of evidence. There is no case law. As much as they urge the court and yell out the word case law and constitutional right and Sixth Amendment right, there is no case law to support what they are trying to do. It is a simple endeavor that is clouded by all the rhetoric that they offer. And it is clear, and the court knows what they're trying to do. They're trying to pit the inadmissible opinion of a non-testifying witness against a testifying witness. They have asked Dr. Scotibello what her opinion is. And although it's not consistent with our reading of the case law, they were allowed to introduce that it was an undetermined cause of death or mechanism.
No.
That evidence is already in front of the jury, but they can't simply repeat it because it sounds good to them or they think it's helpful. Simply because a witness uses a document or looks at it or uses part of an autopsy does not let them regurgitate an opinion that's already in evidence to try to phantom cross-examine an expert. Dr. Welcher is clear. He did not rely on Dr. Scotibello's conclusion that this cause of death is undetermined. In fact, as an aside, he said, I wouldn't, because she's not qualified for that. And so this is a simple game. Let's pit one witness against the other and suggest that the Commonwealth's witnesses are inconsistent. They take it a step further. They want to relive what they think is their past success last year in this case without actually calling the witness. They want the jury to hear their perspective that a past witness had confusion in his analysis, but they don't want to call the witness. They want you to allow them to do that, not just shouting it out and have sustained objections, which has happened this entire case, but they actually want you to be able to allow them to ask Dr. Welch these questions, which he did not rely on. We had a voir dire, he was clear. He did not rely on the analysis of Trooper Paul. He did not rely on that determination or undetermined determination by Dr. Scotibello. It is that simple. They tried to throw some fluff out and they throw around some documents. We have slide 22. Simply because there's a suggestion that Trooper Paul might be the hand in the picture is not an anchor, it's not a tether, it's not an adoption, it's no such thing. In fact, if you look at the photograph, it was taken by Zach Clark. So by the rationale of the defense, they should now be able to ask Dr. Welcher any question they want about Zach Clark's opinions, efforts, what Zach Clark did. It is a photograph that he considered, not an opinion, not an analysis. It has nothing whatsoever to do with Dr. Welcher's analysis or opinions. In fact, the evidence is to the contrary. He came out, conducted an independent analysis, did all of the work himself, considered documents, and he was specific about what was part of his opinion and what was not. And this information was not part of his opinion. They turned to the Google map. Bit misleading. This was generated by Google. Two separate people used the same program, but when you look at the CARS report and you look at Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint, it's different. Dr. Welcher has a map on the side, and when you look at the numbers themselves, the CAR report says minimum 36.1, maximum 38.8. Dr. Welcher's slide, 37.9, 38.1. So in no way did he adopt, anchor, tether, use as any basis. In fact, his is different and separate, as all of his analysis is. And so the portrayal of this necessity of information so they can sneak in inadmissible opinions with no witness is simply improper. There is no case law. There is no legal support for it. They cannot reach back into last year and manipulate a witness and ask him about something that he didn't rely on because it feels good or it sounds good for their case. Dr. Welcher did not rely
did you try to
on Trooper Paul's analysis or reports. He did not rely on the conclusion of Dr. Scotibello of undetermined. If they want to call Trooper Paul, well, maybe they can try to do that. Dr. Welcher is not the right witness for it. These opinions to try to do a credibility route is a poor preclusion in criminal law. A core preclusion. You cannot vouch for the credibility of another witness. You cannot comment. It's like asking, did the police officer lie when he said the light was red? It's the absolute same analysis. It just has a lot of icing on it.
Very briefly, bring the jury. Start getting the jury ready, please.
Your Honor, with regard to Trooper Paul, Mr. Brennan did not address 80% of the slides that I addressed that show the basis. When he talked about the picture, making it seem like the picture is the only thing we're relying upon, there's clearly other items, but even the picture, Your Honor, the purpose of the picture is it's got the odometer reading. That's why they took the picture, and that's the tether. So the photo is completely relevant. It's not who's in it. It's the fact that that's the odometer reading they're using. Next point with regard to case law. Mr. Brennan presents none to go against the common sense law that has been there for years. The other thing, Your Honor, is with regard to Mr. Brennan keeps trying to put my arguments into a credibility, like we're trying to attack the credibility of Trooper Paul. He says that we're trying to redo last trial. To the contrary, Your Honor, it's the Commonwealth that brought Trooper Paul into the second trial through Dr. Welcher and Dr. Welcher's reliance on all the work of Trooper Paul. They brought it in here, and because of that, we get the right to cross-examine it. Last point. This is not about credibility. He keeps saying something that's not happening, that we're going to attack the credibility of Trooper Paul. What we want to do is to say to Dr. Welcher, you have brought up Trooper Paul. You have used his odometer reading. That odometer reading tethers through to Google. It tethers through everything you're doing. It's the foundation. But what you're ignoring, Dr. Welcher, are all the key cycle results that come from that odometer reading that you relied upon. Dr. Welcher himself can't cherry pick, grab things that he needs from Trooper Paul to do his analysis, and then the Commonwealth say, but you can't go after that because it somehow has Trooper Paul's name on it. It's illogical, Your Honor, and it's incorrect under the law. Thank you.
So I disagree with you, Mr. Alessi. I'm not allowing in the line of questioning regarding Trooper Paul, and I'm not allowing the line of questioning regarding Dr. Scotibello. So that's my ruling. Let's bring the jury in.
You knew that she was going to do that when she had the jury getting ready. You just knew.
Not turn on your computer yet.
Thank you. And Your Honor, if I could, smartwatches that are receiving text messages during, and make sure that that does not occur.
Okay, or just don't look at your watch. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
Do you know whether there was glass found on the bumper of Ms. Reed's Lexus SUV?
My understanding there was, yes.
Did you reach a conclusion on whether the glass on the bumper came from the drinking glass that you assert Mr. O'Keefe was holding at the time of the alleged impact?
I didn't have an opportunity to inspect the glass, but the glass was broken and there was glass on the bumper. That's all I know.
So you, as you sit here today, you have no basis to conclude that the glass on the bumper came from the glass that you depict as having been held by Mr. O'Keefe at the time of the alleged impact. Is that correct?
You're mixing a couple things.
Oh, no, Dr. Welcher, if you can just answer my question. If I need to rephrase it, I will. I'll ask it a different way.
Please.
You have no basis, as you sit here today, to conclude that the glass on the bumper came from a drinking glass connected to Mr. O'Keefe, do you?
Well, we have a picture of a broken glass at the scene. So I wouldn't say we have no basis. We don't necessarily have enough to conclude it's from it, though.
Do you had depictions in your test with Mr. O'Keefe holding a glass, correct?
Correct.
My question is, you have no evidence to show at all other than, and I'm talking evidence, testing information. You're saying you have no evidence that shows that the glass on the bumper is not the same glass as you showed on your slides as being found supposedly at the scene. You have no test evidence that that's the same glass, do you?
So again, the one I have at my testing obviously was not the same glass. We have pictures of a broken bar glass in the snow near where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. We have glass fragments on the rear of the bumper.
God.
That's the extent of my knowledge on the correlation between those two.
So do you said you reviewed the reports and testimonies of various Commonwealth representatives, correct? That's in your report.
Correct. In the initial,
right, correct. And some of those reports included forensic scientists who work for the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And you put those in your report as documents that you reviewed, correct?
Correct.
And as you sit here today, it's your testimony. You don't know whether in any of the reports of the Massachusetts State Police, there is an answer to the question of whether there's any connection at all between the glass found in the snow and the glass on the bumper.
I recall it being inconclusive.
Oh, so you recall that the testing was inconclusive?
I don't remember what testing they did, but for example, when they put the taillight fragments back together, they were able to deduce that the fragments were from the taillight. I don't think they attempted to do that with the glass.
Assume that there has been testing of the glass on the bumper, and assume that that testing conclusively determines that the glass on the bumper is not the glass that was found in the snow.
Okay.
Assume that.
Okay.
How would that affect your analysis?
I wouldn't know where the glass came from, but we still have a whole bunch of other elements. So I don't think it would affect the end results.
So would it have any part in your analysis with my assumption that the glass on the bumper is not the glass that's associated with the broken glass that was supposedly found in the snow?
Yes, I mean, we always want to have as much answers or as many answers as possible. So I would want to know if we could figure out where it came from.
And wouldn't the fact, assuming that the test results show there's no connection, meaning the glass on the bumper is different from the glass in the snow, wouldn't that be contrary to your theory of what happened in some way?
It depends on when the glass was actually broken. The glass was in his hand, at least that's the testimonial evidence I've seen. So it depends on whether it's broken from contact with the rear of the vehicle or broken with contact on the ground.
Assume that the glass on the bumper is not the glass that was found in the snowbank. Doesn't that, at least in part, contradict your hypothesis as to whether there was contact by the Lexus with Mr. O'Keefe at 34 Fairview?
So if you recall on my slides, nowhere did we discuss that in my slides. So no, it
counting
wouldn't contradict it. I would want to know where that glass came from.
But you didn't seek that information, did you, sir, in your analysis to determine where the glass came from?
Of course I did. I read the reports about it.
But you sit here and you say you don't know the answer. There's steps you could have taken to get that answer quite easily. Couldn't you have, sir?
Not me. That's a material science expert.
You've been communicating with Lieutenant Tully, haven't you?
Correct.
You could have asked Lieutenant Tully that question?
But to my knowledge, he's not a material science expert.
But could he have told you the result of testing on that glass on the bumper and whether it was any way associated with the glass found in the snow? Wouldn't that have been an easy question to ask him? Just has there been testing, and if so, what's the results?
Yes, but my knowledge from reading the reports was it was inconclusive.
But you didn't read all of the reports, did you, sir?
Apparently not.
Let's turn to another topic, laser scans. Part of your analysis involved conducting laser scans of portions of 1 Meadows Avenue, the house of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Those laser scans were used, at least in part, to answer the question of whether the collision between Ms. Reed's SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse at 1 Meadows at approximately 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022, caused the right rear taillight of the Lexus to break, correct?
Correct.
And in that analysis, inches literally matter, correct?
You want to get it as accurate as possible.
And the reason why inches matter is because, and we're going to get to this, you tried, and you did it in your slide presentation on direct, you tried to see whether the Lexus lined up with the Traverse such that there could be a break of the taillight. That was part of your analysis, correct?
So the main part of the photogrammetry was to determine the speeds and the angles and the degree of overlap on the vehicles. And then we also looked at the damage from the video, or actually just where the snow was knocked off the rear of the Chevy Traverse, and document the height of that.
You said the main part. I don't want to engage in semantics. I want to go to my question of, isn't part of the laser scan analysis to determine whether or not those two vehicles align sufficiently such that the Lexus could break, the taillight of the Lexus could break coming into contact with the Chevy Traverse? Wasn't that part of your analysis, at least in part?
Yes.
Okay. And in that analysis, inches literally matter, correct?
It can, depending on which way you're going inches.
So the Ring camera at One Meadows, you're familiar with that Ring camera, right? At One Meadows? That Ring camera at One Meadows was used as part of the laser scan process that you and your firm Aperture performed at One Meadows on October 2nd, 2024. Do I have the date correct?
I believe so, but like the videos are not literally used during the laser scans. We took the laser scans, the video, combined them together in the process called photogrammetry.
Okay, let's get this down to the fundamentals. You used, and that was my question, Your Honor, if we could publish the exhibit with regard to the Ring camera.
Sure. What exhibit is
I've got my Dr. Welcher, you recognize that Ring camera as being at One Meadows. You discussed it, as a matter of fact, on your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
Now, that Ring camera was utilized as part of your laser scan process, correct? It was used.
So you're confusing laser scan and photogrammetry. The video, the laser scanners are together used in the photogrammetry. The camera and the laser scans are not used necessarily with each other.
Was that Ring camera used for any part of your work?
Absolutely, the photogrammetry.
Fucking question.
I just need to be able to finish my question, sir. Was that Ring camera used for any part of your work at One Meadows on October 2nd, 2024?
Yes.
And it was used for what purpose?
In the photogrammetric process, to establish the position and dimensions of various things in the video. So then we could go back and overlay the vehicles and track the tracks in the snow, as well as look at the damage to the vehicles.
Right. So this was used to, as a basis, not the only one, to establish dimensions of the other work that was done in analysis at One Meadows, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. You know that the Ring camera at One Meadows, in existence when Aperture did the work on October 2nd, 2024, was different than the Ring camera that was in existence on January 29th of 2022, the date where you went through to see if those two vehicles align. Is that correct? The cameras are different.
That's correct.
And you know that the cameras are different, and you knew that as part of your analysis, correct?
Correct.
Did you document the differences between the two cameras as part of any work performed at One Meadows?
Yes.
And did you measure any differences there might have been between the location of the newer Ring camera from the older one that was in existence on January 29th of 2022?
No, what we did is use the current Ring camera in conjunction with the old Ring camera, and with the laser scans, we're able to, again, map the points onto the scene. That's why I showed you the report from the photogrammetry software that reported our error.
Sir, my question is just measurement, not your process. Did you measure the difference between where the old camera was and where the new camera was?
No, it was angled slightly more to the right, though.
How would you know that if you were not retained on January 29th of 2022? How would you know where the original angles were?
Because when you look at the first camera, the one on January 22nd, it's here. The new one is slightly over to the right.
That's an eyeball approximation analysis. That's not a measurement, correct?
Well, I don't know that we actually measured it, but we accounted for it and corrected for it. But you can see, for example, what the original one shows, for example, to the left-hand side, compared to what the new one shows to the left-hand side, and it's angled more to the right.
Sir, you have experience with Ring cameras, correct?
I do.
And I think a lot of members of the public have experience with Ring cameras. You can move just the camera portion ever so slightly and change significantly the angle of the camera, can't you, what it captures? Just a small turn.
Potentially.
Right. Even a millimeter turn can make a change. A 2 millimeter, a 1 inch can make a significant change with regard to what the camera captures, correct?
Good, sure.
So, did you measure whether the newer camera that was present on October 2nd, 2024 was installed to the left? And I'm talking measure to the right, to the top, or the bottom relative to the camera that was there on January 29th of 2022?
So we solved for the camera.
I'm asking if you measured.
Oh, no, we didn't measure.
So let's talk about some other differences with regard to cameras and Ring cameras. Different Ring cameras can have different levels of distortion, correct?
Potentially.
Cameras, well, are you saying that all Ring cameras have the same level of distortion?
No, but again, they're mass produced. So you could have some that have the same exact distortion. You could have some that have different.
And you don't know the comparative distortion between what I'm just going to now refer to as the old Ring camera that was there January 29, 2022, and the camera that you saw on October 2024, which I'll refer to the new camera. You don't know the difference in the distortion between those cameras as you sit here today, do you?
So we know enough information that if the distortions had been different, our errors would have been too high. And so the fact that our errors are within acceptable, what's called an RMS error, we know that the distortions are similar enough to give us accurate measurements.
Sir, that is speculation. That is not data. That is not a measurement. You didn't measure the distortion, sir, did you? If the cameras, you didn't have the old camera to do it.
We didn't, but we had images from the old camera. And then when we get images from the new camera and solve those camera properties and then overlay data from the old images to the new images with the point clouds, if that distortion is too great, we will have too high of errors in our project, which is why I showed the error report from the photogrammetry process to show that we have checked for that and documented that our errors are in acceptable range so that we have confidence in our results.
You do not have information from the manufacturer of Ring. You didn't present it and you don't have it as to what is the acceptable level of distortion for the analysis that you did, do you, sir?
The
you have that from Ring.
I don't have it from Ring, but I need it from Ring.
So now let's go to, if cameras have different levels of distortion, that would change the analysis in reconciling the difference between their angles. That's a pretty straightforward proposition, sir, wouldn't it?
So it depends on how much difference it is, but we have accounted for that.
With which model of the Ring camera was present at One Meadows on January 29, 2022? Which model?
I don't know. I'd have to go look through the data.
Do you believe I'm not going to take up the time to have you look, but do you really believe you've got the model of the Ring camera that was in existence on January 29th of 2022?
I don't know.
You didn't present it in your direct testimony, did you, sir?
I did not.
So do you have the model of the Ring camera that was present at One Meadows on October 2nd, 2024?
No.
So you don't have either the model for either one of them?
Nope, but we have videos from both of them and scans of the scene.
So now let's talk about another aspect of Ring cameras. They have mechanisms, as I was talking about earlier, that allow the user to adjust the camera angle, correct?
Correct.
And do you know whether there was a difference in the camera angle between the two cameras?
Yes, as we already discussed, there was a slight difference in the
But
angle.
you don't have a measurement of that, right, sir?
Correct.
Okay.
But we accounted for it.
So
you've always got to add that
wouldn't
little
a difference in
statement in.
models of Ring cameras be relevant at all to your analysis of trying to reconcile any differences between them?
So if you have video from both of them and you have laser scans with three-dimensional geometry of the scene, you can go in and it's called a reverse camera analysis and solve for the distortion properties. The scans give you the real world dimensions. So once you know the real world dimensions, you can then go in, you can go in and then solve for the camera lens properties based upon the real world distortions. So for example, if there's a little bit of bending at the end, the laser scan data will show that, and you can correct for that, knowing information about the laser scanner.
I'll ask the question. I'm sorry, I thought you finished. I'm going to ask the question again because it's a narrow question. Wouldn't knowing the difference in the models be relevant? All I'm asking, wouldn't it be relevant to your analysis of reconciling the differences to them? Wouldn't it be relevant?
No.
So you think the different models are irrelevant to any process you occasion it? It's irrelevant.
So the analysis of the video itself is more important than the models?
I'm not asking if it's more important. I'm just asking, would it be relevant?
No, I don't believe it'd be relevant.
Now let's go to another aspect of the cameras. Are key parameters in a camera that the software needs to know focal length?
It is.
Is imaging size something that is an important parameter in a camera?
Yes.
Are sampling characteristics an important parameter in cameras?
Can be.
Is the principal point, you understand that concept, sir? Is that an important parameter in a camera?
Define how you're using principal point.
Sure. A principal point of an image is the point where a camera's direct line of sight, called, as you may know, the optical axis, intersects the image plane. Is that sound familiar?
Mm-hmm.
So isn't that the image's mathematical center, the principal point?
More or less, yes.
And for high accuracy photogrammetric work, it's important to know if the lens is mounted centered over the image sensor due to the small manufacturing variances, correct?
Could be important.
And if the principal point is the center of the image.
Okay.
That's relevant. So doesn't that affect the mathematical calculation of the light ray geometry?
It could.
So the variance in manufacturing between cameras is a known issue. Do you agree?
I do.
There's small manufacturing variances that affect one of the key components of the fundamental parameters of the camera, namely the principal point, right?
Correct.
Did you perform the camera calibration of the camera in place in October of 2024.
Yes, so within photogrammetry, we calibrated the photogrammetric analysis to the camera.
Did you address the principal point in that calibration? Do you have documentation that you addressed that important factor, the principal point?
So the checking of the RMS error in the software takes into account, sums up all the potential errors in the measurements, which would include that.
Okay. Sir, you know the importance of all of these topics because the output of all the work Aperture did at One Meadows, almost all of it, springs from that camera, correct?
It starts there.
Okay, it starts there. And if the starting point is wrong, then where you go from the starting point is going to be at least potentially wrong, correct?
Potentially.
Would you agree that Ring cameras have a swiveling mechanism so that the user can adjust the camera angle?
Some do.
Do you know whether the camera that was in existence on January 29, 2022 had a swiveling mechanism?
I believe it did.
Believe? Do you know?
I do not know for a fact, but those style of Ring cameras on the surveillance have adjustability that includes angle.
But you don't know whether the camera that was there, the specific camera on January 29, 2022, had a swiveling mechanism or not, correct?
Correct.
And do you know whether the camera that you saw in October of 2024 had a swiveling mechanism on it?
It did.
And where did you document the fact that it had a swiveling mechanism?
I think we have photos of the camera.
Did you document it in writing, and did you document the tolerance of the swiveling mechanism?
No.
Let's go to, and again, all of the camera, this camera that you use is the starting point for your laser scan and photogrammetry process, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's go to another topic. On your direct testimony, as I recall, you stated essentially from various information that you lined up in the video, and we're talking about the lining up of the Lexus with the Traverse. And this is at One Meadows. And so, as I understand what you did, sir, is you took what are called point clouds, 3D images, created them for the Lexus. You took created 3D images, synonym point clouds of the Traverse, and then you attempted to line them up to determine, among other things, whether they would align sufficient so that the Lexus could line up and potentially hit the Traverse such that the tail light of the Lexus could be broken. Was that at least part of your analysis?
That was part. There was more.
So, you showed a slide, a few slides, and with your Honor's permission, what I'd like to do is to start with slide 90.
All right. Do you have any problem with Dr. Welcher keeping his printed copy that he's using?
I have no problem with the printed copy, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, what slide again?
90.
No, I printed it tiny.
Okay.
Did I
Can
pull
you
it?
see the?
Yes. Yeah.
Does that slide, as part of your presentation, depict the view from the top of the Lexus on the right and the Chevy Traverse on the left?
Correct.
And is that depicting contact between the two vehicles?
It is.
Now let's zero in a closer look, and that is a contact point. Am I correct?
Correct. I mean, there's multiple points. There's more than one.
Points, but it shows more clearly the contact between
Correct.
the two vehicles. Now, if we could the next, and that is number 91, Mr. Wolf. So, Your Honor, 91. I think these are just going to go in order for a few, and I'll keep announcing them. So, this is 91, same vehicles, just a different viewpoint. Is that correct, Dr. Welcher?
Correct. This and the next.
I just want to stay with this one. I just asked the question, does it show the contact?
So go ahead and answer now.
This slide and all the other slides, we're trying to show the angle of contact, but because it's two-dimensional image, you're losing some perspective. For example, here you're seeing the chrome piece on Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet, which is on the right. You're seeing it obviously behind where the Lexus is. So we are trying to show it at a whole bunch of different angles to try and illustrate the degree of closeness or lack thereof.
All right. So is it correct that on your direct examination, you said in sum and substance, we looked at the degree of overlap and there's only about a 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles? Is that what you recall saying on direct?
That is correct.
And that you stated that supposed 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap was insufficient to cause the tail light of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet. You recall saying that?
That's correct.
Now, I would like you to look at that. This is from your slide presentation. Is that not showing contact between the two vehicles?
Oh, it absolutely is not. What you're seeing is a portion of the vehicle that is behind the area. Keep in mind the angle, the Lexus is angled off to the left. So the area that you see here is actually, in this case, in front of where the taillight is. This is why we tried showing it from a whole bunch of different angles, because when you try and take a two-dimensional image and look at it, you see stuff in the background. So, and again, this is why in the computer, We overlaid them, looked at the measurements in the computer where you don't have this. We have the three-dimensional measurements, and it does not hit.
Where did you show in your slide presentation what you just said that it doesn't show an overlap?
So
where?
It shows a contact. It definitely contacted, I'm sorry, Mr. Porter, down below here. It does not show a contact here. So to answer your question, all the next slides were our attempt to do that. So all the next slides is your answer.
We're going to go to those next slides. So you're, just to be clear, you're saying that that depiction does not show any contact between the taillight of the Lexus and the Chevy Traverse.
So the upper taillight, just to be clear, because the lower taillight is much closer.
Well, it's not only much closer, it's in contact, isn't it, sir?
It's very close. It's probably within an inch of being in contact.
Oh, so you say that even the lower part of the taillight is not making contact?
So again, maybe there's a photo we could show or a scan. That is on the rear of the vehicle, and it contacts on the corner, which is just around, so maybe like an inch or so in front of it on the corner.
I'm just going with what you presented in your slide.
Well, let's go to the next slides. And then
Sir, I will determine which slides we go to on my questioning.
I'm just hoping
so
to
now
answer
let's go to, Mr. Wolf, the next slide
there we go.
in your presentation. My question is zeroing in. Are you saying that that slide does not show contact between the tail light of Ms. Reed's Lexus and any part of the Chevy Traverse?
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly what it shows. You can see a little better here. Again, we tried all these different angles, which is why all these slides are in there. But you can see some of the geometry of the light, this structure. And again, remember I said the Chevy kind of curves in as it goes up a little bit?
Let's go to the next slide. 40, yes, please. Is it working? 41.
That's exhibit 41? No, I have a question. This is not my slide.
So, Mr. Alessi, is this exhibit number 41 or is this from the PowerPoint? Because
slide 41. Slide.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm putting this up because I want to show an actual photograph of that tail light, and I would like you, sir, to focus on the quarter panel tail light in each. Do you see a jutting out of the quarter panel tail light in that photo? You see it jut out?
So you and I are talking the same thing. There are little fins here.
Correct. Now, what I'd like to do is to go back to the depiction we were just looking at, and that depiction doesn't show the jutting out, does it?
No, it does. Those are actually more on the side of the vehicle. You can't see them in this image.
Correct. You can't see them.
Hold on a second. I wasn't finished. But they are 100% there. We actually did special hand scans with a hand scanner of the taillight to put it back on to the vehicle.
You say they're 100% there, but you can't see it in that depiction, can you? The jutting out that you could see in the two-dimensional one we just saw. You can't see it.
I can't see who's behind that wall because it's being blocked by something. I can't see on the side of that taillight because it's on the side I can't see. It's being blocked.
Sir, my question is simple. You cannot see the jutting out of the taillight in this depiction, can you?
Correct.
Okay, now let's go on to the next question in this topic. You could have easily solve what you consider to be the issues you had with trying to show it lining up. Couldn't you, sir? You had an easy solution for that.
I took the best solution. I'm not sure what
you
you're
had
referring to.
3D images, correct?
I did.
You could have shown and measured 3D images to get almost the exact contact point and almost the exact dimensions if you had just used the 3D images that you had available to you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what we did. When I went through the video analysis, I showed you how we overlaid the point clouds, the 3D scans on top of each vehicle. So we took the, I'm sorry, we took
Sir,
the vehicles.
please don't interrupt.
Hold on.
Your Honor, he keeps referencing my hand and saying I'm doing something when I'm not. And I think that's distracting to the jury.
So,
I'm not interrupting.
Hold on. Let the witness answer the
I
question.
am. I'm just holding my hand like this, Your Honor. He keeps saying that I'm doing something.
Mr. Alessi, please.
All right.
Go ahead, finish the answer, Dr. Welcher.
Again, in the photogrammetric analysis, I showed the video. I showed how we overlaid the point cloud on top of the video. That proves that the way we solved it, camera characteristics matches. Otherwise, that would be distorted. We overlaid the scans of the Lexus into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid the scans of the scene into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid all that stuff into the analysis. We did exactly what you're suggesting.
You could have easily addressed this issue by the following. If you really believe there was no contact or not sufficient contact, you could have produced a graphic that shows a gap between the two vehicles. A graphic, couldn't you? That's not a graphic.
What is that?
Sir, I get to ask the questions and you are to answer them subject to the judge's ruling. So my question is, couldn't you have created a graphic that would have better shown the issue that you are creating or talking about today? That's my question. Couldn't you have created a graphic?
We did. We created a whole bunch of graphics.
You called what we just saw a graphic?
Yes.
Well, if there's a gap, why isn't there then something that shows a clear gap?
Because when you have the angulation of the vehicles, you have perspective. When you're looking at it, even if you do it top down, you see everything projected onto a single flat plane. So you can't tell the height of things. So when you see things in this dimension, you can't necessarily see depth of things. So you lose in two-dimensional images, you lose one dimension depending on which way you're looking. That's why I showed it from all these different angles to try and show exactly what you're saying. We had graphics to do that.
3D images allow you to show perspectives for 360 degrees, correct? Is that correct?
That is correct.
So none of what you presented in your slideshow shows the contact points from 360 degrees, does it?
I don't understand your question. Are you asking if I showed it at every single, I went through 360 slides that showed it at every single degree?
Sir, let's move on. I think I've made the point.
So I'm going to strike the comment,
Okay. Dr. Welcher, let's go to the next topic and keep with these two depictions. Are these two images point clouds or 3D images?
Those are one and the same thing, but yes.
I would use them as synonym. Which term of the two do you want to use? Point cloud or 3D images?
Both are fine. It's a 3D image composed of points.
So let's just call them 3D images. So we can do this more quickly. The Lexus and the Chevy Traverse that are depicted there are both 3D images of those vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And Aperture created the 3D images, correct?
Correct.
Sir, did you do these scans and did you personally create these images?
No, one of the assistants at Aperture did.
So you're speaking about what somebody else did at Aperture, right?
They were doing it at my direction. And for example, the Lexus scan, I showed the photographs. You can see the gentleman that works at Aperture, Mike Morelli, was scanning them for me while I was doing the rest of the inspection. And then the hand scanning of the rear taillight was done by another engineer. I was out there with him doing it, taking measurements. And then same thing with the Chevy Traverse.
My question is, you didn't do the creation of these 3D images, did you?
The individual images, no.
All right, so let's go to these individual images. These are 3D images. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Let's look at the taillight.
Okay.
That's not a 3D image. That's a Photoshop, isn't it?
Nope.
Oh, so it's your testimony that that taillight is a 3D image.
That absolutely is a 3D image. The way you can tell is when you get up near the chrome, because lasers don't like shiny objects, you start to get a scatter. You'll see all these dots here. If that was a photo, you wouldn't have these dots.
Let's go to the Chevy Traverse. Let's Mr. Woke zero in on the content. Yeah. There's grain on that taillight, in the taillight. That's a 3D image of a taillight, isn't it, sir?
They're both 3D images.
Well, I just want to stay with one. That taillight is a 3D image, and one of the ways you can tell is it's got all that grainy material on it, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back, Mr. Woke, to the Lexus. Let's now go to the bumper.
Wait, do you want me to explain the difference?
No, thank you. I would like to go to the bumper. Do you see the predominance of any grainy image on the bumper?
There's a little bit. So for example, when you get near edges, it has a hard time with edges.
I'm saying the bumper cover.
Right.
The bumper cover up above?
This whole thing is the bumper cover. That's the step pad. That's the rear body panel or the rear deck lid.
I'm talking about the step pad, sir. Just the step pad of the bumper.
You asked about just from here to here.
Correct. The bumper.
Can we zoom in on it?
I mean,
can we zoom in on it?
Sure. Do you see it?
Yeah, I see graininess.
Let's go over to
right in here. You can see it all through here. You see it through here.
Well, I'm talking about the step pad, not the entire bumper. I'm just talking about the step pad.
Right. So you're zooming in on the bumper.
Right.
The step pad is this structure up here.
We're going to move up. It just takes a while. So your testimony is that is a.
Can you zoom in more?
That's you would like it zoomed in?
Yes, sir.
Sure. Your testimony is that is a 3D image, not a Photoshop step bumper cover. Is that correct?
So we have mapped the color over the 3D scans. We used two separate scanners. If you recall, when I got out to Miss Reed's vehicle, that taillight was gone. So we had to replace the taillight.
Talking about the bumper cover, not the taillight.
Okay, I'm explaining the process.
I'm just asking about the bumper cover, not the process.
So focus your answer on
my
That is a laser scan.
Okay, so your
That's a 3D
testimony
model.
is the step part of the bumper cover is a 3D image from a laser scan, and it's not a Photoshop. That's your
Absolutely.
testimony. And you didn't perform the work for the 3D that you claim the bumper step up is. You didn't do that work to produce that depiction, did you say? Somebody else in your firm did.
So this is all done at my direction. The engineers that work for me, so I'm telling them what to do. I'm not the one punching the keys.
That's my
I'm saying,
question.
I need you to do this, and this. Use the hand scanner, go scan the light. I need to put this back in because it was missing when we got to it. So no, I'm not punching the keys.
Okay, so.
Okay, come on over, please.
With regard to, no, we don't need to back up, Mr. Will. Isn't it correct that 3D images allow for proper and most accurate measurements as opposed to 2D images. Is that a correct general statement?
I mean, generally, yeah.
Okay, that's my question. So let's go to the next topic. Let's talk about hydraulics on the Lexus SUV. What type of hydraulic system does the Lexus SUV have?
So it has a mechanism, I believe it's actually pneumatic. It's air-based system that raises it up and down.
Do you know what the name of that system is, sir?
No, not off my head.
Do you know how it works specifically?
Well, I mean, I know generally, yeah, that there's a button on the interior where you can raise and lower the ride height.
And is that the extent of your knowledge of that system on the Lexus?
No, again, I know when you park it, it'll drop down the ride height. When you adjust it for different roadway conditions, it'll change the ride height.
Do you know what the highest?
I believe it's around 1.25 inches. At one point in time I measured it. I don't remember off the top of my head.
So you believe it's 1.25 inches up and 1.25 inches down? How do you apply to the 1.25 inches?
I recall the total being like 1.25 inches, but I measured it at one point in time. I just don't remember off the top of my head.
Would you be surprised to hear that the tolerance is 5 inches on that vehicle?
I would be surprised. I don't recall it being that much, but I would need to double check.
Assume that the manual, as well as other informations, support that the tolerance is 5 inches, and that specifically the vehicle can be raised 3 inches high, and it can be lowered 2 inches. That's the basis for the 5. What was the suspension height of Miss Read's Lexus that you used for your accident reconstruction analysis out front at 34 Fairview between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022, to determine whether it was possible for the spoiler on the back of the Lexus to make contact with the eye of Mr. O'Keefe? If it was even possible, what did you use for a measurement of the suspension?
Matched the measurements from when the vehicle was tested, I believe on February 1st at the Canton Police Department.
What match did you make?
So we aligned the bottom of the taillight, actually the sheet metal right below the taillight. So we adjusted the height of the Lexus to match that.
Did you in any place document what level the Lexus was at the time of any testing, meaning the suspension? Did you document it all?
Yes.
Where?
Slide 107.
We have slide 107, Wolf.
So if I may, we matched the bottom of the sheet metal here to photographs when it was at the Canton Police Department.
Sir, my question is, where did you document whether the suspension was at 0, whether it was +3 or -2? Where did you document that?
Right here.
And what are the numbers of the documentation of that?
I don't know. We were matching the photos. So I don't care what the numbers are. I care that the height is the same.
Okay, so I just heard you say, if I heard correctly, you don't care what the suspension is at. Is that your testimony?
No, I don't care what the suspension number is as long as the heights match.
I understand. So what was the suspension height of Miss Read's Lexus at 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022, while at One Meadows and colliding with the Chevy Traverse? What was the suspension height then?
We assumed it was the same as when it was at the Canton Police Department.
Exactly. You assumed, but there's no measurement like was just on that depiction. There was no note that said, okay, we're doing this very important and inches sensitive measurements to see whether the taillight on the Lexus makes contact with the Traverse, but there's no measurement and no documentation of what the suspension height was at One Meadows, correct?
So we took the closest measurement in time to the One Meadows event, which is when it was at the Canton Police Department. That was the best information we had.
Well, that information isn't very good because the vehicle had to go from Canton to One Meadows. And when the vehicle drives, the way the suspension system works, it's automatic. When you go above 20 miles an hour, the suspension comes up. And when you turn off the vehicle, it goes down so you can get out easier. So it would be improper to assume that the suspension at One Meadows would be the same at another location.
That's the only, sorry.
Was there a objection? Go ahead and answer, please.
That's the extent of the information we had. We had it when it was at the Canton Police Department. We matched that height.
Sorry, sir. I understand.
But actually, you brought up the point. It's going so slow when it's backing up that it wouldn't raise up. So the static position when it's backing up would be the static position.
But it wouldn't be going in back up from the Canton Police Department to One Meadows. It wouldn't be going back up when it's going in other locations, sir, right? It would be driving forward. It had to get from point A to point B.
Right, but as you pointed out, when you turn it off, it drops down, and then you turn it on, and then once you go above 20, as you indicated, it goes up. But when she's backing up, she never goes more than a couple miles an hour. So it's going to be at the same position as when you start, which is approximately the same position when it's off at the Canton Police Department a couple days later.
Do you know whether the suspension system locks when there is testing of the infotainment system?
Whether the suspensions, I don't know.
Okay, let's go on to the next topic. You're aware of the vehicle control, excuse me, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. I want to go I'm changing topics to go back now to Fairview, 34 Fairview. You don't know what the suspension ride height at 34 Fairview was on January 29th of 2022, do you?
Correct.
So therefore, if you don't know what the suspension height was, because of course you weren't there on January 29th, 2022, therefore there's no measuring stick, as you say, you assert that you would have accounted for it in your methodology. So you don't have the suspension height for that key day, do you, sir?
I only have it 2 days later.
All right. So when you talk about key measurements, such as the spoiler on the top of the Lexus and the inches that are important as to whether things such as, is there a contact with the front eye, you don't have some data that would be relevant to that calculation, the some data being the suspension height of the Lexus at that time, do you?
So we have some data. We have photos of the vehicle 2 days later. We don't know the exact height outside, because as you alluded to, we don't have a measurement on January 29th of it, but we do have it 2 days later. That's the source of measurement.
You don't have the suspension height or the setting of the suspension of the Lexus that existed on January 29th, 2022, do you?
Correct.
Now let's go on to another topic. Within the 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, I'm not going to go over them, but you asserted various measurements, height, width, with regard to the Lexus, correct? It wasn't just for the spoiler at the top, correct?
Correct.
And for all those other measurements that you talked about, you did not have the suspension height and the suspension setting of the hydraulic system of the Lexus on January 29th, 2022, did you?
So the hydraulic's only going to affect the vertical dimensions. It doesn't change anything left to right. It doesn't change anything down the side of the car.
Understood. But for the measurements that are affected by vertical, you didn't have the suspension height of the Lexus system on January 29th, 2022.
Again, I only know what it is 2 days later.
So now let's go on to vehicle control history, sir. Do you understand what I mean by vehicle control history?
This is extreme information.
Are you aware of what is called the Bosch crash data retrieval system in Lexus vehicles?
Of course, we showed it on my slides.
And the Bosch crash data retrieval system in Lexus vehicles is sometimes referred to as the black box.
No, you're mixing up two things. So the Bosch is like the tools.
It's a question, sir.
So you answer that with the yes or no?
Is the Bosch crash data retrieval system the black box on Lexus vehicles? I just want to repeat it so we
I
can.
didn't hear what the objection. You objected? Yeah. So the question was just asked. Can you answer that question?
No, it doesn't make sense.
The next question is.
I'm going to ask the question, sir. The Bosch crash data retrieval system in Lexus vehicles, you're familiar with that? Are you familiar with it?
There is no such thing in the Lexus.
A Lexus does not have a Bosch crash data retrieval system?
No.
Have you read the report of Trooper Paul?
Yes.
The May 2023. Does that report not use the exact words Bosch? Let me ask you, do you recall?
The objection sustained.
Let's go to the VCH system in Lexuses. Is the VCH system intended by Lexus as a diagnostic tool for their technicians, Lexus technicians, to assist in vehicle repair and maintenance? Is that what that is created for?
That's their stated purpose.
Right. And is a synonym for VCH TechStream?
Is sort of TechStream similar? Like Bosch is the hardware and software to access the black box data. TechStream is the software to access, for example, the pre-collision system, the PCS system, and the VCH, which is the vehicle control history. So TechStream which does a lot of other stuff, but does access that information.
You just mentioned Bosch, didn't you, sir?
So Bosch is not in the Lexus. You use Bosch stuff sold by Bosch software and hardware, and you walk up to the Lexus with all the Bosch stuff and plug it in and download the event data recorder, the EDR, the black box. That was my problem. There is no Bosch stuff in the Lexus.
I understand, sir. That was going to be the question that I was trying to get to, but you've explained it, so I don't have to answer the question. Let's go to the VCH database. That you say the stated purpose is to assist technicians at Lexus in vehicle repair and maintenance.
So I didn't say that was a stated purpose. I'm saying that's what Lexus or Toyota says is a stated purpose. It's being used in litigation all the time. All I know is that's what Lexus and Toyota says. But again, it came about right when we started seeing all the sudden accelerations in the Toyota vehicles.
So my question is the VCH database specific to Toyota and Lexus vehicles?
So it's not a database, it's software.
Is the software specific to Lexus and Toyota?
Those particular acronyms are, yes.
I want to move to another topic, and we are almost finished. We have just two more topics, sir. How common were VCH events when Miss Read owned the Lexus?
In 2022?
Do you know the ownership period of Miss Read with respect to the Lexus? Do you know how long she owned it?
I have that documentation off the top of my head.
Do you have an approximate?
No. I mean, it was a 2021 vehicle. Our accident's January 29, 2022. But I did get that information.
Do you know how many VCH events were associated with the Lexus of Miss Reed?
I did not count them, no. I have them all. I was only focused on the ones around our time period.
Exactly. But do you have the number of events? Do you know how many there were?
I can get it for you.
How long would it take, sir?
3 minutes?
Why don't we come back to it?
Okay.
And we'll see if it's...
How about I start this so that we don't have to wait for it to boot up? And then when we come back to it, it's ready to go.
As long as that's all you're looking at, sir.
Yep.
Thank you. And then pick your head up, please, so I can finish these two.
Please, go ahead.
So how often were VCH events recorded on the Lexus before January 29th of 2022?
Man, I have to pull this data up.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I assume that's going to be in what you're also pulling up.
That's the goal here.
Would the number be about 15? Does that sound right to you?
Let's see. 1, 2. There's 18.
18. So there were 8. Your record shows that there were 18 VCH events recorded on Miss Reed's Lexus, correct?
Before the subject one.
Right. Did you conclude that any of those events, other than the 1162-2, were a collision?
No.
Now let's go to reverse recorded events. Can you tell how many of those 18 events were reverse recorded events? And you know what I mean by reverse recorded events?
Yes.
The vehicle going in reverse? How many of those events were the vehicle going in reverse?
And this is before.
4. Other than...
Is this before?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, I would have to pull up the PCS file.
Can you start that and I can continue on with the questioning?
I got to... So the PCS file is I have a second laptop.
Here's what I'm going to do. That's not important for me to keep going and get through it. So let's just stay on the events, okay? Only one of all of those events, those 18, are you concluding that there was a collision associated with them, correct? Just one.
No, all those 18 are before. The collision is number 19.
No, I'm saying, I understand what you're saying, but for all the other events that are recorded, you're not, other than the January 29, 1162-2, you're not concluding that any of those were collisions, correct?
I didn't look at them. They were so far mileage away from everything.
But you're not concluding, even though they were so far away and you didn't look at them, you don't conclude from the information you have that any of them were a collision, correct?
Yeah.
Let's go to 5:07 a.m. on January 29th, 2022 at One Meadows, the home of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yep.
There was a collision between Ms. Reed's 6,000-pound Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's approximately 4,500 Chevy Traverse. That's undisputed, correct? They collided, they made contact.
They touched.
Right. But the actual collision at One Meadows did not register the recording of an event on the Lexus VCH system, did it?
Correct, too minor.
So, however, you want this jury, sir, to conclude that the glancing blow that you contend occurred at 34 Fairview Road by the same 6,000-pound Lexus in contact with a mere 216-pound man did register an event on the Lexus, correct?
No, the impact didn't register the event. As I pointed out, the trigger was from when the accelerator pedal went to 30%. The tech stream does not register crashes at all. It registers excessive acceleration, excessive steering, excessive braking, things like that, things that would be part of the maintenance system. So the tech stream will never register an event, even if you hit it while 100 miles an hour, necessarily. They'll cause stop codes and things like that. But that's not what it does. The trigger here was transitioning into reverse and then gunning the accelerator pedal in reverse. And so when it went from 30 up to 74% throttle, once it went over 30 in that transition, that's what triggered the tech stream. It had nothing to do with, and that's why I'm telling you, I don't know when in that event the impact occurred, because the tech stream doesn't tell you that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Exactly my point. The tech stream information doesn't tell you when a collision occurs, does it?
Correct.
That's all the questions I have at this time, Your Honor.
All right, why don't we take our morning recess?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brandon.
You were asking questions.
This morning, but yes.
You were asking questions about the ring video from Meadows, which is John O'Keefe's home. And you were asked whether you're aware if the cameras had changed over time. The fact that the camera was replaced, does that in any way affect your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about your conclusions relative to that touching between the cars?
Absolutely not. It would have shown up as increased error when we overlaid the point clouds onto the photos or the point clouds onto the video. If it was an error, it would have shown there.
Do you have any concern whatsoever that any of the information from the scan is in any way tainted, compromised, or inadequate?
That would be very hard to do. You literally press a button and stand there and watch it, and the laser does its thing. So I have absolutely no reason to disbelieve it. Additionally, again, if it was messed up, once you laid it over on top of the photograph, it would show the difference. So no, the data's fine.
Is there any evidence whatsoever that you've seen that any parts of your presentation were photoshopped?
No.
You were asked questions about the suspension of the motor vehicle of the defendant's Lexus. Do you have any information that the suspension at any point was changed?
No.
Yesterday, you were asked a number of questions about formulas, about your calculator, and you were asked about different variables. Were those variables hypotheticals, or were they related to this specific case?
So they seem hypothetical. Again, you have to be careful when you're talking about failure forces on biomechanical things. For example, if you impact the hand with a, say, 1-inch narrow metal bar, that's a lot different than if you have a broad, say, plastic taillight or rear body panel. So when you have distributed loads, you can take much more. I told you guys about sitting on the bed, like how much you sink in. That's an example of spreading your load out. When you spread the load out, you don't sink in as much. So same thing with forces on your body. If you take this pencil, I don't have to press very hard for it to pull in. But if I spread it out, I have to press much harder. So you have to look at the distribution of the load when you're talking about the failure. So when you look at the failure loads, it depends on what you're doing it with. If I hit you with a 5-pound 2x4 or a 5-pound pillow, they're both 5 pounds, but you'd much rather get hit by the pillow than the 2x4.
When you would ask questions about communications, when you would have communications with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, did you ever use encrypted apps to secretly hide your communications, apps like Signal?
No, I don't have any.
So the form of the question.
I can't type any day.
When you were communicating with members of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, did you ever use encrypted apps like Signal to communicate?
I'm going to allow.
No, I don't even know what that is.
Would you ever use an encrypted app so those communications couldn't be tracked?
No.
Would you ever have any reason as a professional for doing that? You were asked about confirmation bias. You remember those questions?
I do.
Can I have slide 33 of your PowerPoint, please? Slide 33.
33.
You could zoom that in, please. A little larger so we can see it.
I cannot do it with one monitor.
You can't do it any closer than that?
No, not since I took down. Oh, hold on. There we go. Which part do you want me to zoom in?
Miss Gilman can zoom in for you.
Sorry? Which part?
Miss Gilman's going to do it for you.
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
If you could zoom in, please. Okay. On shift position signal, going forward, then neutral and reverse. Does that data suffer from confirmation bias?
No, that's strictly electronic data.
When we look over at the vehicle speed, can we go to the left a little bit? Vehicle speed ending at 2361 miles per hour. Does that suffer from confirmation bias?
No, again, these are direct readings from the vehicle. Again, that speed on this here, you have to correct for the slippage, which I do later on the slide, but that is a direct reading from what the speedometer is seeing.
Acceleration at the end of that 10-second window, 74%. Does that suffer from confirmation bias?
No, that's a direct reading of a sensor. That's objective information.
Yeah, but the
I have no
whole,
further questions. Thank you.
oh my God, key cycle.
Anything, Mr. Alessi?
Yeah, Your Honor. Yes, thank you.
I'm not gonna go.
Dr. Welcher, you were just asked questions about slide 33, which is a slide about text stream data. You acknowledge that text stream data, what you called a trigger, like was on that slide, does not tell you if a collision even occurred, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the topic of confirmation bias that you were just asked about in slide 33, am I correct that all of the questions that Attorney Brennan just asked you were about data on that slide, correct? All that's on that slide is data, correct?
He asked me more questions than just the slide.
But were the questions just about data?
On this slide, it was just about data.
Correct. But confirmation bias is really aimed at opinions and conclusions and alternative hypotheses. Isn't that what confirmation bias gets at?
So, generally, yes. Again, I started this case.
Well, here we go.
Go ahead.
Yes,
Go
but I want to
with the
explain,
hypothesis
just like every
that
other fucking
Alexis
question.
didn't contact Mr. O'Keefe. And so I start what's called the null hypothesis, that this didn't happen. And then I look at evidence to either include or exclude the null hypothesis. So theoretically, my confirmational bias starts with a
Your
bias that it didn't happen.
confirmation bias starts right there.
Can you point to one document that shows that you analyze whether there was no contact between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Point to one document. Is there one document on the slide that analyzed the null hypothesis that you called there being no contact at all? Was there any slides to your direct estimation?
So remember what I said, we start with hypothesis, we get
Yes
more data,
or
we
no?
whittle down our hypothesis to the final answer. I mean, I had 130 slides.
Oh,
I suspect I bored some of these
God.
people to death already. So I didn't include everything. There's thousands of photographs in here. There was a bunch of testing I did with the Lexus about backing, pedestrian detection that removed certain hypotheses.
Sure.
So if I was able to eliminate a hypothesis, I didn't present it here.
Sir, my question is not about.
All the slides show that, to answer your question.
My question
No, they don't.
Is there any slide that says alternative hypothesis to whatever the label is, whatever the term, that says no contact between the Lexus vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe? Is there any document that you presented to the jury that shows that?
Any document where those words are written on it? No.
And to work through hypotheses, different ones, in confirmation, and to see whether there's confirmation bias, have you heard of scientists refer that as showing your math, so to speak, in working through hypotheses, documenting each hypothesis and how and why you rejected them? Have you heard of that term in the scientific world, show your math with confirmation biases and alternative hypotheses? Just a question. Have you heard the idiom, the phrase, show your math?
Your question is, have I ever heard show your math, period?
Associated with the application of various hypotheses to avoid confirmation bias. Have you heard of that term used in that conjunction?
Not really in that context. It's probably, I understand where you're going with it.
No, sir.
You're welcome.
No further questions.
Dr. Welcher, you are awesome.
Oh my God, thank you.
Yeah, awesome.
Give me a minute to pack up and I'll be out of here.
Yeah, pack up all your shit and go, dude.
This ready?
Oh,
Combo,
thank
who's introducing
you.
play clip 26?
So I thought when I went over, did he try to get me as I was leaving and I didn't know it? I mean, what was able to use it blasting? It's snowing. I got the wipers on me to keep it blasting. Did he come and hit in the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he's drunk and passed out and asphyxiated or something? And then when I hired David, I asked him those questions. And I had January 29th, like, David, what if, what if I ran his report over? Or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out or went to care for himself and threw up or passed out? And David said, and there was someone with a culpability.
You're on the Commonwealth rest.
Does counsel want to see me? Okay, so should we send the jury out or should? So jurors, so everybody can sit. So jurors, the Commonwealth rests. That means that the Commonwealth's case has been presented to you for your consideration. So
We
I
made
need
it
to
with
leave
the
lawyers for a few minutes, so
Commonwealth.
we'll send you back out. I can tell you that it now appears that we're at least on schedule, if not a little ahead of schedule. So we'll send you back out for a short recess. Can counsel come to sidebar, please?
Okay, so this is where we are going to leave it for today. Thank God I made it through that. I can't take any more of that idiot. Tomorrow we start with Matthew DeSogra. And then the next one after Matthew DeSogra is the admitting of Michael Proctor's text messages by his buddy. I don't think I'm going to go through that testimony. It just pisses me off. And it's really for, you guys know. If Proctor was on the stand, it would be different. But we all know what those text messages say. So after Matthew DeSogra is our favorite, Don't Call Me Deber Deber. So, KDD, what's up? Yeah, you came back too late, silly. We're all done for today. We just finished with Spread Your Load, Welcher. But tomorrow, like I said, we'll DeSogra, and then after DeSogra, his testimony is about 3.5 hours. And Deber's Don't Call Me Deber, Don't Call Me Deber, what the fuck ever her name is. Her testimony is just about an hour, so we'll probably get through both of those tomorrow if we can stay at 1.5 speed and on task. I'm up, but I don't want to be. Do the foreskins ever go over Judd's testimony? telling you, man. Yeah. Hey, James. Yeah, I'm just wrapping up. We just finished Spread Your Load Welcher's testimony. Because of course we took a couple breaks because I can only take so much of that asshole at a time. So I took a couple breaks. We watched some pet animal videos. We talked some shit. So you know how it goes over here. Anyway, so with that being said, I hope you guys are having an amazing Monday. I know Mondays suck. But I appreciate you guys being here. Scrubbing the baseboards. Yeah, everybody is doing work today and lots of chores around the house, all the good stuff. But hopefully, if you were listening, I know some of you were listening while doing your chores and working. Hopefully it helped get you through the day as much as it could, I guess, listening to that moron. Dude, he raises my blood pressure like really bad. He's ugh. So obnoxious. He can't answer a fucking question. He constantly has to try and dominate over Alessi because obviously he's intimidated by him. I don't think he expected anyone to cross-examine him who was obviously way smarter than him. I don't even know how he's a doctor, dude. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. Yeah, James, if you guys don't know, the Herkamaya is James. James Lynch was messing around with his handle and now he doesn't know how to change it back. Or can't change it back or whatever. I don't know. It's too funny. Yeah, the pick gives it away, exactly. Aww. Well, that would make you sore if that's what you've been doing all day. Jeez. Cheryl, everyone's stopping in and I'm getting ready to go. James thinks he's so funny. Stuck with that name for 14 days, then you can get your old one back. You can't. You have to, if you change it, you have to leave it for 14 days, apparently. Good to know. Darita, hi, sweetie. Dr. Scarlett, yep. Hey, yeah. If Judd Welcher's a doctor, I'm a doctor. I should start stealing that line from Aiden. Cheryl says, Herkamaya? The fuck? You sent someone here earlier, Jenny something. I have a couple people new today, so thank you. I'm up to, what was it, 266 subs, I think it was. We're getting there. 269, woohoo! Oh, Jen Fox, yes. Yes. So I need 231 more subs, people, and I'll be monetized. I'm so excited. I wanted Herkamaya main shaft, but YouTube wouldn't let me. You guys are hysterical. Welcome back, Nefarious. I hope you made some good food. What did you make? I'm just asking. Did any of you guys watch the Baker go over the Kelsey stuff? Is it new stuff? I'm just wondering because I gotta prioritize what I watch when I have time. Taco rice bowl, yummy. That's where you were all day, Bakers. That's okay. I understand. You think Melanie is? I know Melanie was going over some too. But I didn't know what Melanie was going over. I just know Baker was going over the Kelsey stuff. And I didn't know if I should watch that one first or not, considering the hearing for Kelsey is tomorrow. Didn't watch it, popped in to say hello to him, and then had to get back to cleaning. Aw, and Sarah came here. I love you guys. Those of you that hung out with me today instead of Baker, I feel so special. Yes, court's tomorrow. If you guys didn't hear, I asked Joy to ask. Justice Serve TV is going to be streaming from the courtroom. I did ask if I could kind of snipe their stream and stream live. So if I get permission, I will be live from live streaming from Justice Served tomorrow when they go live. If you guys want to join me and I'm able to kind of snipe their stream. But I'm waiting. I don't obviously want to just do it. I asked Joy to get permission. Baker went over Kelsey's motion and then Justin's response, which was just filed today. Okay, yeah, I better watch that. There was a 2-hour lawyer meeting, all new papers. Okay, yeah, I better watch it. Uh-oh, be prepared to get... I'm already angry. I've been cranky since this morning because of fucking lawn people, and then watching Welcher spread his load for fucking, 5 hours? Ah! Yeah, really, that doesn't sound good. Uh-oh, I better wait. Oh, you are all good, Darth Vader. I hope so. They're so nice. I think they will. Yeah, I know. I love them. I love watching them. And the only reason I would love to stream it is so I can share my opinion live. Because when I unfortunately have to wait to go over it later, the real emotion that I get from these things dissipates. And of course it does build back up again. I mean, I cried when I saw that, the minute I saw, and that's what I'm saying, real-time emotion. I freaking cried the minute I saw that thing pop up that said they were reunited. Which I'm so happy about. But then now I'm kind of deflated a bit to see that I'm gonna have to be prepared to get angry about these papers. Baker said no confirmation it's being streamed. Michael will be there, but no word on a live yet. Gotcha. Ooh. Well, let's watch some Storm Chase. Do you think I could watch? Do you think I'll get struck if I put Storm Chasers on? Yeah. Michigan weather is depressing.
Down here. Oh, all right. Woohoo. All right. They have canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County as well as Ingham County.
Oh, they
So right
just
now we
said
only have
canceled
the special
severe
weather statements
thunderstorm
in
warning for
effect for
Jackson
55
County.
mile per hour winds.
All
as
I
they
know is that it
continue to
has
move
been getting
across
awfully
the
dark
region
again, real quick.
of
So plus,
Washtenaw, Livingston,
I can always tell when
Oakland,
it's going to rain. I
Dumfries.
said it. I called it earlier. It was going to rain because I can feel it.
So really, if you're anywhere kind of back in here where
So
there's
I
no
am
blue
right.
box,
Let's see.
it
Right.
could still be gusty as the night goes on. It'll be gusty overnight
Pretty.
and
So it's
gusty
coming.
during the day tomorrow, but
This is Michigan
we don't
Storm
expect
Chasers.
much more
Hopefully,
severe weather for tonight.
they won't like
There's a
copyright
$5
strike
super
me for
chat
using
from
them for
Fun
a
Times.
second,
Thank
just to
you so
let all
much
my
for
Michigan
that. We do
peeps know
appreciate it.
what's coming.
It means a lot.
Dude, beautiful day. And oh, Crazy Sammy. Hey, girl. What's up?
If we go back to our velocity here, I'll draw on the thing on the radar image here. So we expect the winds to kind of be running.
You piece of shit.
Back
Oh, yeah.
in this area right now. If you're back in here, you should be
Sarah says, I can
experiencing
already
the
hear
winds.
Miss Scarlett.
If you're on
You
this
piece
side,
of shit. Oh,
no
God.
winds. Oh, I can
They got
click
2
and move.
hours
I can just
together. That's
move the
at
mouse
least they
around.
got the
That's
2
no problem.
hours. It's better.
All right.
You think they have copyright? Shit. I better
Again,
take it off. Hold on. All right, so I took it off just in case. But you could see what we're dealing with. Do the Great Lakes have tides? Of course they have tides. All water has tides, technically. But not like, I mean, not the same as ocean tides, of course. Not like, how do you explain? I mean, I think you can get my drift, that they're not obviously as big or anything, or, as say the like living out the Atlantic Ocean and watching the oceanic tides. But I know when I used to go up to the UP, like Lake Superior, you didn't want to be up there when it was, especially when it was extremely windy, like getting south southern winds, because the tide would go nuts on the beach there, especially where we would go. Because they're pretty, like just because they're pretty small regardless, like because they're lakes and not oceans. But thank you, Crazy Sammy. Says good luck with the storms, Michigan people. Just cross your fingers my power doesn't go out or transformers don't blow up on me outside my window again like last time. Oh, jeez. That's all I ask. Lobster coming out of the water tomorrow in case anyone is waiting for the seasons to start. That sounds awesome. Yeah, exactly. What's coming is not 75 and sunny. Damn it. Yeah, Lake Superior is very, very pretty. I love being out there. I've been to all the lakes, obviously, being from Michigan. I prefer like Lake Superior, like the actual lake and beach. I prefer Lake Superior than Lake Michigan, but Lake Michigan is obviously closer. So I've been to Lake Michigan more than I have to Superior. And here, you don't really want to go to Lake Huron or Huron isn't that bad, but you don't like Lake Erie. You go to that park for the park and the golf courses, not for the beach. Let me just say that, okay? We go to the other lakes, the inland lakes, for the fun beach stuff. "21 days without power after Hurricane Fiona teaches you to be resilient." It sure does. Fingers crossed. Thank you, Nefarious. Well, with that being said, I better at least make some dinner then in case I, lose power, because that transformer that blew 3 times in 2 days? Jeez, oh Pete's. Praying that we don't have any craziness today. But I'm going to go make some dinner. All of you guys that were here with me today, I truly appreciate you, and I love you all, as you always know. And like I said, tomorrow morning, if I can stream, if they're streaming, if JSTV is streaming from inside the courtroom for Kelsey's hearing and allow me to stream as well from there, I will be live. If not, I will be streaming sometime in the afternoon and be getting on with the Karen Read trial. And as you heard at the end there, we are finally done with direct. The state has rested. Commonwealth, sorry, I always say state. Commonwealth is rested in Karen Read trial 2. We will start with defense's case tomorrow at some point, depending on the morning. And all you guys, my Michigan peeps, stay safe. Hope none of us lose power. Yes, please pray and cross your fingers. And for the rest of you, I hope that you are enjoying your Monday evening. And I will see you all tomorrow. I love you guys. Bye.